还不是时候。所有人都在回避黑暗。还在积蓄力量。入阵。还在积蓄力量，就这么。
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the Lords of Soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Oh, light. The never-fading light. The gloriously radiant light. The darkness-piercing light. The gracious light. The sin-cleansing light. Praising light. Guides the lost. Purifies the defiled. So let there be light.
away, go away. Yo! Oh my god! Yo! What the fuck? Yo! What the fuck? Yo! What the fuck? Yo! Yo! Wait, am I hitting you or no? What the fuck? You hitting me?
You're hitting my stuff.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, why you so weak?
Yo.
Yo, why you so weak?
I have to use my gravel.
No grapple, no grapple. Okay, you ready for my ult?
Your ult?
Yeah, my ult.
You don't have ult.
Yeah, I have my ult.
Through me so? That's gonna do not. Oh! 啊？不是，他直接拿武器砸我的。他是没有戴眼罩是吧？他说没有戴眼罩，我当时就知道，操！哎呦，我的心太崩了，我的心太崩了。我心太崩了。You were not blinded whole this time, right? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. That's why I was talking to you. I said, you can see me. I said, yeah, I can see you. Like, oh my god. You parry me all the time. Oh my god, yo.
Round 1. Lady, go!
一个圈儿，一个人儿。啥呀？一个人下面一个大。这个干嘛？2个圈儿，3个圈儿，3个圈儿，齐拉。啊？答对了，没有难度，兄弟。
Round 2.
这是什么？这是山吗？鸟是哈，
这是啥呀？
是个飞哈迪，兄弟。
鸟、鸡，跟鸟有关系吗？有一点。
有一点啊。
那不就是大鸟吗？
金乌是吗？不是金乌。下面这个是个什么东西？这是个山吗？
个建筑。
这是个建筑，是一宝。
对了，我先。
那是不是个鸟是呗呀
Round 3.
啥玩意儿？
一个西瓜分2半，你一半，他一半。
你不要紧。对了，你看吧。
不是，他还没挂完呢。
Round 4.
常见，获得。
你们别乱猜啊！你们别乱猜，你
什么东西啊？
承认。承认。
提供提示。
武器。承认。不是无伤所。
这是武器吗？
3个匕首。
武器。
这是不是一个皮肤呀？画出来，让你写的吗？画。啊？
啥呀？常见。2是啥呀
？C2，双戟、双刀、太刀、横刀。
哦，我还再画一个。
哦，你再画。啊。
怒火为刃。
这肯定是怒火为刃。啊。然后他拿着这个，说这是啥呀？这爆炸头是啥呀？这爆炸头是火的，是吗？爆炸头。
我不能说呀，我不能说呀，很明显
爆
了。
炸头是什么？
双能新太刀啊。
太霜。
对吧？那我说的没问题啊。
你要说双刀，两个太双，
Round 3.
啥？
是吧？很惊讶，又把人头。这还在我耳边播的，愤怒的表情。哦，这也是爆炸头，你真的很喜欢爆炸头。这是霸气，完全夸这个，一个天天笑脸，一个天天你。哎，这是欧优啊！哎，那是我呀！一个欧优，一个我，对吧？
为什么？
喜欢天天骂人啊？
我没有，不是，
是他的开朗，就是笑着玩。
就是我骂他才笑。我怎么也不能承认我自己骂人。
这是吧？你对自己的定位不够清晰。主要他今天没戴眼镜，知道吧？
没事。
他要是戴眼镜过来，我一下就猜这儿了。不很有创意吗？他的，不就很天马行空吗？
我爆炸头吗？嗯。
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Severio, alongside with God Moxie. Paracast is coming through for J-Cup 2024, and we're going to be going through the trio side and seeing how these teams are going to perform for these next 12 games. Obviously, one of the key teams here, we got to start at the very beginning, at the very top. GG making their way through for CN.
Yeah, I mean, that's the surprise too, right? That GG are the current top team and not JL, who have 2 defending world champion players. So I know there's going to be a lot of additional pressure on that team to be able to defend that title.
Yeah, off our side, right, from C server, BBE making their appearance once again into the trios field. I know that some teams coming in from the NA, such as with Team Aries, they're making their appearance with teammates that are playing in solos, such as with Misu. So having those type of players inside the mix of trios and solos, it could create that great sense of urgency, but also tenacity without playing in the server itself.
Yeah, I mean, talking about tenacity, we have to talk about compositions, because there have been a lot of different compositions coming through. And it's been really interesting because we have a melting pot of traditional old compositions that we've seen, like your Sand Siphon, your Viper Attack and Titans, your Sandformers that Hypercube have been playing, and we have the new kid on the block coming on through, which is that Valda Tianhai composition, which you know there's going to be a lot of CN teams with the Tianhai already raring to go with that composition right off the rip.
Yeah, and these playoffs are going to be coming through here for J-Cup, so don't forget to watch every single stream live, and make sure you guys understand that this is going to set the precedence for the upcoming year, and the excitement is only just beginning.
Oh, light, the never-fading light. The gloriously radiant light. The darkness-piercing light. The gracious light. The sin-cleansing light. Praising light. Guides the lost. Purifies the defiled.
光辉，沉溺光辉。沐浴光辉，沉溺光辉。 不可秒的裁决。
在片内的元首。
For the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2024 World Championship to kick off its day one of trios. I'm Moxie, I'm going to be joined by the wonderful Severio, and we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you the trios pre-show.
A lot of things to be brought up for this year. I know a lot of players kind of make a chance in making their debut into the trio stage, and more importantly, new teams here rise to the occasion, and some old faces. Having a chance of seeing players that have excelled in the past year, but also with this season's coming towards J-Cup, have been doing phenomenal work. I mean, one player that I can think that has done great synergy going through is JL's TXJ.
Yeah, I mean, JL's TXJ, known as the god of NARAKA, absolutely adored by both the audiences, but also majorly respected by all of the pro players coming on through. He has a very good grasp of concepts of coordination and also of where the meta is going to be moving. In fact, JL were the team that came up with Siphon all the way back in spring of MBPL. They were the first team as well to start utilizing the Hardy V1 over the V2 coming through in terms of that trios matchup, where every single person on that team had the ability to access a combo breaker, which was instrumental in allowing Ziping Ying's managing to survive into fights like inside places like the realm of Yang, where without a combo breaker, that support would immediately be targeted down.
Yeah, and taking into consideration that JL aren't the only team to come through here outside of the CN roster. Teams coming in from C server. One team in particular, BBE. That team has been doing great rounds throughout the MBPL seasons, but also in terms of their home region of the C server. We're going to have a good chance of seeing that later on in terms of how well Fat Milk, Ivan, and Slows have been getting things done. and coming through here, some insights into their thought process, but also towards their performance in this past year.
Yeah, BBE managing to actually participate in NBPL too. Like, they've been on the training arc, both themselves and 521, specifically making sure that they were able to participate inside NBPL so that they would be able to weigh up their competition. And speaking about competition, let's hear from BBE themselves.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Ibin, đội trưởng của BBE.
Em là Phát Miêu đến từ đội tuyển BBE.
Tôi là Slowzy, tôi là huấn luyện viên kiêm tuyển thủ của đội tuyển BBE.
Trước năm vừa qua thì team tụi mình được mời tham dự NBPL. Và đó cũng là lần đầu mình được trải nghiệm ở môi trường mới.
BBE ở trong vòng mùa xuân đến với NBPL thì khá mới lạ.
2 năm vừa qua thì em có tham gia Say Cup với lại đội hình rất là trẻ. Trong quá trình luyện tập thì tụi em có bất đồng quan điểm rất là nhiều.
Và đã có thất bại, mọi người đã có những ý kiến trái chiều với nhau.
Vì lý do đó rất là nhạy cảm nên
Mặc dù bọn em đôi lúc trên có cãi vã rất nhiều và chúng em đã có một thời gian dài không nói chuyện với nhau. Và chúng em giải quyết bằng cách ngồi lại nói chuyện và giải quyết vấn đề đó để hướng vào mục tiêu tốt hơn đến đi cúp lần này.
tất cả các team bây giờ bọn họ thật sự rất là phát triển và họ cố gắng hơn rất nhiều so với những năm trước.
Ưu điểm lớn nhất của BB đó là học hỏi những yếu tố mới rất nhanh.
Bản thân em thay đổi rất nhiều về cách di chuyển, cách đánh và tình huống xử lý tình huống rất nhiều. Sau khi em đánh một năm ở NBPL thì chúng em đã học được rất nhiều của những đối thủ của em của Trung Quốc.
Sự khác biệt lớn nhất đối với em là cả hai môi trường này kiểu thực lực nó rất là chênh lệch. Ở CVC thì tụi em cũng không cảm nhận nhiều sự khó khăn khi hoàn thành việc đánh giải, và ở vòng loại chung kết thế giới thì bọn em cũng vượt qua rất là dễ dàng. Nhưng mà ở vòng bảng NBL thì tụi em đã cố gắng hết sức và kết quả nó kiểu san sát nhau để tụi em có thể đi tiếp, nên tụi em cũng rất là thất vọng. Và đặc biệt em là đội trưởng thì em cũng thấy rất là thất vọng về bản thân và
không làm được bản thân mình và đánh mất nhiều chức vô địch ASC.
Sau 2 mùa thi đấu NBPL thì các thành viên trong đội đã tiến bộ rất rõ ràng. Các thành viên vẫn còn muốn nâng cao hơn.
Kiểu em cũng muốn cố gắng để hoàn thành nốt việc còn lại là Sea Cup này. Bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để kiếm được kết quả tốt nhất.
BB chúng em đã đi qua một cái thời gian rất là dài. Chúng em sẽ cùng nhau tiếp tục đi hết khoảng đường còn lại.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình hy vọng mà đội tuyển của mình sẽ cố gắng đạt được trong top 6 của giải cấp.
Có một sự chuẩn bị tốt nhất, không đánh theo một cái khuôn khổ nào hết, và kiểu có sự sáng tạo trong đội hình và sáng tạo trong lối chơi để Sea Cup này bọn em có thể bứt phá. Và BB không chỉ mạnh ở khu vực C, và ở Sea Cup lần này thì tụi mình sẽ cho mọi người thấy BB xứng đáng với nhiều danh hiệu tốt hơn và sẽ xưng tầm quốc tế, và tụi em sẽ hướng đến những giấc mơ xa hơn.
BBE there with some really good insights talking about the fact that the SEA region and NBPL were majorly different. And I mean, that is something that BBE have been making sure to do inside 2024. We saw them at 2023 be really impactful in terms of bringing out the cannonball composition, which spread from that region all the way into NBPL and then even through into the J-Cup stage last year. However, something that we've also seen from BBE was one of their former players, Snack, is not going to be playing with the team. Instead, he's moved over to the side of TWSS, so he's going to be having a lot of very good insights into not just the meta compositions that BBE like to play, but also their coordination and communication, and having that experience, being able to manage to experience both the BBE aspects in the SEE region, but also coming out of the NBPL, he's going to have some very good lessons to teach the team.
Yeah, and BBE being very vocal about the communication between one another, having a former teammate in their peer list in terms of going up against them puts them at odds. Of course, having a former teammate onto another team, there may be a sense of just trying to get an understanding of how to outpace that thought process, especially coming in from a former teammate that ends up performing out tremendously. We're going to have to take a look into seeing how TWSS are going to be looking towards in terms of J-Cup this year with a quick video going through their mindset.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Snack đến từ đội tuyển TWSS.
Chào tất cả mọi người, mình là DNQ đến từ team TWSS.
Chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đậu đến từ đội tuyển TWSS.
Sau khi rời khỏi BPE đội tuyển cũ thì em đã tạo thành một team mới để tiếp lửa cho việc đam mê của em trong việc thi đấu. Nên lúc đó em đã lựa chọn những đồng đội phù hợp với mình ở thời điểm đó, Dofu và Nibuarit, và bọn em đã giành được chiếc vé World Cup cho năm nay. Khi mà lựa chọn đồng đội để thành lập TWSS, em nghĩ là Dofu và Boarit là hai người mà phù hợp với những vị trí mà em đang cần có.
Anh đã chơi với Khánh, chơi với Snack khá là lâu và anh cũng có hỗ trợ về tinh thần và cũng nhiều thứ về trong game. Anh có đưa ra một số gợi ý cho Khánh để chọn người.
Lần đầu tiên mà Snack tìm đến em và để gọi em về để lập một cái team mới. Từ lúc đầu Snack đang ở TWSS, đang ở BBE, và khi biết thông tin đấy thì em khá là bất ngờ và em quyết định là sẽ thành lập team cùng với Snack.
Thật ra trong thời gian đội tuyển em thành lập nó đã gặp rất nhiều khó khăn.
Thời điểm đó chơi online, khi mà bọn em ở chơi online là bọn em khá khó để hiểu nhau, và một cách nào đấy thì ba đứa bọn em lại có thể hiểu nhau, hiểu cách bọn em thi đấu.
Thì thật ra là đội mới bọn em đã tìm được rất nhiều cái mới ở đội tuyển mới, rất khác nhau. Ở đội tuyển cũ thì em không phải, ở đội tuyển cũ thì của bọn em đã có rất nhiều kinh nghiệm đang thi đấu các giải đấu lớn, còn ở đội tuyển mới thì của em vẫn chưa đủ. Em cảm thấy rất vui khi có thể chỉ dạy của kinh nghiệm từ mình cho các bạn. Mặc dù không có nhiều kinh nghiệm thi đấu như ở đội tuyển cũ BV, nhưng mà ở đội tuyển mới này của bọn em, từng cá nhân họ đang rất cố gắng để phát triển.
Anh thấy là cái này cũng không hẳn là các bạn ấy quá trẻ, là có những người đã từng tham gia nhiều lần World Cup và anh cũng đang có một số kỳ vọng nhất định từ các bạn ấy. Thì theo kỳ vọng của anh thì TWSS được ít nhất sẽ là được một cái glory trong vòng loại sắp tới.
Em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả những người đã ủng hộ em cũng như đội tuyển của em. Em mong mọi người sẽ theo dõi vào những trận đấu mà bọn em ra sân.
Em hy vọng là đây là năm World Cup đầu tiên của cá nhân em và cũng là năm World Cup đầu tiên tham gia tryout của Polaris. Thì em hy vọng là năm nay bọn em sẽ làm hết sức để vào được final và thi đấu một cách thật là trọn vẹn và tốt để tự hào khi về Việt Nam.
Bọn mình đã luyện tập đủ rồi, đây là đến lúc bọn mình thể hiện.
A great video coming from TWSS. I mean, new team on the block, having a former player from a former, with the TN teams and being able to practice against them, and understanding that they do have a little bit of tread to make up. Their goal, at least one MVP. Some players have noticed how strong that can be, especially in the mindset. Once you catch one, you can keep that momentum going through. So TWSS, being one of the 18 teams totaled out to play into the J-Cup qualifiers for trios, and is having a good chance and hoping to see the success such as their other pose.
Yeah, did you see as well in the interview, they were showing a couple of the compositions that they were playing? That was the Tian Hai. They were already practicing the Valda Tian Hai and they were playing it with a Hardy in that video. We're still seeing a couple of teams really debating what they want that third hero to be, and a lot of it does go down to those hero points. However, one thing that you really want to do is make sure that you are going to be on top of joining the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord. Scan the QR code in the bottom right corner, that will automatically take you to the invitation link, because there is so much to keep a track of. Not only do we have a wonderful community that you're going to be able to interact with, there's also so many events like the 2024 J-Cup Honest Comment, which you absolutely want to be a part of, because those boxes that you can get, those allow you to access some of the past boxes that have been available in the previous seasons.
Yeah, and that gives you guys going closer and closer to your pity. I know you guys looking at the gacha out here and try to go for the RNG. Hopefully get the legendary, but more importantly, just stacking up to that pity of 100 and getting that extreme rarity skin. And, coming through here, if you're lucky enough, just like the comment coming through here, classic community lead coming from Samsara messaging out, and she's got the message coming in for that support for Team Wolves.
I mean, no surprises. Sam has been an absolute staple of the MVPL channel, as has his support for Wolves. She says, I'm cheering Wolves as usual. Let's go, boys. 3 years of NVPL. And Wolves have been doing really, really well, or at least they started off of the season doing incredibly well, managing to take back-to-back bi-weekly final MVPs. Had a little bit of a quieter start though, ever since we got to see the Soul Jade and also Spirit Well adjustments coming on through, and they weren't able to capitalize as often on the White Tigers' prowess, them being the team that were able to finish a bi-weekly final in 4 out of 8 games. But that being said, speaking about games, we'll be right back with all of the games after this.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Severio. Alongside with got Moxie. Paracast is coming through for J-Cup 2024, and we're going to be going through the trio side and seeing how these teams are going to perform for these next 12 games. Obviously, one of the key teams here, we got to start at the very beginning, at the very top. GG making their way through for CN.
Yeah, I mean, that's the surprise too, right? That GG are the current top team and not JL, who have 2 defending world champion players. So I know there's going to be a lot of additional pressure on that team to be able to defend that title.
Yeah, off our side, right, from C Server, BBE making their appearance once again into the trios field. I know that some teams coming in from the NA, such as with Team Aries, they're making their appearance with teammates that are playing in solos, such as Misu. So having those type of players inside the mix of trios and solos, it could create that great sense of urgency, but also tenacity without playing in the server itself.
Yeah, I mean, talking about tenacity, we have to talk about compositions, because there have been a lot of different compositions coming through. And it's been really interesting because we have a melting pot of traditional old compositions that we've seen, like your Sand Siphon, your Viper Attack and Titans, your Sandformers that Hypercube have been playing, and we have the new kid on the block coming on through, which is that Valda Tianhai composition, which you know there's going to be a lot of CN teams with the Tianhai already raring to go with that composition right off the rip.
Yeah, and these playoffs are going to be coming through here for J-Cup, so don't forget to watch every single stream live, and make sure you guys understand that this is going to set the precedence for the upcoming year, and the excitement is only just beginning.
伴随着全新的赛制，2024永劫无间世界冠军赛即将在11月26号正式打响。以下是赛制的详细说明。2024永劫无间世界冠军赛分为小组赛和全球总决赛。 小组赛阶段18支战队将随机抽签，分为 A、B、C 3组，进行单3排模式，各3天，每天6局的组间积分赛。最终，各模式积分成绩前12的战队将晋级至2024永劫无间世界冠军赛全球总决赛。晋级全球总决赛的12支战队将先进行单3排模式各1天，每天6局的前序积分赛，所得分数按20%继承至总决赛。
Welcome to the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship. I am your host, Ren Dong. The results of yesterday's solo matches must have surprised many, and today the top teams from 5 major regions have gathered here. Now, let us welcome the trios teams to the stage.
首先有请中国大陆赛区 EWG
Introducing EWG from the CN and MVP from the AS region.
EWG 战队
X-Zai,
落叶
and Cookie.
MVP
And from Team MVP, introducing Shuyun, LTZ, Han, and Feng H.
接下来让我们欢迎中国大陆赛区暴打战队。
Next, we have Bauda representing for the CN region and SYN for the SEA. For Bauda, we have Yiran, Peak, and Yu.
SYN 战队
And playing for SYN, Minds, Loves, and CBB.
接下来让我们请出中国大陆赛区
Now bringing to the stage from the CN region, Team Wolves, and from SCA TWSS. From Team Wolves, ZK, XEM, and NIHQ. From Team WSS, introducing 4 players, Tofus, Polaris.
接下来让我们请出中国大陆赛区 A 队，东南亚赛区521。
Next for Alliance and CN region, as well as Team 521. Signed to Alliance, we have Miskia, Revenge, Yuma, and NY7.
虚幻有马男有妻。521战队。
And for Team 521, Hampi, Yin, Akame, and Cloud.
Bring to the stage representing CN, OUG, and BBE representing C region. From OUG, Rico, SS, The King, and Jinyu. And from Team BBE, the 4 players being represented, going to be Iben, Roishishi, Fat Milk, and Slows.
Coming up next, we have Team JL for the CN region and representing EU Team Hypercube. Playing on JL, we have One Feng and defending world champions TXJ and VVV. Up for Hypercube, representing the EU region, comes Shanghai, BLZ, and Chile.
Now getting to the stage, Team YZG representing CN and KFL from the EU region. From YZG, 17S, QGG, and CXZ. And from Team KFL, bringing to the stage, having Windy, Ryoman, Randoro, and Yak.
Up next for the CN region is SZ's DRG, alongside Ares representing for the NA region. Playing for DRG is Dongqing, WX98, and Kakaishi. And for Ares, Big, Kimoka, and B.
Now bringing to the stage defending spring and summer split champions, GG representing CN, and the newcomers, Team Ares representing the NA region. from GG, 330, LXM, and CGAS. From Team Aries, bringing to the stage Misu, Yishao, and Kuzo. Today, the young heroes rise, daring to showcase their martial prowess. 18 teams are ready for battle. Who will break through to the Changsha finals and claim championship trophies? Let us wait and see. The 2024 J-Cup NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship Trios group stage begins now!
Đến Thượng Hải sắp 1 năm rồi. Bọn mình đã tiến bộ rất là nhiều ở BBL. G Cup năm nay, bọn mình sẽ giành được thành tích cao hơn.
既然已经来到这里，我们只想不留遗憾。我们的目标不仅仅是打进决赛。我们会尽全力展现我们的所有。2024年是属于成都积极的一年。今年一整年，我们没有输过，没有队伍做到过全年大满贯的壮举。但是现在，我们要登峰造极。
第一时间被逼出来的结局比。
大地，你已经把对方最关键的点了，再抓一个。
吃了一脚，大再传好，但是把大哥直接秒掉了，
把司机秒了，而且这一个翻摔加上支闪，成都老队被淘汰了。震刀，主角，战绩走完，B线抓到。
会抓住所有机会。我们曾经在世界赛上证明过自己，今年的目标也是如此。季季，黄金之路的美梦该醒了。
It's time, Serve. We've met the teams, we've had our pre-show, and we know no matter what happens, we're going to be crowning a new champion because TE, our defending world champions, didn't manage to qualify, though they are still going to be represented by the two players from JL, both TXJ and VVV, and both of those players alongside One Feng are going to be in the lobby today, so I'm really excited to get to see what JL have been working on, because as we've talked about, JL tend to be the innovators, right? When Tessa came through, they were the ones that immediately slotted her into that attack on Titan, swapping out the Yodo, putting the Tessa in, and a lot of the other teams in the MVPL waited to see what exactly JL would be doing for almost every single composition. They were the ones behind the Zython, they were the ones behind the Hardy Leave attack, they were the ones behind the Tessa composition, and everyone very much sort of just followed along with their lead, except the Valda and Tian Hai. However, speaking about following the lead, you're gonna make sure that you want to be following that QR code. Make sure that you are going to be a part of the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord server, because as we've talked about, you can use it to chat to other players, you can use it to be able to organize some of your meetups, potentially if you want to play some trios and grab some teammates. However, what you're absolutely going to want to be using it for this time is to be participating in that 2024 J-Cup Honest Comment. And if you're trying to figure out where it is you need to go to be able to participate in that. There is a official full channel dedicated to it. But speaking about dedication, hopefully you're dedicated to watching along with the J-Cup, and there's a lot of goodies on the line if you do so.
Yeah, you know, Twitch drops go through having to bind your account. The process is there. Ask anyone in the chat and they'll help you guys going through and making sure that you get these rewards, such as for watching the pre-finals, but also to the grand finals and getting special emotes as part of it. So make sure you do so and keep track onto that timer. And of course, keep watching. The action doesn't stop from that point on after the 2 hours, because the trios roundup goes for 6 rounds of just pure onslaught into the last second in the round for the heal-offs. And usually the position that JL has taken in the past always makes them come out on top. Team BLADE is a team that I want to be able to see this time around do some great work, because, you know, I'm looking at you, and that man is someone that you cannot stop around against.
I mean, his Takeda is absolutely lethal, and in fact, it was actually Yu's performance in the last J-Cup that impressed BLADE enough that they picked him up for the 2024 roster, and he was doing really, really well, especially in the spring season. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing GG participating today. I'm really looking forward to seeing what GG are going to be doing with that Valda Tianhai composition, because they used to play a Valda variant of Cannonball, and they were actually able to win the spring season with a Valda managing to win that heal-off situation because of all of that extra health that the V2 provides. However, a lot of these teams have been playing around with the Valda Tianhai already in the summer season, one of those being OUG. It had a little bit of hiccups going through. A lot of the teams that tried to make the Tianhai composition work early in the summer season found themselves being kited into the Forbidden Seals by other teams who would just be able to hit that no ult zone. And when a composition relies as heavily as the Tianhai and Valda does on its ultimate cycle, and you don't have access to the ultimates, unfortunately the fights don't tend to go your way.
Exactly. But we got to take a look at the schedule, right? Day 2 so far for the group stage qualifiers, today being trios, and there are 6 days totals for the gamers to go up against each other from A through C for both solos and trios. Now, coming through for today, groups B and C will be playing for trios. Tomorrow is groups A and C, and then for trios day 2, groups A and B will be going clashing with the Team JL, having those former world champions just holding down the fort. And this is where we lead down towards grand finals. After the pre-finals had occurred, we are back onto the 14th of December and the 15th. The 14th signifying for the solos grand finals, the 15th for trios grand finals. Guys, let me tell you something. You get a chance of watching grand finals. Not only is the experience immaculate, you will see how well these players earn themselves the title of grand champion when you see the performance that lies in their wake. And having that moment of watching that means that they get money on the line.
There's a lot of money on the line. Oh my goodness, the amount of money is absolutely bonkers. That's dollars, by the way, total prize, not yuan. That doesn't need a zero knocked off. That's the full chunk of cash that is going to be available for all of these players, as well as a special bonus coming on through for the teams that are able to walk away with those MVPs, as well as that bloody Yama. But we were talking a little bit earlier about wanting to see BLADE. We've talked about the Valda, we've talked about the Tianhai. One thing that we haven't discussed, one thing that absolutely was impactful in solos yesterday, was the introduction of the latest hero on the NARAKA lineup. Syra is going to be playable, and not only that, this isn't release version Syra. This is as of 14th of November version Syra, which means that the movement that she can have access to in both the V1 and the V2 is a little bit crazy, and a little bit crazy is what BLADE have actually been able to use her for, because we know the amount of kills that they were able to walk away with in some of their scrims.
Yeah, their scrim value with Syra was kind of nasty. I'll be looking at I want to see how they're going to bring her here today, especially for the swap-offs for those comps. Our first round begins into Bedouria, though, with Morning Dew Time, but that's going to be starting in Game 1. Once we head into Holorod Sunny and Morris Isle midday, the second half of the day will be the Dusk maps and Firefly maps in general. So for that, the value of Syra comes in many forms and formats. We will see how well she performs between both modes, whether or not they have the Rage side on the field of play, or rather they're just going to go for a typical Sand Siphon ordeal, right? A team that can sustain throughout themselves just by using the character skills and not really relying on the ultimates. The cycling, seeing how Xiphon has been able to perform out, especially since the spring season and it being introduced by JL. Having the opportunity of seeing Syra up against that comp, or even to the case scenario, of her being embedded and swapping out that third position for the Kurumi and putting more damage and more pressure onto the opponents.
I mean, a lot of teams are still sort of experimenting alongside Syra. We've seen her being swapped out for things, rather swapping out the zipping and the Kurumi. Something else that a lot of these teams have been experimenting with is actually swapping out Wu Chen. I can't believe we're saying this. It feels like Wu Chen has been an absolute staple of the Attack on Titan composition, right? Ever since it was having its conception. Yoda got swapped out of it, making way for the Tester to come on through. But that's really been the only change that's come out of that composition for the 3 years that it's been running. But now a lot of these teams are actually trying to put the Syra into the mix. And you sort of have a little bit of a seesaw in terms of how that's going to play into the Tianhai composition. Because Syra is immensely strong at ignoring CC, right? She doesn't care about Justina Frieza, she doesn't care about Takeda Chef, she doesn't care about Valdez. You can just stand there and take it. What she does care about is a Tianhai grab. However, where you would think that the Tianhai is immediately able to topple the Syra, because he can grab her out of the ultimate, she can still stun him with the laser beam. So it's sort of this 50-50 of who's going to be able to hit that point of CC first, and I adore that because it means that those Realm of Yang fights have to be insanely coordinated for either composition to be able to find value.
And now it comes down towards the selection process. See, this is the part I want to see. First phase, second phase, third phase. If you guys don't know how the system works inside of the MVPL scene, there are 3 phases given to the trios teams where they are split between 4 each. And those 4 teams within each phase choose their team comps. For the team comps necessary in phase 1, you can kind of solidify yourself on a you know, we're going to have a Xiphon, we're going to have a Sand Siphon, or we're going to have, you know, with the Tianhai Volta comps. But once a certain amount of heroes get chosen, up to 3 in the first phase, the next phase has to decide. If that hero is chosen 3 times, there is a +1 deficit towards them in terms of the points that they have in total. Every team has 9 points starting off the day. After that occurs, if they decide to take that hero that has been chosen 3 times for that value, it will be a deduction of the 1 point. Now, if it comes down to the third phase, the final groups of players that are able to go through for the teams to choose their team compositions, if that hero or any hero gets chosen 5 times or greater, it is a 2-point deficit. That means the team can literally start out for their third phase, starting from 9, choosing that hero that's been chosen 5 times already, and now down to 7. This is part of where that comp scene comes into play and just trying to find the perfect balance. And just like that, look at the key man himself from Team OUG.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so impactful that it's a new support. Because previously, Kurumi was just the S+ tier, right? You would try and fit Kurumi into everything, but that meant that you would burn for those hero points incredibly quickly because everybody wanted the Kurumi, which was why one of the things we actually started to see, one of the adjustments these teams started to make was that the Viper Test and Wu Chen compositions would actually be prioritized in the teams in the phase 2 so that they didn't have to burn through points necessary to afford that Kurumi after everyone in phase 1 had picked either the Kurumi variant of Sand Siphon or the Kurumi variant of the Xiphon composition coming on through. But now that Syra is another viable support who adds not just that 180 allied healing with the small orbs coming on through, but also the offensive potential. She's got a combo break, which is a full combo break as opposed to a soft combo break where you have to be able to time it absolutely perfectly to be able to escape. Her ultimate, if it's the V1 variant, buys you 16 seconds off the other team, having to just kite away from a multi-way fight, or if it is the V2, and we could potentially see the V2, it gives you 50% damage reduction as well as for her allies 50 healing tick per second for the entire duration of the 8 seconds. Then when the ultimate ends, not only do you get that stun, you get the powerful Dazzle variant, which is omnidirectional. And when I say omnidirectional, I mean every single direction feasible. It goes left, it goes right, it goes up, it goes down, it doesn't need line of sight. You and me, when she first released, we went into a custom lobby, you basically stood 2 floors above my head, and you were like, do you see the ultimate? Are you stunned? And I was like, yeah, I'm stunned. I've got the full 3-second CC duration, and in trios compositions, 3 seconds of stagger is more than enough to be able to confirm a kill.
Yeah, it blew my mind when I was testing that throughout the time frame, and I was thinking to myself, man, having the V2, having the powerful CC effect of Powerful Dazzle is separate from the regular Dazzle, so you are able to conjoin both of them in succession if given the right circumstances. Difference is, though, is that the proc can only be done when you are not under any sort of effect, such as a Temi wind wall or a Tumultuous wind wall, a Tianhai grab. These are some of the few things that can really set up the disruption, and that's why some teams may or may not, we will see, if they opt in for the V1, which is longer duration, and it just gives you that opportunity. The light orbs, right? Healing your teammates for 180 health or armor. That right there makes her a solidified pick if the team decides to want to rock her through. And we were mentioning that F1, right? The combo breaker is something that's necessary in certain team comps. If we see the F2 be utilized, the teams have something up their sleeve.
Oh yeah,
that they want
extension.
Oh yeah.
Like it's brutal for the extension. You attach it to one of your players or yourself, and you send them out there. They're able to grab it out that stun, and if they've got them in a full combo lock, yeah. There it is, OUG going to be the first team picking it up, and it is going to be the Xiphon variant that Syra is going to be slotted into. And I have a feeling that's going to be either the V1, so they can use the 16 seconds duration alongside the Xi ultimate, but it could potentially be the V2 too, because one thing that Xi is missing is damage reduction in her ultimate. She is incredibly squishy, which is one of the reasons why the Kurumi F3 has benefited the Xi composition so greatly. Though we have to remember too, Matari ultimate will refresh the Syra F1, so that's 2 combo breaks that the Syra is going to be able to cycle through as well.
Yeah, and while the team's going to be selecting out the heroes, you know, we have to keep in mind is that the rotation of skills in a team comp is a most important part. That's where the synergy comes in mind. It's like doing something over 1,000 times over. Comps have been selected. BBE opting in Wei Shan Fairy against Syra. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show.
Yep.
We did say the SEA teams were where Cannonball was conceived, and they're going to try to make it work. With Tianhai coming back into the mix, you do have the opportunity for the Feria Cannonball shots to stagger the Monk, but the Monk also has the opportunity to grab the Feria out of the ultimate early. In fact, that was one of the style plays that we saw from GG's 3-3-0 inside a Realm of Yang, where he was just able to immediately grab out that Feria from the mech and cancel the ultimate. We do have the Valda, Hardy, and Tianhai compositions also coming on through, but there is a lot of Syra Bowder going to be picking her up as well.
Now, if BBE is running this comp right now, it's actually interesting. Back when the scrims were happening previously this week, JL actually ran this comp, and I was curious into seeing the performance. They had some success going through with it, so if it comes down towards BBE showing up on day 1 of playing to see how this comp operates, it will be a majestic showcase coming out from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see the loadouts. I really want to see the loadouts, because it feels like the loadout in solos is solidified. You have to take a combo breaker, and you have to go for the V1 so that you have the 16-second duration, especially inside the Realm of Yang for that kiting potential. But in Trios, it's much more open to interpretation, especially for a lot of these teams. We see some teams preferring to go for the off-meta picks. I mean, literally, JL had an entire identity around TXJ with the Yoto F1 when he was playing on the side of TE. And also, we need to have a look at the Viper loadouts, because it's not going to be cut and dry. We've been seeing the F3 V1 coming on through from so many of these teams, but now that Tianhai is coming back into the mix, a lot of the time you want to prioritize the silence rather than the heal cut reduction, because there's no actual support for the Valda and Tianhai composition.
Yeah, and the denying healing for that V2 variation really comes in most numbers. Cyrus so far, having BBE and OUG opting in for the F2 skill. Now this comes through for that heal of 300 health or armor. And not only that, it's an AoE heal, guys.
Yeah.
You're looking at a heal that can be taken anywhere. If you give it to your teammate, you gotta wait 4 seconds for it to proc to allow Dazzle to actually stun lock an opponent. Now, off of that rip, your teammates have this CC controlling ability. It also heals them and any of their teammates around it. So having 2 teams take an opportunity of rocking the F2 here is going to be the showcase for today in Padoria.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about showcasing, let's have a look at where this map is going to be seeing its drops. But first of all, let's have a look at our first question for the day. You can answer this on the official World Championship website. which of the following teams will score the highest this match? And if they score the same, who will rank higher overall? Will it be A, JL, or will it be B, C, D, Wolves? We're going to be seeing a lot of these teams scrapping it out over towards the Celestial Barge for Skygaze. No surprises that one team, and actually that is a surprise, it's only one team, it's Bowder, who are going to be landing over towards Arcadia so they can get their hands on the Thunder Coins and the Volpoint Essence that comes alongside it. BBE and OUG going to be going for Imperium. Looks like OUG went for a timing attack towards the outskirts of it, hoping that a couple of teams would land towards the actual middle section of the map and wanting to get those kills to confirm for the Red Longsword. However, they're only going to be running into the Soul BBE, as JL are going to be the team that we're following along with first. One thing already getting his hands on a blue pulse sword. However, it is going to be Dofu coming on through on this Viper with that dagger, rings out the bell, gets the information of how many players are going to be around them, because this is a composition designed to third party. They don't want to make the first move. They're getting the information of the teams around them to figure out whether it's going to be possible to go for a timing attack third party or if they're better off looting somewhere else.
And creating starting armor and starting weapons, we are going to start here with the fight inside of Imperium. SS taking himself a F3 shot, and the Dazzle coming into play. SS was just at full armor. It is now in death's door. Reishishi finding the kill under BBE. Horizontals being released left and right. So many blue focuses coming back and forth, and Ivan able to solidify a Soul Bloom in the hands of his own, but Fat Milk still being down here. It's a 2v2, and that fan blue focus band comes out with a gracious cost, and there's OUG living out with the amount of gold and the 3 eliminations.
And they'll be able to pick up SS without burning through those rebirth charms as the Tesla ultimate is on the field. MVP having to interact with that urn to be able to cancel out that stun. 5-2-1, 64% away from that Zai V2. Going to be dropping down to put the pressure out onto these players on that lava fight. A lot of them going to be taking all of that damage, but you can see that 5-2-1 are negating it fully because they were the ones who were able to actually turn it on and activate that lava. So all of these teams around them going to be taking that continuous tick damage that 5-2-1 are going to be able to take full advantage of. And that's one of the beauties of Padoria. So much of this map is determined by what you're in control of in terms of those objectives.
Yeah, the Lava Conductor's protection is a key component inside of the Skygaze Cove, activating either side of the dials and allowing your team to have the activation, but also the immunity to said debuff of the burn. Now, the burn isn't the same as like a Rupture Guild burn, but looking at Volpoint's Essence, Bowda not being contested whatsoever, but also picking up an Assault Smolder as well. So you're on Purple Spear, Purple Armor, and they're in Heaven's Rise. They're breaking all the pots,
much money,
getting so much loot to go through, and they have a shop nearby to them.
Yeah, I mean, they're really going for the full objective control. They're going to be terrifying for the first realm of Yang, especially if they can pick up all of that money and convert it into some purple armor for one of their key players. YZG not currently going to have access to any purples at the moment. The Valdren Tianhai is incredibly weak off of the start, as is all Tianhai compositions. So a lot of those teams running that composition very much prioritizing the slow burn, not wanting to land immediately into teams, even if they get their ultimates online, because Tianhai's damage as well as health scales with the rarity of equipment he has when that ultimate activates, plus the fact that you don't have a Kurumi to give you that immediate healing tick or damage reduction. You rely on the V2, the grabs, to be able to confirm your health bar's return. It's just a little bit too risky, especially with a lot of these teams looking to knock the composition out early because of how strong it is in the mid to late heal-off situation.
Yeah, exactly. And floating platforms just recently spawned in. You can see the loot being gained over here as JL makes their way towards the east side in terms of the Skygaze Cove. They've been looking pretty snazzy right here. They do have MVP onto the vicinity of this shop, so for right now, Fong looking to try to go for a little bit of heals. Now, one Fong being a Tianhai, looking for our position to the high ground. Of course, teammates are going to be looking to the engagement. VVV dropping straight through the Thunderdome and making sure the action can be susceptible for them to take the control in the field. Now, this comp has himself to burn out that Zai Ep ability. We're looking for the connection blue off against LTZ, who has the emergency Kurumi ultimate. This gives one Fong all the opportunity he needs to force out the pressure from them from the Kurumi circle. LTZ getting grabbed here. The rain shots come out, and there goes down Kurumi with one blue focus. And just like that, MVP must retreat.
Oh, and they didn't even need to burn the Valder ultimate to confirm the kill because of how early it is at the beginning. Plus, it was onto the Kurumi, so no potential F3 to have a damage reduction. That's massive for the longevity of JL in this next fight. Hong has the V2, but without that Kurumi, he's just immensely squishy. And he's going to go down. It is inevitable. It's just a matter of can he hold on long enough for another team to broach the horizon and potentially third-party JL. But no, he will go down as we head over and have a look at Bauda's peak just out of that Syra V1, now going to be susceptible to the shots coming in from that Takeda ultimate as well as the Takeda F1 over the shoulder. Peak goes, but they've still been able to find the kill onto Alliance's Revenge, taking it to a numbers advantage, and the fan RMB is going to be able to connect onto NY7 as well. This is just a matter of cleanup at the moment, as Alliance's last player is just going to look with that fan to try and skirmish and maybe kite Bauda into another team in the hopes of briefing them into being third party.
Now Bauda takes themselves all the purple armors that Alliance had just dropped. This gives them perfect opportunity for this, and the skills come into play. Syra for Team Bauda with Peak rocking the F1, the combo breaker. If you guys don't understand what it goes through, it is going to be an escape for her when she's under attack, allowing for a 2-second duration for a pop and putting it out. Skill name is Oreo, so for everyone looking to use this skill, it also comes out as a heal for both you and your teammates. It's a 100 heal. So hoping to kind of see whether or not Bauda has been using and having more success with this. It's actually interesting seeing JL though. Earlier we did see the Valda have a V or the F1 skill.
Yeah, not the F2. So the F1 doesn't have the combo break, but it has way more CC. Plus it has the opportunity to just hold the gold focus.
Yeah.
And that is something that is pretty good in terms of just stopping other teams from being able to CC you down. It does leave your Valda susceptible, however, running the Hardy as that other hero in the lineup with the combo breaker of that cube is going to make sure that the Valda is not as vulnerable as just running the base F1 alone. So we're going to have a look at TWSS potentially taking this fight against BBE. However, yet again, this is a Wu Chen Tessa Viper team. They do not want to start the interaction, and they're going to back on off and hope that another team tries to challenge BBE, especially with BBE running a very heavily committed composition with the Cannonball. That Farrier mech is going to be the only Farrier mech in play, and that has been a problem for when we saw Cannonball last in the MBPL because of how easy it was to burn the Farrier out of the mech, even if the V3 goes through.
Yeah, and taking into consideration, having OUG burn that Moonbane Charm, separating them from YZG, it is now a timestamp for the Romiang. We have a minute until the teams can enter throughout the Romiang. Taking these fights right now into the game, it depends on the loot that has been gained, and especially harder for the teams that have lost their first set of fights. But that doesn't mean it's over yet. They still have Spirit Wells to really look into. Wolves entering in towards the Imperium into the Hall of Worship, having YZG, having Romiangs right next to them in terms of the Tincture Woods, forcing that point into the moment. If a Xiphon comp goes in, it might be going up against another Xiphon comp of a variety, right? Bauda being one of those team comps to really make it happen, and seeing how Syra operates in the Romiang in trios for the first time on the NBPL stage.
I really want to see it go up against the Tianhai, because one of the things that the Tianhai Valda composition is designed to do is ruin a Kurumi composition.
Yeah.
We've talked about it, right? Where Kurumi, a lot of the time, because she only has one recast on the armor circle on that V2, she can get baited into throwing it very quickly, and she's stuck in a damned if you do, damned if you don't in terms of that recast, because wherever you put it regardless, you're not going to be able to cover all of the space between both the Tianhai grabs and also the Valda Spear connections, and the Syra being able to provide that healing outside of wherever she chooses with the spam of the R&B in the V1 doesn't really have to worry about that one, as it is going to be JL's one thing going head-to-head with Bauda, and this is going to be the Syra composition, so I really want to see whether or not Peak is going to be able to keep his players alive. It's going to be a Skirmish coming on through, trying to put the pressure. JL's one thing, or rather TXJ already going to be going for that Hardy ultimate, providing the opportunity of escape, as under the pressure, one thing is forced to go for the Tianhai ultimate. Up onto the pillar he jumps, but the Syra V1 is coming through. You can see the laser beam, there's the stagger, and one thing finds a grab, but can he find the slam? No, he can't! The RMB stops it until just now, but Bauda's Peak gets grabbed into the double slam, and the Syra ultimate is ignored entirely by JL.
all.
The timing could have been better. The end of the Sire ultimate means that there is no fat HP on Fleek, and this means that Bauda goes down. JL takes a remoying victory with Tianhai and Valda, meaning that they get the box, they get the loot, and they get the Jade and the gold weapon. The scaling goes crazy with it. Now they find themselves with a purple fan on standby and finding themselves with the W key motion. I see you, my boy. And having the Tempest kick to be used. Now, usually the pole sword, the spear, the staff, that's going to be one of the more staples in the trio's mindset, especially coming from this team comp, but seeing how well the timings, they couldn't have been better.
I mean, we're also going to be seeing that Wolves, just as they did in the MPPL season, are going to be prioritizing picking up those Spirit Wells. We might get a head-to-head of two teams with that Realm of Yang win, BBE and JL both rocking that Vermilion Bird Smite. Fat Milk is going to be able to find the Dragon Slayers into that Nessus, and One Feng is coming under fire. This is the target priority that BBE are wanting to find. However, One Feng is going to be able to back on off with the RMB Pulse Sword, giving him that additional movement benefit before his ultimate is going to be forced, as Ivan goes aggressive with the Sire V1, looking to set up some CC for his players to take advantage of, especially with that Valda Knight burning through the F1, but it's going to be the V3 on the field against the Tianhai.
Now Tianhai has himself to try to look for a grab, but the shield in the cannon mode creates more of an obstacle for One Feng. One Feng getting cannon pelted off of the swarm shots, looking for the grab, gets a melee hit, knocked back, and of course the Fat Milk goes ahead and tries to deny the pressure that is being done by Tianhai. This is a perfect lump sum game. The Valda Spear doesn't connect. Graciously, she's safe for a couple of seconds. One Feng, he is at a quarter of his HP. He deforms. He takes a full blue focus to the face, and while One Feng looks at RMB, he gets caught by the Wei Shan. The knockback might have saved One Feng's life. He can disengage for a couple of seconds, but with the Wei Shan ult ending, BBE are looking to try to get the elimination Flamebringer side shot coming from Ivan, who has the gold fist blades. Now this is going to be going through range shots. They can guarantee a burn. This is going to be a death sentence for One Feng, but they still have Vermilions. We still got a minute or so for them to kind of utilize that buff. Ivan takes a full hit from the vertical hit of the blue focus fan. TXJ in the middle of all this action might see a chance for Ivan to burn up enough rage and build it fast enough for an ultimate for second cast, but there goes down his teammate, and it's a sweep from JL and catching another set of 3 kills.
Yeah, really good stuff from JL, especially One Feng able to kite long enough for his players to come back into the mix with those abilities having reset. As Bauda's peak with the fun RMB is coming under pressure, utilizing the combo break of the F1 and the backstep to fade away from all of the damage that SYN is trying to put upon them. The RMB on those helmets, absolutely brutal, as Peak with the stun is able to find the CC onto SYN's players, and now it's just poor Minds who's gonna get caught by the RMB into LMB. That's one of the problems that so many of these teams are going to run into. You can have a fan and a dagger in the back pocket, but it's not going to be fast enough, even if you hit the scale rush. If the Sire is gifted enough in terms of throwing out that RMB, they can stun you out of being able to scale rush exit.
The prediction is on fleek for these guys today, and then 5-2-1 looking to take the pressure at the Spring Enclave, looking for himself for the fan and looking for the parry. Pompey in the middle of all the action, maybe looking for a stagger play. It's not getting connected he's looking for, but there it is, going to be coming off the parry. Alliance goes down 5-2-1, up to 5 kill eliminations, and finding a gold fan. This scales nicely with that Zai. Now this Forbidden Seal, a little bit sketchy. Bauda is on the vicinity shot, looking to try to see about scouting out what is the potential for a kill spread. Now Bauda's Yaron, Peak, they are also tailed by YZG. Everybody in the vicinity of the north side of the map, including to Arcadia, are making their way towards this region. So with Team Bauda being at the point with no ultimates for some of their heroes, such as with Peak, this is going to be a dangerous spot. The cliffside fights are always a struggle bus. If the players aren't in this nice position, such as this flat ground, they will get wiped out completely.
Yeah, it's going to be two teams of Yang Depletion both going head-to-head, but YZG do have their ultimates still available. They've only got less than 40 seconds now, so they have to all end this fight. CXE goes for the transformation, but is it a little bit too late? The problem is the terrain. Bauda just absolutely split as one of their players closes up the distance. Yuan frying the feet of CXZ with all of this damage coming through, jabbing on that staff, and this TNI hasn't been able to find a single grab to hit that V2 sustain. He's got to just immediately go for the D-transformation into the Hardy Cube disengage, but it's just going to mean that he's going to go down regardless to Yang Depletion.
Now YZG might be going down completely, full squad wipe, and this gives Team Powder 3 eliminations, free gear, free everything before the second round Yang. They are up to 9 eliminations right now, taking the score lead for all the players, while Team Powder is in second with 8 eliminations. OUG are up to 6 right now, and we still have another Siren comp into the mix with BBE, still being up to 5, having a chance over towards Arcadia region, and looking to try to complete some quest lines. Now, of course, the builds in the game always dictate how the players want to involve themselves. If they look into the luck side and building out more gold, they would go towards the side where they get up to 12% per small node, and that includes towards the players building out their comp around that. Now, the Xiphon always becomes known as the economy comp. It is a comp that can really work well with low investment and then stack up tremendously so long as they don't take unnecessary fights. But at the same time, the pressure of the reset, free pressure makes it oh so strong. But Team Wolves taking a Spearwell, playing that Viper Wooch and Tessa, and trying to hold down the fort between Team Bauda and for the foes on the outskirts.
Yeah, Wolves very much on a counter TN high composition. Makes a lot of sense why they're going for the Spirit Wells. This is a composition that doesn't do amazingly into the realm of Yang. Plus, you can get into a position if a TN high team does try and challenge, so make sure that you're positioned before the TN high and that Vajra transformation is ready to go. Speaking about ready to go, OUG ready to fight toe-to-toe against BBESS. Thinks about charging up that Dragon Slayers into Nezha's, looking to try and cleave down some of these players. Drops in with that Cyrus stun, trying to come on through, but BBE with the Cannonball composition goes for the Yushan transformation first, trying to set up the stagger isolation. As we can see, Ivan on the outskirts puts the additional pressure with the Flamer.
Now there's going to be a chance here for SS. He's looking for the spam. He's looking for the blues. He's throwing the bow shots. Nice micromanagement right there. And the refresh comes out for the Matari ultimate. This gives the team another F2 cast. And for the Oriole Ray, this is going to be an immense ultimate skill coming from SS. Finding the king in the corner, trying to heal up his teammate. That's 100 heal per orb. And this gives him enough chances to go right back towards the Farius Shen and go for the staggers. She can't do anything, bro. She's on top of the tower. Her ultimate is deformed. And she goes straight to the sky. Now SS repositions, sees the king. Low enough as is. But the F3 shot, the parry, the double parry. Ivan gets it, goes for the homie Messiah, but if everything comes out towards it, the recast for the F can get the heal, and then jump LMB finishes up BBE. OUG take the Realm Yang victory.
Meanwhile, we still got another Realm of Yang going on through JL's one thing, a sliver of health, able to complete one grab into Slam, so he does get a little bit of it back. Finds the grab onto 521's Pampy, but the jabbing takes him incredibly low. Massive play from VV to come through with the F1 coverage, and then One Thing's able to find the parry, and somehow the TN high is still alive. Goes for the skill rush, looks to try and find a reset. He's incredibly low though and has to back on off behind the pillar, but TXJ and VVV able to win out the fight on the front lines, even though the TN high had to back off. And this is what we talked about. JL showcasing why the coordination and communication is so key, because One Thing should have died, let's be honest.
He should have died, but he even played bait. You saw how 521 went towards the direction. He's like, no, I need to hit one jabbing, that's all I need. Dies immediately at 4 against the two teammates. Now, Skyforce has been picked up from JL, as well as building up a Juggernaut. The Juggernaut being a very key part. If Hadi is able to stack that up nicely, that would just be extra tick damage. If Tianhai stacks it up nicely, he'll be a full throttle one-shot kill for the teammates to follow up through. OUG, though, outside of Heaven's Watch, we are looking towards the circle for Shadow 3 to be closing in just a couple of seconds. Now, a Pride or a Razor Swift on the King is going to be a good setup for the control. Hexa Harmony Spear, as well as having a Benthic Descent. Now, whether or not they're going to be able to utilize that, the King will be the one in control of that. But a Stamina Strike coming out from SS, a little bit more for the Jade side, and just making sure the allocation is to the right folks. Considering that Sarah is active, ultimate, she'll just go for light beams in most case scenarios, and her teammates will look for the follow-up since they are more ground unit based. Now, switching over to 521, they are stacked out of their minds. They got Martial Art Will Form hook for 521 Tien, as well as a jabbing and picking up themselves the range chase with the fire arrows target lock. But of course, Benthic Descent, always a common Jade that you love to see the action coming out of.
Yeah, what you don't love to see though is the debuff on the left side. They have Yang depletion. They may be stacked, but if they can continue in this lobby, it is going to hinge on them picking up those soul blooms, just like BBE. Ivan on the Syra is going to be running that legendary Fist Blades. Syra is one of those heroes whose damage of the ultimate scales with the rarity of weapon that she has. has equipped 88 per laser tick with a legendary, and that's before you take into account the attack percentage, because the ultimate even scales further with that particular buff coming through from the Soul Jades, as well as they're going to be shadowed by JL, who are running this Draco Storm, and that is going to be awful news for BBE, who are going to have to take a fight. They do not want to take a fight, though, against this Valda Tien High Hardy composition that's going to be doing so much additional damage with the Draco Storm. But if they commit onto another team, JL are going to look for the third party, because you have to remember JL were the team that beat BBE, and BBE are running a composition that's going to be very apparent what team they are.
Now JL taking the chances here. One Fang losing a lot of armor here, taking the time to reset, losing BBB in almost a blink of an eye. Now One Fang looks to span out the RMBs. This Draco Storm is now down. The wielder is actually being down. This means that they can't get that passive heal that they're hoping for, as well as the passive tick damage. One Fang looks for the height, and as he's trying to kite away, he knows it is going to be a tough situation to come out of. I've been looking to chase throughout the rooftops. TXJ deforms his Hottie ultimate as he is trying to kite away and trying to regroup with his teammate, but BBE are on the hunt for that Soul Blooms just to make sure the Roaming completion goes out. They are under 2 minutes on the timer. Right now, Ivan, this is his goal. He's got to stop TXJ, but a Hottie is a slippery slope.
Yeah, a Hottie who's kiting over to be able to scale rush, gets the glider to reposition into the scale rush. They're gonna try and stop him. If Roy Hee had been able to hit that V3, that would have been absolutely crazy. But TXJ might have run out of space to go up onto the second story of building. He finds himself, but he's not going to be able to escape BBE's clutches. But he has lasted long enough for the Grief Play to come through. OUG and Wolves are both going to be showing up into the mix. This is how they were able to take the Valda down as quickly as they did, by the way. That stun into Flamer, and the Valda wasn't even able to hit the V2 for the health extension.
That is a tough scenario. I'm telling you guys, I have to go crazy in the Trio's mindset, but we still have an ambush coming out here. BBE are getting pushed out here, and it looks like whether or not Wolves wants to commit, Fat Milk's ultimate, the Wei Shan, has been activated. As a result, that pressure was too strong, having to back off here. And if you guys, for the familiarity, for the F2 skill, for Oriole attach, if you allow for yourself to quick cast a skill or left click or horizontal activation, it will allow for your teammates to be able to pick it up alongside of yourself for 4 seconds. After that timer runs out, it is a guaranteed 2-second dazzle. Now, the right click effect is an in-place orb. Anywhere you put your marker for the skill itself will allow for a heal, and it can pop sooner than the first variation, meaning it is only for 2 seconds until the effect comes into place. But fights are still happening. The teammates are still looking to struggle through here for the Rummy depletion as Team 521 are trying to get these lockdowns, but a Viper, which is dead support, means they had to spend more time than they didn't have.
They teleported directly into a team fight that's still ongoing, though. 521's Pampy, they're spoiled for choice. Who do they go after? They've got to go for the Wuchen team. They know that the ultimate isn't online, but they have to be incredibly smart about how they commit, because if they show that they're chasing a team, if they show that they've previously been taking a fight and they might be down these ultimates, they're going to get turned on to by all of the other teams around them, but they don't have the luxury of being able to back on off because they have 27 seconds left to try and pick up these Soul Blooms. The F2 from the Zai is going to commit the engagement. They've managed to find a kill onto TWSS Snack, and this might be 521's hero redemption arc coming on through. Yin was able to find the Soul Bloom, I believe, in Cleanse, but they've traded a Kame, and now they have to try and find this last kill against one of these TWSS players, and that Viper ultimate is going to make it absolutely impossible, as well as the third party from Bowder, who just come through and absolutely smack into the spine, and he's so low, just a couple of hits does him in.
Doesn't have even a chance. Wolves on the outskirts of the zone, looting up with no pressure whatsoever. That's crazy. Now the dazzle can come through. The heal off as OUG has been utilizing it. And this is also another thing about the F2 skill, right? It's the second variation skill for her. It's a resource saver. The amount of resources that you really need to save into the end game comes into clutch, especially when there's a 300 heal. That's a full armor bar. Now, Roy Chichi making it look easy with the escape. Look at this man. He's moving, but he has no grapples whatsoever to his name. Now, this is only going to be a case scenario. If he can break those toes from his opponents and they can't catch up to him, it's going to be a good chance for him to just lay out and lay cool, because 7 kills is on BBE's hands right now. Now, the multiplier is only given to first place, but if he can survive and just try to go for placement points, this gives the team a little bit less of a stress moment and gives them more of a chance of looking for the comeback arc later on.
Yeah, Bowder, 13 kills though. With the Siphon composition and the Syra variant, 3 sets of legendary armor. absolutely crazily stacked coming on through. Plus, we don't have any full Tian High teams making it. JL's one thing is going to be alive. He is the sole survivor for this team, which means that those Spirit World contests are going to be oh so open. Roy Hee unfortunately might get closed down in a matter of moments. Had to commit the V3 and drop into that mech immediately. Use this one boost to put himself one level up, trying to find this recent opportunity. But as we talked about, this is the problem with running Farrier in 2024. That mech paints a target on your back, and Roy he might have all of his numbers given up right now. He's got the dual halberds, he can at least utilize those to try and break away, but the Zai F2 is going to stop him before he can scale rush out. The Flamer comes on through. OUG are actually the ones who are going to be able to grab that kill, as Wolves did look to try and just get a little couple of last hits in and maybe take the kill. And off of the back of that pressure, they're much more scaled up in compared to OUG. So OUG are forced to give up a lot of the resources that they wanted to find off of that body, because when we're this late in the game, when all of these teams are covering ground that's already been picked clean, the only resources that you can add are the ones from dead players. And that's why the cannon meta is so strong, because Rupture Gale and Flame Breath absolutely melt through every single consumable you have in your pocket. And speaking about melting, everyone is going to be melting for the next 180 seconds, trying to hold on to the Spirit Well so it doesn't despawn.
Now, Wolves ZK is actually support god right now, having himself advance and group heal, but the teams can create so much pressure that 9HQ wouldn't even get a heal off anyways. Proccing ult and still getting deleted. The Wuchek core comes out towards the temple, but if everything comes out and everyone spots out this Tesla, it is not going to happen. Apparently, ZK can't get a heal off for his teammate. OUG looking to contest this, finding the F2, but not getting any dazzles of whatsoever. But the Assassin's Lunge comes out as SS is creating the spot. We are at 35% so far for the Spirit Well to be claimed out. They are holding out and just trying to get this bar up as close as possible before they can kite for the buff. But Rupture Gale and Meteor, that isn't also in the hands of Wolves, so they have to be very mindful about that spacing that they've got, because that little bubble is just range immunity.
Yeah, speaking about spacing, whoever is able to cap out the Spirit Well is going to have every team running away from them incredibly quickly, but it looks like everyone's just full committing. The Syra ultimates, the fact that you can hold that position in R and B spam is so good, but the Tesla ultimate is still able to CC with that enchantment through the V1, and Wolves have taken advantage, managing to stagger the Syra out of her ultimate and hoping to position themselves to cap out the Spirit Well, which is just about to despawn. In fact, you can see it's just about to vanish. That red square getting closer and closer to burning out, and there it goes. 180 seconds and not a single team in possession of the buff.
Now Team Bout is trying to go ahead and contest this. They had burned all their ultimates and they pick up the Soul Blooms. Their rotation right now for the armors are going to be a must. As you can see, Yu is just going ahead for control. See if anyone is hiding inside that building. We are trying to contest this Spirit Well. The Mystic Might buff is strong, but it's going to go ahead and disappear in just a few seconds. If I'm not mistaken, probably a minute in this time frame. So right now, XCM taking a lot of damage from the cannon shots, as One Fang is going to be pelting them in the corner, and he's got a lot of range. He's got a lot of repair chests to say. The Spirit Well still getting contested. It's 9HQ going ahead and disrupting it, but Yu is quick on the dollar.
Yeah, that Tesla ultimate comes into play, and Bioda are forced to play defensive. They might have to give this one up, as OUG have put themselves into possession of this Spirit Well, but all of the teams in the area, the fact that the dome has shattered means that everyone can pelt the cannon fire coming on through from the sidelines, and you can see the health fuzz just continue to drop further and further and further. A flyby from Bowder's Yu with the Zai F2 before he repositions. SS with the Assassin's Lunge we saw earlier is going to be going for a full-on disengagement play, as Wolves XCM with the Viper V1 gives Wolves the opportunity to put themselves to the front line, but they have to worry about the Syra ultimate coming on through for the next 16 seconds. But finally it's been done just before the Spirit Well despawns. Bowder are going to be able to hold their ground and get all of their ultimates, as well as Mystic Might with the damage reduction, and the Syra V1, the ability to close up the distance even on that verticality, means there's no place of safety for any other team.
Yeah, Yu's going to go on the onslaught, activating the ultimate, activating his F skill, and getting straight to the high verticality spot. And the ensnare not being able to be thrown out here He's getting for 1-2s, and Peak is going to be looking not to use his ultimate just yet. He's got to make sure everything is in just the right order. In this last Shadow Circle terrain, the verticality of it is immense right now. Wolves, XCM trying to get right back into the zone, playing that Viper and trying to get a heal off if he can, and even just repairing, just trying to go for pelt shots on the bottom floor though. One Fang, only teammate left for JL, is going to proc out, and that is a huge target on his back. He gets one jetpack to go up. He's looking for a melee grab, doesn't get it, goes ahead, jumps for number 2. It's like we're watching a side scroller right now, and he's going straight up to the top of the mountain because there ain't no mountain high enough for him. If he's able to find that melee grab and able to go ahead and cycle out, and he gets it, this could be over for one player alone.
Can he find the second? No, he's taking a little bit too much pressure coming through from the teams around him. Has to go for the slam. Did go for the push into the zone damage, and off of the back of that could have turned the attention onto that player who had to burn all of their stamina getting out of the storm and back into the center. And you can actually see One Fang is not being chased down by any of these players. He's going to put himself onto the top, hoping to just rebuild that rage to win the heal-up situation with the Tian High transformation, as SS with the skill rush is going to get connected onto by that Tessa ultimate. And unfortunately, the heal from the Syra is not going to be enough to keep himself alive, as we're about to hit a heal-up situation. JL's One Fang is still going to be alive. Can he deal enough damage to come through the V2? No! He goes down to Bowder's who gets the Soul Bloom, has to go for the Zai ultimate, was in the storm damage, and Bowder's Peak with the late V1 is going to be able to utilize the full shielding of the Siren to live through and secure Bowder a probable MVP. They had so many kills as well as the last team standing, so that secures the kill score multiplier. And there it is. We said that Bowder with the Siren was going to be a team to watch, was going to be looking to utilize that hero. And my goodness, what a way to start the day for Bowder, and one of the firm favorites in terms of that player mentality.
Man, our man was smirking when he came through, man. He took the energy to 2v5. And he came out on top and just saying into the sky, nothing was really going to stop that Syra. And the crazy part is, right, this is a shielded character in the endgame circle that can disrupt everything. A 1800 shield, I should say, in trios, forcing out hands left and right. And the crazy part is, if the hypothetical was that if Evaldo was able to make the endgame circle, Syra would just outpush that pressure coming from her.
Yeah.
Left for Team Bada, first MVP for the J-Cup Trios qualifiers. This is round 1, and now hoping to see what round 2 goes through before we get to the scoreboards, as well as looking at the standings in the overall.
I mean, we theorized that Syra would be feeling an impact in both solos and trios.
Yeah.
The new support hero always has an impact, and we're really getting to see how strong that ultimate can be. That 1800 shielding, as well as the fact that you can spam the RMBs, and then even when you're healing yourself, you're setting yourself up for regression because you just go with the LMB beam. So you get to heal yourself while stunning all of the players out around you. And you can see that even really experienced teams like JL were just not ready for the absolute just demolishment of that Valda. It is not every single day that JL get caught with one of their players not even having the opportunity to ultimate because they've just gone from 100 full health. Remember, they initiated that fight to a flat 0.
Yeah, taking everything into consideration. You guys in chat, I know you guys looking at the chat and looking at the, man, how can I get my, where's the question? This is the question right now for Twitch chat. Which team is leading the total scoreboard now? Is it A, Bowda, B, OUG, C, JL, D, BBE? Now you guys were just watching. We just saw him. He just smiled for the team. I'm not going to say the name of the team. I'm just going to say, I guess you could say he peaked. I'll stop. Everything comes down for you guys in the Twitch chat. Make sure you guys wait for that countdown for the 3, 2, 1, and make sure your whispers are open. Make sure you have your NARAKA ID handy. That way, if you do end up winning out, you'll get that choice gift and making going through for the summer split. You know, the Peerless Choice Treasure Choice gift to be available for you guys. And coming into that round, having Bowda showcase their prowess, having this showcase Syra. It was interesting seeing the teams not take as much Syras in their first round's phase. We've seen the case scenario for solos yesterday where they were slowly creeping her in, but then it became a full mono first round phase. Yeah. Now for trios, taking Syra in a spot in first phase and putting her at 3 uses of 4 uses would be something that could potentially ripple throughout the trios mindset. The metas haven't been solidified just yet, especially with a new character on the block, but allowing for her presence alone, that gives enough sufficient evidence if it throws off the flow of the teams and what what they were expecting to perform with normally. Now seeing how well she does then and there and how to fight against that heel off in the end.
I mean, it's a really hard ask as well for a lot of these other compositions to figure out how they want to play into that. We can see here, Baido were able to walk with 17 kills. OUG also able to pick up 17 kills, but they lost out on the MVP because Baido were able to outlive them. JL's one thing, doing an admirable job surviving as long as he did a lone Tianhai. No one looked at him. Even when he went from that ultimate, the fact that he was able to utilize the new mobility that Tianhai had access to in terms of the patch all the way over from last year, where he gets a couple of those jumps coming up in his ultimate. He was able to secure only the one grab, but he did so incredibly in a smart manner, where he knew that he wouldn't be able to secure the kill. He just needed to turn the attention onto a player low enough, and he does that because there's verticality as well as that storm damage. So he slams them out into that storm damage. They have to burn through the entire hit of their stamina bar, just trying to make it back in, and that paints a target on their backs because everyone knows that they can't dodge any of the follow-up damage when they try and escape back into the waiting arms of all of the players around them. As we can have a look at the statistics coming in through from Baido, 30,000 damage on the Matari coming in through from Yuan, 28,000 damage from Yu, as well as Peak showcasing the aggression that Syra is able to put down. Normally a support hero has a healing statistic that we track, but that was 20,000 damage that this Syra was able to do, showcasing the support mentality of 2024 is I don't need to heal my team if everyone who's trying to hit them is dead.
She's a loading barrel coming through here and smacking out, just like how these clips and highlights are being brought to you by Thunder Robot. Born for gaming, gamers united. You know, Jing Yu's looking crazy here in the beginning seconds. Now BBE having to go ahead through that fight. We'll see them later on. Meanwhile, JL took a Romiang fight, the first Romiang fight they took, and they took it against Team Bauda. And the moment that this happened, the moment Fang found the double grab, these guys were cooked regardless of the situation. And
did you see as well? We just got to see VVV like holding the Valdesphere, waiting to try and catch mid-air the Matari into the regrab for the Tianhai, and it's only off of the blink that the Matari is able to frame focus through that Valdesphere connection. As we can have a look at Bauda coming on through, Peak very much showcasing his prowess on the Syra. This RMB into LV catch?
Too good.
Oh my goodness, there he goes. You know what? It blew my mind as well as blew the head off SYN's minds.
And then Team Bauda is taking Peak to the whole new level to the skies, taking out XCM, taking first place, taking the multiplier. He's having that stricken water, you know, the man's parched. He's going to go ahead and see towards the Zai being that MVP. Now, Zai has more damage, you know, and more kills. That's most of the less damage, but more kills, you know. But at the same time, Zai's always that staple pick, especially for the DPS. One man gave me the heart. You know what? He's Zai. He's got himself a Skyforce, and that was mentioned earlier about getting that Jade, and that just keeps her going throughout. 28k damage total. That chain side through nearly to 9k. Having the skills and ultimates to go through, but of course, looking at that skill and ultimate and seeing the chain side, that skill doing the damage. That's F3.
That's F2.
That's F2 doing the crazy
that is
strikes.
only F2. That is 7,299 damage done via the F2, because the way that we track the Zai's damage, even though it says skills and ultimates, Chain Scythe is her ultimate weapon. So that is literally F2 connections and Fire Tick. So a lot of damage coming through, which means that very successful connections of the F2, but not only that, very clean communication between himself and his Matari to understand when the ultimate comes out so you can get the next reset of your F2 and collapse onto another player and reapply that Fireburn damage, because that is actually something that we have to discuss. The fact that Zyphon composition has so much Fire Tick to it, right? Normally it's inconsequential when we have the Kurumi coming through, because she has that ability to be able to cleanse in her ultimate, as opposed to the Zip, who has a little bit of a lack of cleanse utility. However, Syra also has a lack of cleanse utility. So Zai compositions, the stock slowly but surely rising, as well as you pair it with the overaggression and the stun setup that Syra can provide if you can find a connection of one of those stun orbs, setting your Zai up into the gold frame focus of the Chain Scythe. That's a nasty composition.
Yeah, and even seeing Matari take utilization of that knockback from the laser beam. Once it hits a certain point of activation, light beam comes out from Syra. That knockback into the V2 from the Zai into the F2 Matari. That's literally like 1,500 health, gone within 1 second. And if everything lines up to that exactitude moment, right, Matari can then ultimate, and then that's not even the furthermost amount of action that comes out from her.
Yeah, and you have to remember as well, like that's going to mean that that stun dazzle immunity window gone. You're ready to just keep layering up the CC into damage into CC into damage. And I mean, we've really seen, like, when you have that focus, even in the open world, like, it's really easy in comparison to the open world to run Liang to be able to try and focus down some of these players very, very quickly because there's no distractions. You're not worried about third-party teams. You're not worried about multi-way fighting. You have flat terrain as well, so you don't have to worry about buttery rocks or cliffsides griefing you out of follow-ups from things like parries. However, Syra is incredibly strong in multi-way fights because of those stuns. It's not just a stun off of her F ability, she gets continuous stuns off of her ultimate. So when you throw out one stun and one player is immune to the stun dazzle, new teams coming in for that third party opportunity don't have the immunity. So Syra is sort of a keep away. She's like that water that you spray towards a naughty cat when it's trying to steal your food at the table.
Trying to get some, nibble on the table. No, get away. And everything comes down towards Syra through the Xiphon, and I really wanted to see Syra be brought out with the Tianhai. Now, we didn't see that yet. If the teams have it up their sleeve, I'd rather them hold it off until the very end when they need to really bring her out. Because right now, having the chances to see her perform between different comps is the way of the motion. Now, this first round goes through into Midoriya. We go into Holorod Sunny next. Holorod Sunny having more of a terrain manipulation type of position. You have a lot of ravines, you got a lot of height. Aquila's Crest in Plume Castle, a very high skill, like a very, very highly scaled position for teams to really put out. And then also, forcing out fights in the start of the round. Salvation Podium.
Salvation Podium. OUG are in the lobby too. OUG always go Salvation Podium. It is their bread and butter in terms of those drops. And we started to see it having a real impact in terms of how teams around them would position, especially in the bi-weekly finals, where OUG was so telegraphed that they would go Salvation Podium. Teams started landing south of Salvation Podium to be able to loot up and then timing attack onto where that platform is, because it takes a lot of time. There's a real risk variant that comes with trying to be the first team with Salvation Podium, because the way that you solve Salvation Podium, you don't just RNG it, right? You don't just randomly run around all of the pillars hitting them like maybe this one's up, maybe that one's left, maybe that one's down. You send one of your teammates down below. So if you're under a timing attack from a team who landed south and then go north into Salvation Podium, you're essentially fighting 2 versus 3. And that's before Ballista even comes into contest.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Ballista moments come through in Salvation Podium, especially when it comes in the very first seconds before we have an order to speak into the round. It's just, oh, they're dead. I can't believe it. And things come out towards Emberhawk, that region that you mentioned, south of Salvation Podium. There's a lot of Trove's frequency that comes out there in terms of the area. So if they take that opportunity of hitting towards south of Salvation, they'll go straight into Salvation. If they win the fight, that allows for them to go to in the Dunes, which is straight south of the Hollow region. That is the money spot for Hollow, and the contention for that usually comes off of off-drop spawns. That means there could be potentially another team. If the luck comes through in the spawns of shops, Rift Dealer, the immediate kills that lead them into allowing for kills, giving them Darktide coins, goes through the shop to pick up Moonbanes, pick up gear, and whatnot. Now, into the last game, we got a good glimpse of seeing how the gameplay was brought out inside of Fairy's Pavilion with this fight, as Team Baudo were taking it up against Team Alliance.
This is really clean as well from Peak, how he just nullifies pretty much the entire duration of that Kurumi armor circle with the placements of the RMVs. He's able to just chase every single one of these players from Alliance out of that Kurumi V2, and it sets up that Zai V2 to have the fire tick without having to worry about it being cleansed.
Yeah, and Baudo is very mobile with Syra after those changes after the 14th patch in November. Look how fast this man skirted by. Woo, what? And you're done, son. And mine just went down without a cinch. He couldn't do anything.
I can just keep watching that clip.
Always.
Over and over and over again. Clip it, ship it, frame it. That's going on the wall.
That's next day shipping.
Like
that's an additional cost.
You know that's showing up on Doyen.
Oh yeah. They're gonna be like, I don't want to watch it no more. But then they're like, you know what? Let me study that real quick.
I mean, it's always the case as well in J-Cup, like meta always shifts.
Yeah.
Just before we head into J-Cup, and it's always whichever team is able to land on their feet fast enough that gets that immediate advantage. There being downtime though between the group stages all the way into the grand finals of Changsha does mean that a lot of these teams have the opportunity to study how Syra is being utilized and then adapt themselves. but them having to go immediately into these matches and only getting to play 2 days to be able to put up the points and qualify, that's going to be the risk factor. That's that you have to be able to really quickly figure out how Syra is not just played for your team, but how it's being played for all of these teams around you, because that is what Baudo were able to take full advantage of. They understood the compositions they were going up against, they understood the positions that those compositions and heroes that they were playing had to force, and that was where Syra was coming through. Wherever the orb went, it was under full understanding of, yeah, you can dodge this with a shift dodge or a tap dodge, but you're just going to be kited into more additional damage.
Exactly, yeah, and the teammates are more quintessential into that composition. You can tell that OUG's SS took full control of this in his own hands, but with his teammates to lock it in with Xingyu and the King, you can see the spacing allowing for them to lock one target down. That's Sin's Mines going down from their first Roma Yang, and then the laser beam with the teammates looking for the Saggers, the Zai looking for the omnidirectional attacks from a range position, and then the Dazzle to cut off that Scare Rush disengagement completely, throwing SYN out of that Roma Yang. Once the lockdown was had, it was going to be a Jover experience. There's the RMBs, there's CBB going down, and there's OUG, who had 17 kills as well, right? They didn't get that multiplier because, you know, they died out in the 3rd place position, but it is up to them to kind of push back and catch that, you know, with the peak.
Yeah, and that's something that also we really can't understate, the fact that Syra can stop Scale Rush. That's huge in terms of players just trying to kite out disengages in the open world. But inside Realm of Yang, how often do we see fights determined by placements of those 4 pillars, letting these players find the Scale Rush opportunities? And Syra can just stop that immediately. If you try and Scale Rush, you put yourself into more danger as opposed to a place of safety.
In the middle of the skill set too, it's like if the opportunity for the F2 to come out, her second skill variation, if it drops down when you are drop down bluing from a Scale Rush in the high ground, there is no saving you. You're already locked into that position.
And the stun is long enough to confirm a Dragon Slayers.
Yeah.
And that's the crazy thing, because Dragon Slayers, we see it all of the time. These teams have one player always looking for a Dragon Slayers, because that's the ding ding ding. That's the jackpot, right? That every single one of these teams is looking to set up. It's incredibly strong as Spear in solos, especially with the changes coming through with the grapple bump addition that Spear can find in terms of its combos. But it's always been strong in trios, because if you can land that Dragon Slayers past that parry window, you get gold focus, which cleaves oncoming players. So if you try and peel a teammate who got hit by the Dragon Slayers, you're scooping yourself up into more additional damage.
Yeah, and the follow-ups are always going to be the most quintessential part. Listen, the foreigners are taking their stance here and playing it out. You know, seeing how TWSS are able to come through today, 5-2-1 as well. C teams are making their chances here of making their statement, right? Representing their region and making the place. And I know BBE has a lot of things to be recognized for throughout the season, but 5-2-1 has been doing a phenomenal job this time around, and even being one of those teams to make the qualification, it is also into their stead to try to make things work out for themselves. Remember, top 12 for the teams and trio scoring gets themselves for the finals when it comes down towards Changsha.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these teams are going to have that consistency. These teams are going to be looking for the pop-ups. We even heard it, right, from the interviews. They're looking for at least one MVP, but what you need is that consistency. 6 points minimum for every single round to have that just sort of point of safety in terms of not having to worry about being on the knife's edge cutoff of that 11th and 12th position, of being able to make it through to Changsha.
Yeah, Team Ares getting knocked through at Heaven's Watch, having to reevaluate, looking towards Holoroth. This is going to be a map that they can take control of and hoping to see about the drops. Now, usually the teams would want to take contesting teams. It's a high risk, high reward maneuver. If you take an opportunity of taking the off drop against a team who's so familiar, OUG, Salvation Podium, if you want to take the contesting of that and forcing out a fight, that's going to be a point of recognition if you do succeed. But those chances are very, very difficult, especially with the amount of experience, such as with Team Baudo, that they already have in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, that Ballista, it's always a coin's toss. It's always a coin's toss. However, you can try to make your chances just a little bit better by going to the right side of Salvation Podium, which has a higher chance of actually spawning you directly on the ballista track.
Yes.
Above Salvation Podium, as opposed to on the left side, you can get griefed a little bit by the drop RNG. Sometimes it will spawn you on the track, sometimes it will spawn you on the platform, and other times it will spawn you directly under it, and you have to go for the full grapple into just running to where the ballista is, getting into that seat, and hoping that there's not someone who's been on that right side that just is immediately able to find that hit, because if you take a single hit when you're sitting on that ballista, you get knocked directly off of it.
Yeah, no one's gonna have a fun time, especially yourself, if you're just getting knocked off of it. And if you didn't have a weapon to start with, you are locked down for good. And let's say if it's a Viper coming through with an F3, well, that's no armor, no sauce, you're done, son. Listen, if everything comes out for Viper in the off drop into Salvation Podium, taking out the gear set, if she can burst down with her teammates to slap, that can just take you out completely.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it. It's been one entire game of NARAKA and we haven't talked about the slap. It's such a fun addition to the game, but it's also so meta in terms of both solos but trios as well, because that is a blue focus that cannot be parried. That is a free focus slide to make sure that you can lock down one of these players. And in the 2v1 scenarios, having a player just continuously go for that slap to stop the other player from doing absolutely anything, especially if it's Pulse Sword being able to interrupt that stone form, is massive to being able to confirm that kill.
Exacto. And Pulse Sword being one of the quintessential options for the teams inside of team fights. Kind of, moving towards seeing the spear being used more often, but that Pulse Sword is always a trusty steed. We saw how Wolves' I think 9HQ actually dropped down with the Pulse Sword R&B triple charge. My man was dropping hot, and those blue focuses will chunk if he can connect the first one or even the second one. It is guaranteed blue focuses after that moment. Now, coming through here, it's interesting to see of teams such as TWSS and Polaris, right? We were mentioning how it's used in solos. My man did do good work with the solos, with the slaps, and he was able to kind of catch that one out. But for TWSS, in looking at towards Dofu as well as with Snacks, those guys are going to be trying to catch that momentum that they've had in the scrims in the past couple of days, which hopefully puts them at that point threshold that they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see the compositions. In the past, we've seen a lot of these teams prioritize the Valda and Tien Hai, especially when they were originally trying to make this composition work. It was being seen a lot of the time on Holaroth, as well as Morris, not so much on to Pedoria. As we're going to be having a look at JL to see what exactly they're going to be thinking. They're going to be very happy with themselves. As we talked about, they didn't have that MVP status, but they did still do incredibly well, even though TXJ and VVV were knocked out. One thing, able to secure a lot of ranking positions, outliving all of those teams, despite being on a very easily pickable Tien Hai. But I think that sort of goes back to the sort of understanding that a lot of these teams have when it comes to dealing with that Tien Hai, with that Valda, which we see late in the game. And that's that no one really wants to make the first move. You might be able to find the kill onto the Tien Hai, but in chasing that kill, you put yourself into a position where everyone's just going to turn on you, especially if the Tien Hai is able to come on through with the V2 into the health reset and is then able to find one grab onto you. One of your ultimates is going to be forced to try and find that recovery state, and once that ultimate's burned out, suddenly you're the goose and everyone is looking to cook you.
Yeah, and we saw how Roy He was able to be one of the other Transformers, but the difference between that Fairy Shed mech as well as the Tien Hai is that Tien Hai can just take you out and just save himself through, but Fairy Shen, option selection to use her, she can get cannoned out, bow shot it out, musket shot it out before she knows it, trying to get a heal off, can't do it, deforms and gets fully cornered off, and we saw that completely for Fairy Shen versus Tien Hai. Now, game 2 begins. Choice selections are going to come through. BB actually being under the first phase this time around, and we were mentioning, right, we're seeing how are these teams going to bring in the Tien Hai Valda. Now, R21 Aries and BB as well as JL are opting through. There it is, coming in from JL, opting for Hadi as their third with the Tien Hai and the Valda as the second and the first. But hoping to kind of wonder, seeing about the other teams, Sand Siphon, the Classico into the Holorath map, and the Siphon including with a Kurumi from Team Aries, and seeing the Siphon, but with the zipping out of BBE's hands.
Yeah, this was something that we theorized surprised when the Tianhai Valda composition started coming on through that Zip would return back to in terms of priority pick for the support. She isn't tethered to coming on out with that Kurumi armor circle where all of the vibe of that ultimate is just fully around the AoE space. Zip can heal you wherever you are with the ultimate kicking on through. Bowder are going to be running, this is the composition that we've been hearing about. This is the composition where in the scrim they were able to pick up 30 kills.
30 kills is
Sand Siphon Syra variant coming on out from Bowder. Let's have a look what Alliance, Wolves, OUG, and SYN, or rather TWSS, are going to be running out with. It's going to be a Valda Tianhai Hardy for Wolves, Kurumi variant of Sand Siphon for OUG, Alliance opting for the Viper Tester and Wuchen, which is arguably their strongest composition because they just like to aggressively take fights and continue taking fights all the way through the games, as it is going to be Dofu, Snack, and Polaris locking in the composition that we saw them practicing in their interview, Valda Tianhai and Hardy.
Now this is going to be triple of those comp selections with the same heroes as stated. So for the team players, if it comes down towards seeing that team comp, it's going to be a funny day, especially how the cycling of Desolation comes out. If a Tianhai comes into the cycling of having high ground, he will find all the grabs necessary to complete the kills. And Hardy, connecting in midair for those midair targets is something that even in the Romy Yang creates pressure for these teams. That's why we see Hardy in the format that he's at right now. Not for the DPS, mostly though for the control.
I mean, speaking about control, if you can get your hands on that Morris Blessing from Salvation Podium, that's huge for a Tianhai. Normally we talk about the fact that the Tianhai Valda struggles in the early game because they don't have access to that really stellated loot to scale your ultimate up. If you can get your hands on a legendary weapon or even the red armor, that is going to be an absolute lottery ticket for these Tianhai players. But again, it's going to be incredibly telegraphed. You do risk opening yourself up to being contested on that box when you don't have your ultimate, when you don't have that equipment, and going out of the fight. As we can have a look, it's going to be V1, F1. Valda variants coming in through from ZK, F1, V1 going to be coming in out from Peak, so combo break as well as the 16-second duration for the Syra ultimate. We'll have to see whether or not we're going to be seeing any form of variation, as YZG going to be locking in the second time we've seen that Syra F2.
Yeah, and that's going to be leading out towards the second time we've seen the Tianhai Valda Hardy for JL. So keeping in mind, if they choose her the third time, that's going to be a deficit for the points on hand. But for the third row seen here, all the players usually using the static uses of the combos, such as with Cicada having F1 V3, but also having seen in terms of SYN with CBB rocking that V1 Hardy, something that JL has always been able to utilize, not just because of its, even with the nerfs, but just getting a chance inside a fight. Is that a double drop?
That's a double drop Salvation Podium. That's going to be, I believe, YZG versus OUG. However, we do have our second question coming on through. We've got to see the compositions that these teams are going to be locking. Do you feel confident in the Tianhai Valda teams? If yes, well, maybe you'll be able to walk away answering the question on the official World Championship website correctly. If no, well, make sure that you manage to give your opinion on that matter too. We've talked about the pros, we've talked about the cons of this composition. It can be immensely strong if it's given the room to breathe.
Yeah, and the room to breathe is going to be very, very enclosed room. If you're claustrophobic, you better open up a window. This is going to be where the drops are happening, inside of the med top, all the way out towards the frigid ice pools, into the Yushan ruins, where teams are stacked up against one another. And can't forget about the Salvation Podium. I hope we start into the drop, and if we see a ballista, if we see a ballista shot off the rip for game 2, it's not going to be showcased. But we are in med top. This is exactly where Wolves was spawning in here, and they find weapons off the rip.
Yeah, Wolves coming on for ringing that bell, managing to find those great fist blades with the RMB, just putting the full pressure onto these players of Alliance. But XCM also going incredibly low, goes down. Yuma was able to pick himself up and found the charged RMB so fast on that weapon, and the fight turns on its head, especially since Yuma, off of that damage done, generates the rage to build into the first Tesla cast of the ultimate.
Alliance going to get the res off their teammates, going to have 3 eliminations, and they're trying to head straight to a shot, but guess what? TWSS had dropped onto the Temple of Light and Shadow and are pushing straight through the threshold of just trying to find the eliminations here. There's the Scare Rush coming out. TWSS Snack looking for an R&B. If he can for a vertical, he's just trying to create the pressure for the blue focuses, but it is going to count against him.
Oh, Dragon Slayers looked for that Nazhaz, won't be able to find it. The second cast of that Tesla ultimate comes into play. Snack about to be hit by the enchantment. Duration is just able to interact before the enchantment can hit. Swings out that pulse or tries to put the pressure, but Yuma goes for the full commitment of the RMB on that fan, as we can see the pulse are trying to chase down this Wu Chen and keep him locked up before the teleport can come into play.
Now Snack is going to get a full blue focus spam in the face, and that one stagger was enough for the neutral hit. That Soul Bloom could be picked up, could give Revenge enough sustain in this fight. Now, of course, both of his teammates are down. His ultimate has been placed. He found the Soul Bloom, folks, and he might get the team out, but he can't do that without the risk of the players looking for the res. As you can see, Dofu is going to go ahead and try to dissuade the engagement. This gives TWSS enough time to reset. They still have 2 ultimates on standby for themselves.
Yeah, he was able to set the ultimate up, but he wasn't close enough to his teammates. So it does look like the call came through for them to burn their rebuff charms and the Wu Chen to hold on to his so that he can try and teleport everybody out again if they do end up going down in the next couple of fights. We're still waiting to see clarification of who won the Salvation Podium fight. I've been looking at the lower end to see whether or not OUG have been able to find a kill, but it does look like one team has already been able to pick up that legendary weapon, and that means Salvation Podium has been solved.
Yeah, a gold staff being given towards YZG will make things a little bit more difficult, since OUG were there and having the chance of potentially losing the first set of lives. Ares, though, taking out their ways over here, we could see a chance, but with Ares having 3 kills off the rip, if I'm not mistaken, they did hop drop onto SYN, creating that situation in their own favor. This is going to be where that Zai can start getting more loot over the course of time as this economic comp comes into play.
JL going to be under a bounty coming in through from Bauda, which is not good for the Valda and Tianhai not being able to solve Salvation Podium and get that legendary weapon. They're probably going for a slow burn out towards the outskirts of the map, and bounty scrolls are one of the major counters to this composition because you can try and hide, but the bounty reveals all.
Yeah, and the position gets located, and if a team is somehow strolling throughout the meadow, they will see fights happening and they will make the initiation themselves. Now BBE having themselves no kills elimination so far, rocking to the Xiphon comp, are going to be rotating out to the northeast of Plume Castle, but City of Tong, we're ending up in a position. Team Ares are finding out Team 521, and this is going to be a fist place versus Spirit action with a fan.
Yeah, Charge LNB connects onto Ares Kuzo, forcing Ares to back on off before the shield reset, wanting to take that fight, especially since that Zai is incredibly squishy. They've spotted out that it's going to be up against 521, who have the Kurumi variant of the Sand Siphon composition, not a team that the Siphon composition wants to be running into. The Kurumi with the damage reduction as well as the ability for the cleanse is just making it a little bit harder for that Siphon to find the value that it's looking for. So both of those teams going to be backing on off, as in the meantime, OUG very, very close, looking to try and find this opportunity potentially of that mirror match, but it seems like they're content just to chase away the other team so they can go back to loop pathing through City of Tang, because everyone running that Takeda V3 needs the entire team to scale up so that that Takeda can hit the full value of the ultimate.
Yeah, now we're going to take a look at the scene about that Into the Dunes fight. QG taking a full F3 Viper to the face, coming out from Team Alliance. Now, obviously, to this case scenario, 17S still has the ultimate ready for Syra. The F2 comes out from QGG, looks to the lockdown with a Comet. Now, Yuma takes the strikes down, but this omnidirectional attack and the extension forcing out the Viper ultimate means that YZG will have to decide upon using the Matari ult, and they will do so. And the Wu Chen port comes out. The investment was heavy, but the Syra ult is still available for 17S.
And YZG see where the Wu Chen teleport is and collapse onto the players of Alliance who weren't able to teleport far enough away. Syra ultimate is going to be committed too, so Revenge will not be able to disengage and live another day, and they can still keep a track of where NY7 has headed off to, because he is the last chance that Alliance have of being able to turn this lobby around. As you can see, QGG, they've lost sight of him. They're checking the invisibility bushes to see whether or not he's holed up inside one of them, but he's not even showing up on the mini-map. That guy is gone.
My man Bokta took the next fight home, and because this is where we're ending up. We are in the Beast Pen. Imperial Village going to have Team Bauda having a little bit more chances at the loot. Looks like Purple Fan on standby for Peak, but also the purple armor on Yaron, and another Purple Fan. This time it's going to be on you. These guys have those hits on standby. If they connect one vertical blue fan, another one will be coming up for themselves to just keep that chain going on forth. Now back towards City of Tong, we do see MV Shiyun going to be by himself. He got his homie right there, Hong, and looking to try to loot up here, but Team Ares are not too far away.
And I mean, there is loot disparity between themselves and Ares. You can tell that Ares was on the scene of City of Tang before MVP. In fact, so many of these teams have run through City of Tang. It is pretty ransacked. As OUG are in a better position than Ares because they were here originally. SS with the cannon putting onto the pressure, trying to just break some of this armor down before they want to commit onto this fight. But it does look like it was literally just a scrap over control of the Rift dealers, because it is going to be those first realm of Yangs coming on through, and having some of those Soul Jades of Destiny can be the determining factor of whether or not a team is able to walk away with a win, or whether or not they get saddled with Yang depletion.
Yeah, and taking it into the account, we have Romy Yang to be spawning here in just a second, and Soul Jade coming through here, Repair Roll, making its appearance in XCM's hands, and an advanced heal on ZK, but you wouldn't believe it. I can't believe they got it again! They got a group heal and an advanced here for Night HQ, so this is a guarantee. We're going to Romy Yang. Ain't no questions about it.
I mean, you can see as well prioritizing those quest scrolls so they can get those free Soul Jades without having to burn for some of the Rift dealers. Unfortunately, it does mean that it's randomized as opposed to some of the Rift dealers where you can be very specific in a Mortal War of the Soul Jades that you want to be able to opt in with. However, Wolves, like you said, incredibly fortunate in terms of the Soul Jades that they've been able to find. Does seem like, I believe that was JL's Moonbane that they put down. They're going to be headed over towards Yishan Ruin so they can access that realm of Yang. It does look like we're going to be seeing a major contest over the northwestern of Salvation Podium realm of Yang between so many teams. 5-1 is there. OUG are starting to head over there. Ares as well as TWSS and Bowder all going to be showing up to the scene. Who's going to be able to get into this portal? Is anyone going to get griefed on entrance by something like a Viper or a Tessa, quite literally being the cat amongst the pigeons and coming on through with that ultimate CC?
Four-way fight drops down over there. It's going to be a bloodbath, and now it's going to be a chance here over by Wolves' region towards the Misty Forest. Now, Alliance finding the Reaper Charm, going to go ahead and see NY7 find a teammate to come right back into the fight as he was able to disengage. He got Yuma back up. YZAG taking a Valiant Challenger at this point in time, making sure if they do in fact take that Romy Yang fight, they can potentially get extra Dark Tide coins in the boot. But with Team Wolves taking this fight, like we mentioned, they have sustained across the field, but JL are their opponents, and they are in the same boat.
Yeah, JL's One Fang is going to be the player that we're following along with. That Tianhai holding on to the ultimate. The Valda F1 comes on through early into the mix as XCM looks to try and find the drop down, but he's being harassed by the Hardy ultimate coming on through. TXJ making sure not to keep his eye off of the prize. The Tianhai is going to go for the first ultimate, but out comes the Valda V1. Double connection onto JL, who were not anticipating the tidal wave. Sets up the double slam for XCM to come through. They're going to try and mitigate it with VVV's Valda Spears looking to stagger out XCM. Neither the Valda V1 has had its burst duration, and this does mean that for the long-term sustain, JL do have an advantage.
Now XCM taking a lot of damage here, man. He's not going to have enough survivability here. Gets caught into the grab. That's going to be One Fang's position right there. Look for VVV to look for the bow shots. There's XCM. He goes down. There's going to be a chance here for a melee grab. Not going to confirm for it, but it looks like One Fang spaces away. Looks for the range grab all the way in the distance for Night HQ. And not going to be able to confirm that, but ZK pushing around the corner. This gives Fang one heal, and then he's off to the races, chasing with his teammates and repositioning as ZK is going to be the last one going through. 48 seconds left on the clock. The uppercut's clean. The grapple bump is good, and the blue focus is confirmed. And this teammate VVV, insult to injury, was right there alongside them, finding the victory in the Romy Yang.
Yeah, they were able to force the Hardy away from that pure position to help the Valda comes on through. The second he goes for that glider commitment, JL just take the 2 versus 1, manage to kill the Valda, then move on to the Hardy afterwards. That is one of the criticisms with the Valda V1 in comparison to the V2. It's a one and done. You can see that JL weren't anticipating it. They had 2 of their players stacked up, trying to put the pressure onto the Tianhai to force the ultimate before One Fang goes for his, so that when the Tianhais go against each other, they still have the opportunity for that double grab pressure to put an impact in terms of the positioning that Wolves find themselves under. However, one double grab slam was not enough to be able to confirm the kill, and that was the determining factor. It came out so early in the fight that JL's players still had full HP to weather the storm.
And you're able to witness in terms of JL utilizing the V1 Hottie and having the teammates, once they get caught to the double slam, they can take that cube, teleport away, and they're safety netted. And even Vol can insult after that slam. So with that being said, it comes down to JL's victory as a result, since it was the disengagement. But Wolves still having a chance, still have to get rid of the Realm Yang depletion. Otherwise, we see OUG winning out their Realm Yang, taking out towards the teams, and they have their eyes on Team Bauda.
Yeah, Bauda having their eyes not on a team at the moment, but on this Spirit Well. Are OUG going to give it up, or are they going to try and contest? They are going to give it up, and they're going to start to reposition. They've spotted out that this is not a team with Yang depletion, so they're going to continue moving along to try and figure out which of the teams have it. You with that Takeda ultimate knows he'll get it back the second that they're able to cap out that buff, so it's okay to utilize that one and just put the pressure onto the team that was thinking about going for the contest, as they were incredibly close to Plimp, which is the area of the map where everyone kites over to when they have Yang depletion. Speaking of, JL's One Fang coming under so much damage. We're getting to see Swift Cut on that Katana, the Valda covering the spacing with the F1, sets in motion the Hardy to time into that cube setup with the glider, and One Thing gets the positioning to be able to build into this V2, but it's the open world. He's still able to find a grab before Bowders You can find himself out of it, and that sets the double grab up, and JL's One Thing comes in with a huge kill into the Valda Spear regrab. Can he find a second double slam? He finds one punch, gets a little bit of healing. The Tumultuous ultimate comes on through, but One Thing's able to find another grab onto BBE's Roy and JL might go out with the Vermilion Bird Smite unless they can find a parry, but they get griefed out of the follow-up with the Takeda ultimate from SS with the Fury Shove, and they're going to go down, losing the Vermilion Bird Smite, but the huge hit of the Valda V1!
Sin Mind's looking to try to go for the grab and knocks back to Tianhai. He said, no, you can't get away with that, bro. You can't do that. And there's everyone in the zone just looking to try to survive two Vadras. Tammy Circle's coming out, a double grab coming in from the background as NiHQ looks for the regrab against the King. The King could just die to zone right here. He goes for the melee strike. He's at half health right now. I'm not sure what his armor situation is looking like, but it's full, and he finds a Soul Bloom. So now it's up to him to try to get out of here, but he is the last teammate alive for Wolves as it comes through 4 eliminations so far, creating a massive disruption for those teams that appeared with the Vermilion Bird Smite and even eliminating them out. But XCM goes down, and OUG's Verms, even though it's going to be running out, SYN just finds eliminations for up to 5.
No one was ready for the Valda V1.
No one.
I wish we could have heard the team comms. Everyone looking for that third party action, everyone getting hit into those Valda Spears. It's 5-2-1, going for the fourth party late to the fight with the Wild Wind Spite attached to 5-2-1's Pampy on that Takeda, utilizing the Fury and Shove so that you are still staggered. You don't have the opportunity of being able to parry it. However, Polaris has given the information to TWSS. Do they know that Snack is right next to them?
Man, I don't want any question. TWSS Snack is holding his breath. Count to 3.
They're not checking the invisibility bush.
No way, bro. I can't.
Snack, no. Oh, no. Snack has 14 seconds left.
Yeah.
He might find the revive onto Dofu, who did not go out of the lobby immediately, so he has been able to find a Soul Bloom and cleanse Yang depletion, and Snack is going to be able to complete the revive before he goes down to Yang depletion. And Dofu just has to get out of zone to be able to live. Unfortunately, that does mean he's going to have to go past the full team of OUG, who might have spotted the shenanigans coming on through with the players being alive.
This is going to be a tough spot right now. OUG have an option right now, just go straight in terms of the counterclockwise rotation, but they keep themselves nice and tidy. Now, this is Ares. Ares inside of Camel's Hump, inside of one of the ravines. They have themselves a Spear Well buff, and if they can get this buff without it being contested, this could work out for them. Romy Yang still have to be fought out, though, so they have to kite this buff, I believe so. Taking the chances of delaying as often as possible after the Romy Yang victors come out, it's only to the consideration for it. Ivan having himself a swift cut into his Jade deposit, Roy Hehe having Twin Shot as well as a Phantom Step, but a group heal advance heal on Fat Milk to support Zippy Inc. So this gives BBE some great value, especially considering that now that their fight is up against Team Bauda, who are also stacked with a Universal Slash at this, especially Jade for your run.
Yeah, keep your eye on Peak. We've seen him being an absolute standout Syra, will he be able to find the same level of value? He's got a purple weapon to be able to scale up 77 damage on that laser. Has the nunchucks too, but he's already losing a massive chunk of his HP. Has to go for the activation of that V1 to get access to the 1800 level of shielding. Keeps himself up into the air as well to avoid all of the pressure from this Zai V2 coming on through. That laser beam doing a very good job of mitigating the burst window that's up for that Xiphon composition. But 16 seconds has gone out. Peak is now going to be vulnerable. The Tumultuous ultimate is going to be able to cover it, and they've been able to put enough pressure onto the Zip to force the ultimate out early.
Yo, Peak went for the F1 into the R&Bs, right back and forth. Now it might be a chance for Peak. Looks for the tap dodge. LMB can't get it just yet. The horizontals will lead out to uppercut, but there is so much pressure from the Zai to deny this pressure. BBE still looking healthy. It's just for a couple more seconds. If Peak can find the chance of repositioning, there it is, finding the back line. He could confirm the R&B blue. He doesn't go for the 1-2s into the hit, confirms the eliminations. Yu is down. You're on. He's on 1 HP in the Dream, and he's down as well. And about to Peak by himself. F1, but a jump R&B comes out as BBE gets the Rummy victory.
Very clean stuff coming on through from BBE, doing a very good job of delaying the Zai ultimate, understanding that the Syra's mobility in that V1 would provide the opportunity for Peak to be able to kite away from it. And BBE, off of the back of that one, have a longer-term sustainability coming on through for their side. Very good stuff. Just starting things out with the Matari ultimate, which we don't normally see. Normally the line is Zai ultimate activation into that Matari ultimate, but very good adjustment coming in out from BBE, and you can tell that they have learned a lot in terms of the realm of Yang fights and how to tailor the fight style, tailor the ultimate cycle around the composition they're running into from that time spent into MPPL.
Yeah, and now, like I mentioned earlier, Aries taking their initiative of delaying that Spirit Well and finding Mystic Might as a buff. Now, as Team BBE takes to the shop, looking to try to see about any sort of Jades of Destiny, as mentioned, we could see the chances to be made, but BBE have so much chances to hold that gold for once the time comes for those gold Jades. Now, certain gold Jades can be in the shop for purchase. For the teams as well, to keep an eye out for teams trying to head to the shops at a certain time increments. For BBE, they picked up a Burst Arrow Jade from themselves for a bow, so if they find the necessary equipment for that, they'll make it their own.
JL now having a bounty put against them by 5-1. They're over towards the Rift Dealers right next to that Forbidden Seal, so if they do get challenged, they'll be able to hit that no ult zone. However, we can see that TWSS's Dofu has been found by SY, and I believe this is the lone survivor for TWSS. Remember, he was brought back just at the tail end by Snack, who was able to hide inside that invisibility bush and get away with the revive to help his Hardy out, but it does look like, unfortunately, they either have not got enough coins to be able to buy their players back, or much more likely all of the rebuff charms have since been bought out because it is late into the game and those have a finite number of resources that are shared by every single shop on the map.
Yeah, the only other option, and this is a rare occurrence if the mindset is on set, is finding those Spirit Wells that were claimed. They have rebirth charms up to a certain points before the shadow is to go to 3 to 4. So for the players, if they were able to remember that fact, they would be able to find a Dofu though. My man's hiding. That Mystic Might is in effect right now for Aries to just keep eyes peeled. In the meantime, over by the Pinnacle Town, Team BLADEPOINT is still trying to kite around through here. Yuchi just staying put inside of that house. No sounds to be made. Maybe not even far enough distance. The 100-meter range for the bell. Team BLADEPOINT has 2 minutes and 40 seconds to get rid of that Roaming depletion. Otherwise, it is going to be a GG's.
Yeah, it's not quite panic stations just yet. That cutoff tends to come around the 1:45 marker, as we can see. Dofu still alive. He is on Hardy, as we've talked about. Incredibly hard to be able to pin this player down, with both the ultimate providing a sense of escape as well as the combo breaker of that glider. Plus, he's kited into a very smart position, but he is going to get parried. The combo breaker has to come on through, and now that he's been grounded, the F2 might take him down. Yeah, the Zai just able to fully cordon off one of those disengagement paths so that Missy can come on through with the dagger interception.
Yeah, JOs are approaching to the scene as well as SYN. They have the high ground. They've been looking and scouting out and seeing what is going on. The Draco Sterns are running out. That Mystic Might's gone in 15 seconds. And if for the vision that gives Aries enough chances, they are going to look towards YZG's QGG being down in the bottom ravine. We're switching over to Team BLADEPOINT, 1 minute and 50 seconds. We're about 5 seconds away from that mark.
Yeah, that's so far away.
It gets
all of the other teams too.
Yeah, this is actually heading in that direction right now. If Team Bowda comes through with the sneaky yoink, this would be absolutely monetary amount of pressure that comes in for the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're heading in the right direction, like you said. They're not heading further in towards Imperial. So they are indeed going to be seeing signs of a fight coming on through. SYN, it looks like, are going to be the next ones coming under fire because they have that lead disparity still running some of those blue armors. Temi ultimate does come down. This is one of those that is still going to be in place since it went down before Forbidden Seal came through. And you can see that Forbidden Seal is going to be in motion, so everyone having to disengage the fight to be able to access their ultimates. The Valda V2 comes out, but Bowda's peak. This is something we've seen in solos. Gets the stun into laser, and there goes half of the Valda sustain in the blink of an eye. SYN's Minds are able to find the grab. Bowda were looking to capitalize on the ballista placement, but that just means that there are sitting duck to come through, and Minds has the plum source, as well as potentially a double grab. Peak with the ballista is able to find the stagger, but he's still going to be holding his position, and Minds committed the ultimate, did not cancel it early, goes down to his hubris.
That's an insane tactic coming from Peak on the ballista. Man was looking up and down, and there's the scatter shot coming through here. Bowda, they are not out the count yet. 20 seconds left for Peak to try to find a soul bloom. The lockdown comes out. TXJ on the ballista finds the last hit on Peak. Peak goes down, and that's going to be something that One Fang needs to be careful about, looking to loot up the body, but had the protection of his teammate on said ballista. The teams are in the distance, and now it's up to see whether or not this team comp can survive throughout the endgame circle.
Bowda able to cleanse 2 of their players though. They did lose the Syra, but they still have the Temi, they still have the Takeda. And into that last couple of fights when the storm closes, Takeda and Temi both incredibly strong in their own right. As BBE's Ivan gets aggressive with the F2, finding the connection onto Ares. That is going to be a very vulnerable support. This is the last player for this team as well. And I think BBE have spotted out that Yijiao is going to be alone. Potentially going right past Bowda, they might check the hiding spot that Yu is finding himself in a matter of moments. They do get the kill. The White Tigers goes through, and that's actually going to do enough damage to signal Bowda's Yu's position. And now he's the one who's having to try to run away.
Bowda uses trying to kite as long as he can. Now it's up to BBE to look towards utilizing his White Tigers for the second time. You saw how fast Ivan getting the usage of his skill, knowing that his team is able to follow through with it, but especially using the spear, right? Looking for the F2 into the arm base and just guaranteeing the stagger. These guys have Thunderstorm on standby as well. So for right now, Blistering Edge in the hands of Roy Hehe on standby, and having all the sustain that Zipping from Fatmilk can provide. This team has enough pressure right now, but if they get caught out, and I was about to say, you know, Temi Whisk could throw it out into the direction, and it happened, but Ben was safe enough to go ahead and reposition on top of that cliffside.
Yeah, Bowda, it was a really risky reposition. Initially, they were playing splits that if one of their players got discovered, they would be able to just guarantee the other was able to survive. However, going towards his Temi, knowing that both the Wisps are there as coverage to deter a chase, as well as the ultimate can come in through and give yourself a little bit of space to be able to breathe, does seem to be a higher priority for Bowda. Currently, as we can see that JL, One Thing is going to have that Dreadful Whale attached to that dagger, and they're hiding themselves right now because they have that Tian High Valda composition. They can't afford to be spotted out by these players in the lobby because everyone is going to turn on to them as 5-2-1 get turned on to not by players, but by RNG. Moonbane decides to just zero in on Pampi's position, saw him with that musket, and said, the only one who can snipe this lobby is me.
Taken into the scope in the crosshairs. OUG also in the vicinity of the Moonbane. Have to be very careful here. They're on the south side of it, and they have a cliff to kind of control themselves in their position to kind of get back up and scare rush back into the field of view for everything around them. But the problem is right now, right? OUG having to go ahead and hold their corner. These end game circles get volatile very quickly to the very end. So the Moonbane, this being the last one, is going to be one.
Bowda in the middle of it.
Are they getting
both of their players got hit?
I saw Merciless. Yeah, there's Alchemy with the Merciless Havoc. I don't know if Bowda's got spotted, but if they got to be careful about what's going to happen next, because JL is right next door.
Yeah, One Thing comes on through with that Dreadful Whale. They're trying to carve out a position for the Spirit contest to come on through, and off of the back of that Soul Jade and the Tian High transformation, is anyone going to try and contest this? I don't think so. There's no Tessa, there's no Viper, there's no way of throwing in CC to just catch on to this Tian High. And it does look like, just as we saw in the MVPL season, All of these teams are prioritizing not contesting but mitigating the consequence of allowing JL to walk away the winner. Everyone is just trying to make themselves as small as possible so that JL don't turn on to them, but another team instead.
Now, if One Fang finding himself the gold armor VVV, pros activating ultimate, the Dreadful Whale drop down would be crazy because One Fang has locked everyone down. The Swarm comes out to force the pressure. BBE looking to space away, and with you actually an active, Takeda ultimate is at a low health point. He's got himself to really work against it. Obviously, Iran, though, he's been hiding himself in that bush to try to keep that position on hand standby. He's got V1 ready to go for the time duration of 16 seconds just to space everyone around from this corner. But as 521 has the Jade department on the lockdown, it's only a matter of time before they take the initiation as BBE are getting aggressed upon.
Yeah, Temi ultimate comes on down. BBE directly in the middle of it. Ivan going for a little bit of a wind walk, as it is going to be so many of these teams just looking to hold one position so that JL doesn't have the opportunity to turn on to them. The terrain is doing a very good job as well of fortifying these positions because JL would be taking so much damage, grappling into position to be able to try and go toe-to-toe with things like that. Merciless Havoc finding their connection as BBE's Ivan finds the kill with the F2 onto Pampi Roy. He takes down Akame, and that is going to be more kills bagged for the side of BBE, who are one away from hitting that double digits. 70 seconds left though. This Mystic Might and the damage reduction, as well as all of the information, is still going to come into play. And JL with 10 kills plus a composition that is tailor-made to win that heal-off situation are looking incredibly hungry for that MVP.
Yeah, and they got the terrain manipulation in their favor, but Yang gets caught by Whis into the meter dump. Nothing can save 521 from that point on. The moment that the Temi-Fist is caught, everyone's going to focus onto that target. And they even preempt his range shot, so now SS takes all that gear on hand. For them having 8 eliminations, they are looking to kind of kite this one out here. They can get right back to their spot, but One Fang looking to try to avoid and force out Dreadful Whale onto the hands of OUG. OUG looking to utilize that Kurumi teleport. So now that they know that skill is down, this amount of pressure can be enhanced upon, but One Fang is just using his skill just to deny any range shots as the reset is being given towards TXJ with the advanced.
They wanted the spot, they wanted the position that OUG were holding so that they still had a high ground position, and any of these players trying to take cover and look for a reset opportunity below would be susceptible to being grabbed by the Tianhai if he did go for the transformation up ahead of them. As we can see, BBE just trying to hide behind that Wild Wind Spout coming on through. Zone is going to actually force them off of this high ground position before JL are going to be forced to drop, and this is why JL wanted this position, this opportunity that OUG had to give up, because JL came on through with the F1 coverage of the Valda into that Dreadful Whale. JL have guaranteed no team can contest them, especially with TXJ showcasing that Dragon's-like might on the Jill Halberds. Look at these players who are going to be stuck on the lower end of this ravine. None of them have the opportunity to put the pressure onto JL and force the health bars low enough before we hit the heal situation. JL are going to have full access of the Valder ultimate, full access of the Tianhai ultimate, and can just sit above everybody, lording their position and stealing the kills away with the ranged weaponry.
And they'll lock and reload for the capture of those successful DJs. You know that this is going to be a chance for Battle U to get struck down by SS, and that OUG kill is going to allow for that. So only picked up, but the Kurumi is going to come through with the Binding Prayer. SS forced to ultimate, and looking towards MVP Shiyun in the spot in the corner. Assassin's Lunge comes through. The Soul Bloom picked up. The cycling begins now. We got a minute on the clock before the end. Ivan having the Pitter Patter active for himself for the staff and the release of the Vertical Focus, having to make sure he can hold his corner with the team. But there's a Tianhai, there is One Fang, and they're looking to set up shop here for the final 50 seconds, and this could be in their terrain.
He's looking for one grab. He finds it! He finds the double! MVP's Hong goes down! And he's able to find LTZ as well. Gets one onto SS, goes for the jump. He's going to be able to potentially find the slam, but he does get staggered before he can commit that punch to come on through. But still, JL holding on to VVV's ultimate to win the heal-off situation. When One Fang is out of this Tianhai, JL is still going to have all of the cards in this lobby. Has to burn through that F1 to get back into the safety of that Storm, damage into that Hardy ultimate to be able to use the combo breaker, and VVV above every single player's heads, entirely uncontested right now, has all of the health, all of the CC. He's gonna be able to win heal off alongside TXJ on the Hardy. And let's be honest, the second that we saw JL walking away with that Spirit Wall uncontested, we knew the outcome of this match.
Yeah, they had nothing, no bars attached to them. In the moment that they had the high ground, they looked towards it and they earned towards it. They earned themselves in terms of second place, tying it out. But with 15 eliminations, that's nothing to scoff at. 2.5 for second place on top of that for placement points, and they take first place overall, leading the standings right now and overcoming into Oz in terms of that point. But with everything coming out from this comp, this is a comp that we saw in last season. We saw it come through in the CN mainland qualifiers and seeing how strong it was for the CN teams to take practice into their own hands and bringing it out towards the J-Cup Trios qualifier stage 1.
We've got to see one team just have the confidence of challenging it.
Yeah.
Because like we saw it that all of these teams just prioritized survival over it, and that did not go in their favor at all.
Yeah.
The kills that came through, the ranking points, it was all for JL's benefit. The second that they saw any spot of terrain, every single team folded.
Yeah.
OUG folded. 521 folded. JL just went, okay, we want to go here, we can go here. There's nothing you can do about it. They had F1 on their Valda. No combo break. And no one went for the Valda because the thing is, the Valda isn't the prime target of focus when it comes to immediately trying to find a kill against the composition. It's the Tianhai, because you're not going to be able to kill the Valda soon enough. You're not going to be able to kill her fast enough before the damage gets turned onto your team and you have that mutual destruction of you kill the team, you kill that one player, but you go down in the process. And that entire line of thinking is the reason that no one challenged JL. The second that the Spirit World came through, they had an absolute smorgasbord. They could do whatever they wanted.
Yeah. Question for you guys in the chat. I know you guys are looking for the question. You guys are looking like, how fast can I get to the A? You know, no, I'll stop. How many kills did Team BBE get into the game 2? Is it A9, B10, C11, and D12? And that's the team actually I want to bring up. They were in that circle. You saw how Reihi was in that corner, just making sure he could huddle away, trying to R&B, trying to deny the range shots. But you saw how fast their Matari went towards the aggression. Once that Tianhai went for those grabs, and the moment that the hand was held up, the Matari tried to yoink it as soon as that damage was just enough for the threshold. The scaling for the gold weapon into the hands of Matari, that's where it comes in clutch. Even though Zai takes priority listing because her ultimate scales very nicely with the chain scythe and allowing for the scaling for F2 among the resets, seeing Matari take that in her own hands means that this is going to be where the mindset comes out, is how much can I invest before it's too late. In the end game circle, it's only a matter of time. You see that Valda being survivability, you got to see, okay, how many last hit confirmations can I do before I go out? Some teams really look to try to earn that one going through. BBE did some good work there in picking up the eliminations in game 2.
I mean, JL as well, like the position that they had on that high ground meant that so many of those teams didn't have the opportunity of stealing the kills away.
Like OUG.
Even if One Feng was able to only find one player and one slam and didn't have the subsequent amplified damage from the double slam, no one was in position to actually try and grab the kill away from the damage that was done when the player got slammed down, because everyone is just either just running away from the Tianhai, not wanting to get grabbed, or they're down below having to fight against all of these other teams who, in trying to play safely away from JL, ironically put them into more danger. It was very much out of the fire into the frying pan, or into just all of the damage coming through from that Tianhai, as JL walk away with 16 kills. And you can look at the amount of kills that some of these teams were able to pick up. OUG 13 kills, BBE 10. However, you compare the amount of kills that JL were able to find in those endgame scenarios to these teams that were already coming in with these numbers. OUG barely add to the kills that they've been able to pick up from the early to mid game, because everyone is trying to play recovery away from JL and they cannibalize their own safety. They have to contest not one team in the form of JL, but every other team that's trying to play as far away from JL as humanly possible. So the ultimates get burned out, the resources get burned out, the combo breakers get burned out, and JL are just entirely uncontested the entire time. They've got access to everything, and you can see 4 kills on the side of TXJ, 5 kills on the side of VVV, but look at One Thing, 7 on the Tianhai.
Man, I can't believe this man got 14k damage underneath. That is crazy.
He got so many grabs. No one was looking at the Tianhai. Everyone was looking at all of the teams around them, which meant that they never knew when the grabs were coming down. He got so many slams, he got so many double grabs, and that goes to show how distracted the teams that they were fighting were.
Yeah. And now they look into the standings. Our top 6 into this board had Wolves in surprise with that V1 with the Valda. You know, we've seen the Wombos come out here. 12.5 for themselves in 6th. But 5th place, 521 at 15, 21 points for VVE in 4th, 29.9 for Bauda, and 34 for OUG. While JL taking 1st place now so far, 38.7 after round 2. The points here right now is going to come through into game 3, but Game 2 was so explosive, especially off of that moment where everyone was conjectured next to each other. The V1 for the V1 coming out, and every single Vermilion teams burned their Vermilion Bird's Might in just a blink of an eye. And even though Wolves didn't get as much as they were hoping for, they tried to work out what they could. The Romyang fight they took up against JL was a good test to see how fast can you burn down. But since Hadi has the aerial ascent for that, for the rest to come through, we're gonna see some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming.
Oh, we're gonna see the Valda V1. We're definitely gonna see JL. What a parry coming up through from VVV. Able to find the damage with the full sword, puts himself onto the sidelines, wanted to go for that scale rush, grabs the soul bloom that he'd left behind, sets the scale rush up to be able to interact with that zip, and then goes through with the F1 to just fully close out the spacing that they had available to them. Here's a drop down coming up through now from VVV with the bow shot off of the double grab that Onefeng was able to set up into the Valda spear re-grab, into that Tien high bow shot headshot yet again, into another Valda spear re-grab. Crazy stuff coming up through from the Valda Tien high duo.
V doing some good work here in repositioning and looking at how much his range macro's going through here, looking at the damage off the spike, and he's like, I'm just gonna repair my bow because once it's in high, once Onefeng is in active mode, he looks towards and making sure keeping eyes on TXJ as he's keeping the staggers going for chip damage, causing staggers with the bow, having scatter shot in one of his Jade selections. He finds a double grab, he looks for any ground targets, they are done, and there's gonna be another grab. And once the skybound position for that aerial ascent comes out for the Hadi, the teleporter is gonna be giving him enough time to just delay his ultimate as zone take damage isn't gonna be in effect, and he uses this just to make sure if anyone is outside of the zone, he gets his last hit confirmation, and there it goes. This team actually making it through for 1st place and finding the last hit confirmation and winning it out.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't have to burn the Valda V2 early to set up Onefeng for those back-to-back grabs meant that they could win the heal-off situation. They do such a good job when they play this composition of layering those ultimates. Onefeng is going to be picking up his first MVP on the World Championship stage, and you can see that they made sure to just come through with the full CC follow-through. The damage that he does is actually very, very low in comparison to the kills that he's able to find.
He's finding kill shot hits with the Tien high grabs and the slam downs, and that's why the skilled ultimates is at nearest to 5,400 damage. And the moment that they were able to find themselves with the ranged weapon, with Swarm, and picking it up inside of the first Romyang, that was the main source of just poke damage, right? Hitting the confirmation, scaring off the opponents, and seeing if there is going to be more teams to hear what's going on nearby. And for Onefeng, you know, having the positions we saw from game 1 and how well he was able to sustain out, having game 2, but more importantly, taking the trust from VVV being a staple in that team.
Yeah, and I mean, that was sort of the teething problem that JL ran into, right? The backstory to this team, they have 2 absolute stellar players that they picked up from TE. So all the way back last year, in 2023, we had TE walk away with the championship, and that was under the squad of TXJ, VVV, Leo, and LYD. And then TE traded 2 of their players over to JL, who were able to walk away with TXJ and VVV, and inserted Onefeng into that mix. However, when we first saw that team come through, there were some really big hiccups and issues. And in fact, they actually did an interview where Onefeng himself confessed that he was feeling incredibly nervous with the amount of pressure put onto him. But we can see that not only has been able to shoulder that pressure, he's able to find those grabs and find those lands as we find ourselves heading into game 3 right after this break.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Ibin, đội trưởng của BB.
Em là Phát Miêu đến từ đội tuyển BBE. Tôi là Slowzy, tôi là huấn luyện viên kiêm tuyển thủ của đội tuyển BB.
Lúc năm vừa qua thì team của mình được mời tham dự NBBL. Và đó cũng là lần đầu mình được trải nghiệm ở môi trường mới.
BB ở trong vòng mùa xuân đến với BBL thì khá mới lạ.
2 năm vừa qua thì em có tham gia World Cup với lại đội hình rất là trẻ. Trong quá trình luyện tập thì tụi em có bất đồng quan điểm rất là nhiều
và đã có thất bại. Mọi người đã có những ý kiến trái chiều với nhau.
Vì lý do đó rất là nhạy cảm nên
mặc dù bọn em đôi lúc trên có cãi vã rất nhiều và chúng em đã có một thời gian dài không nói chuyện với nhau. Chúng em giải quyết bằng cách ngồi lại nói chuyện và giải quyết vấn đề đó để hướng vào mục tiêu tốt hơn đến World Cup lần này.
Tất cả các team bây giờ bọn họ thật sự rất là phát triển và họ cố gắng hơn rất nhiều so với những năm trước.
Ưu điểm lớn nhất của BB đó là học hỏi những yếu tố mới rất nhanh.
Bản thân em thay đổi rất nhiều về cách di chuyển, cách đánh và tình huống xử lý tình huống rất nhiều. Sau khi em đánh 1x1 ở NBBL thì chúng em đã học được rất nhiều của những đối thủ của em của Trung Quốc.
Sự khác biệt lớn nhất đối với em là cả hai môi trường này kiểu thực lực nó rất là chênh lệch. Ở CWSS thì tụi em cũng không cảm nhận nhiều sự khó khăn khi hoàn thành việc đánh giải, và ở vòng loại chung kết thế giới thì bọn em cũng vượt qua rất là dễ dàng, nhưng mà ở vòng bảng MBL thì tụi em đã cố gắng hết sức và kết quả nó kiểu san sát nhau để tụi em có thể đi tiếp, nên tụi em cũng rất là thất vọng. Và đặc biệt em là đội trưởng thì em cũng thấy rất là thất vọng về bản thân và
không làm được bản thân mình và đánh mất nhiều chức vô địch ASC.
Sau 2 mùa thi đấu MBBL thì các thành viên trong đội đã tiến bộ rất rõ ràng. Các thành viên vẫn còn muốn nâng cao hơn.
Kiểu em cũng muốn cố gắng để hoàn thành nốt việc còn lại là World Cup này. Bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giữ được kết quả tốt nhất.
BB chúng em đã đi qua một cái thời gian rất là dài. Chúng em sẽ cùng nhau tiếp tục đi hết quãng đường còn lại.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình hy vọng đội tuyển của mình sẽ cố gắng đạt được trong top 6 của giải cấp.
Có một sự chuẩn bị tốt nhất, không đánh theo một cái khuôn khổ nào hết, và kiểu có sự sáng tạo trong đội hình và sáng tạo trong lối chơi để World Cup này bọn em có thể bứt phá. Và BB không chỉ mạnh ở khu vực C, và ở World Cup lần này thì tụi mình sẽ cho mọi người thấy BB xứng đáng với nhiều danh hiệu tốt hơn và sẽ xưng tầm quốc tế, và tụi em sẽ hướng đến những giấc mơ xa hơn.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back through in Shanghai, China. My name is Severio, coming out here from Shanghai alongside with Got Moxie, and we're going through for Game 3 for trios for the Day 1 qualifiers for J-Cup. And it has been crazy for these past 2 rounds. First round being given towards, for the survival rate as a Syra comp is making it through, but more into the case scenario and seeing round 2. Tianhai, Valda, uncontested.
Yeah, you and I, we were theory crafting for the break duration, how exactly you can deal with this, and it really does feel like you have to pick your timing. I think that's one of the main problems that a lot of those teams ran into. They waited a little bit too long to properly start the fight. If OUG had just held their ground a little bit longer, they didn't need the kills. Is the thing, going up against that composition, it's a 2-step fight. You have to bait the ultimate first, disengage, and then come back in again. You need to break the sync cycle. The Tianhai and the Valda, we see it in Realm of Yang, we see it in the open world fight early to mid game all the time. Tianhai goes for the ultimate, Valda goes for the V2, Tianhai finds one grab, throws the player down into the Valda spear, finds the re-grab, throws them down into the next Valda spear. We got to see it from JL's VVV's position. He was able to just continue to set up the CC cycle, and because he's setting up the grass for his Tianhai doesn't have to cancel the ultimate early because he's finding the slams to be able to siphon into that heal. However, OUG just bent the knee.
Yeah, they did.
There was the pressure of the F1 into a Dreadful Whale, and they backed off instead of holding that ground for even 5 seconds long enough to put enough pressure onto either the Valda or the Tianhai to force one of those ultimates. Then they could have disengaged, waited for the ultimate to go through, gone back into the fight now that the cycle has been broken, and if either the Tianhai has the ultimate up, every other team in this lobby gets to turn onto a Tianhai who doesn't have a Valda CC setting him up for grabs, so he's not going to get the heal, and is probably going to have to cancel the ultimate, then burn the F1, and be incredibly vulnerable on the high ground, or they use the Tianhai ultimate to force OUG to back on off, and they sit on the Valda ultimate, but then you have stamina, you can tap dodge the spear.
Yeah, and you get another thing too, right? Is like noticing how many Jades were in the revolvement. Dreadful Whale on JL. We saw Merciless Havocs. We saw Dragon-like Might, which is in the hands of JL. But more importantly, just seeing how many sustained Jades were being given to the teams. As one team falls, another team picks the Jades back up. That type of rotation happened in the ravine. You saw how many teams took fights within the ravine. You saw how many bodies were down there. MVP being one of the few at the very end, and how many of the chances of the Sand Siphons was just going through and cycling out. But the moment that it came down towards that pressure, and OUG went off of that cliffside, not taking the fight against JL gives them all the necessary positions they needed. Game 3, though, will potentially see us in Morris Isles potential for the comps between now the both MVP squads, and hoping to wonder if Wolves is going to be pulling out a sneaky, you know, ultimate pick. I'm just saying.
You know what's going to be really funny as well? Every team is going to be so paranoid that the Valda that they run into is running V1 instead of V2.
Yep.
Because you have no way of knowing.
Until it's too late.
V1 is immediate. That tidal wave comes out. You only know it's V1 when you're CC'd.
Then over here, you monk transformation. You're like, it's over for me, man. Peace, adios, amigos.
The problem is, and we did see the impact come through from Wolves, like they found such a good opener with the V1, but you only get one tidal wave. As opposed to the V2 where you can pick and choose your moment. You do have to throw them relatively quickly back to back to back. It's not quite what it was when Valda first got the V2, and she was absolutely cracked in terms of the solo matchup because you could hold those space for as long as you wanted. In trios and solos now, you really do have to throw them out almost back to back to back to be able to manage all 3 spear connections in the duration of that V2. But that works out perfectly to set up the Tianhai because you're always just back. One form of CC, next form of CC, one form of CC, next form of CC.
Like a cycle of destruction coming out here, and also the cycle of the round selections. Team Battle, YZGs, SYN, and MVP. They are in the first round for this time in Morris Isle for the midday time cycle. While TWSS, OUG, Wolves, and Lions take second phase, Ares, VVE, 521, and JL, they are in the last row. Now, usually in this case scenario, the hero point selections really come into play here if they really want to go ahead and invest into their third time running the comp. JL haven't been run that Tianhai, Valda, and the Hadi. If they decide to just say, we have it in the bank, we will be first name Robin, last name Bang. I mean, they'd be taking all their points off of this game alone, but everyone in the first 2 round selections can hold your horses. You can't do that because this is where the teams might want to take it in their own hands.
Yeah, this is where we're going to be seeing those hero points and the costs of those units really come into play. For people in the first phase, it's not as stressful a matter, right? You can figure out who you want to make more expensive. It is going to be a immediate Syra pick coming on through from YZG with the Siphon, and it is going to be Synergy also going to be locking in that Siphon. However, they're going to be running the Karumi variant. Bowder going to be running the Valda Tianhai Hardy. Still waiting to see what we're going to get coming on through from the AS region. It is going to be, again, the Xiphon composition, so both Sai and Matari are going to be made more expensive. Karumi and Syra still very much up for grabs, but no surprises. OUG and Wolves going to be locking in the Hardy composition with the Valda. This being Morris Isle, there's a lot more flat spacing in terms of that terrain, so really good for the monks to be able to use the full hit of the V2 without having to worry about the issue of parkour.
Yeah, 0.1 bans all across the board throughout the characters in the top right. As you can see, Zai, Valda, Tianhai, Matari, and Hadi for the last round selection. Pools will allow for Viper Witch and Tessa to go through, which has been usually the case scenario in the past. Scene 2 now coming in for the third round selection as JLs are able to pick it up. Team Ares and 521 still debating on the terms of the comp selection. This is going to lead out in terms of how strong they want to decide going through. There's going to be the Syra, the Sand Siphon comp, and the original Sand Siphon coming through, but this time with Karumi on 521's hands.
Yeah, we're going to be getting the full hit of the F3 with the damage reduction as well as the heal tick. And I mean, Karumi has seen some really interesting changes over the years. The fact that we no longer see the V1, it's always going to be the armor circle, but also that massive change that they made where all Tevas now have that healing ability meant that these Karumis were able to pick the F3 with the damage reduction added bonus over the F1, and that's introduced. Normally in NARAKA we have position 1, 2, and 3, but now position 1 can sort of be slotted in between whoever the Karumi Teva is attached to, and you can go much more aggressively forward in terms of confirming the spacing for your teammates.
Yeah, healing over time for the F3 being 50 heal tick for your teammate and allowing for the damage mitigation after some changes down to 70% damage reduction.
Yeah, the 90% was
Yeah, 90% what made people cry the moment it proc, because they were like, oh, they're 1 HP, yeah, and 1 HP decimal point added to the list. But these heroes are going to be selected. Skill selection is what I'm looking for Wolves, and it looks like they're going to opt for the V2 as they should, but the F1, so they're taking JL's route and taking it into the F1 usage for themselves. As it seemed successful, they're going to do it themselves.
Yeah, it is slightly riskier, especially since the Valda, if she does get focused down, doesn't have the combo break, but as we've talked about, she's not the point of focus at the beginning of these fights. Tianhai is. We're going to be seeing YZG's 17S opting for the F2 variant of the base ability coming on through from the Cyrus, so no combo break available. They're definitely going to be going the much more aggressive route. As to our Ares, Yizhao is going to be locking in that F2. So far we have yet to see any representation from the V2, even though it does come through with the additional damage reduction plus the healing tech for the allies, but it seems like that longer 8-second duration with the 16 seconds in comparison to the 8 with the V2 is much more of a higher priority for these teams because of all of these points of interest, things like the Realm of Yang and also the Spirit Well being so important in terms of the amount of time that you have to be able to control those objectives. But speaking about importance, it's incredibly important that you're keeping an eye on answering these questions. This one is going to be which of the following teams will rack up the most eliminations this match, and it's going to be a head-to-head of YZG versus OUG, two absolute mainstays of the NBPL circuit going head-to-head, as GG not being in the lobby mean that one mainstay of the NBPL scene, that secret tunnel route, is going to be free for Wolves to secure.
You know, Wolves is like, they ain't here, we can take it for free, we're going down. And now it's going to be a chance of seeing Ghost Town fights. I see BBE, TWSS, and MVP taking that spot. JL had Count support here though, so they're going to get at least 1 or 2 Fireflies. Remember, Tessa wiped Wuchen. They take at least 1 on Firefly for themselves inside the cave for the Tessa, and they can go straight down south if they recognize those teams and being able to fight it out. But BBE, having blue armor on Ivan, having common armor on Fat Milk, Roy Hee is looking to lock down as it comes down with the F3, as the kill potential against Mines is almost there.
Oof, Dragon Slayers finds the Nezhas that it was looking for from the side of BBE, forcing out that Zai F2. Roy Hee tries to come through the charged LMB onto the RMB now out of those dual halberds, sets up the skill rush, potentially looking for a drop-down F3 connection, manages to buy some spacing with the RMB on those halberds. There's the drop-down, but it's not onto a player, it's a revive onto Fat Milk because the third party came through, but now we see the connection of the F3 and it takes down Polaris!
And Han got caught by the Tessa enchant, denying the escape. Roy Hee still looking for an armor and goes for the RMBs, and that double jump gives enough time for Snack to disengage. Now Roy Hee looking for an armor, gets himself an armor powder, is looking to try to reset, but with OUG finding themselves a Moonbane Charm, one of the items into the hands, it could be Roy Hee looking to try to lock this one down. There is no pressure more than the Viper getting her ultimate sooner than anything, and even though Roy Hee doesn't have the mitigation for this, he is still creating that presence.
They could potentially go for the drop-down V1 onto MVP, who with a reset now return to the fight, instrumented with the Zai F2. They've been able to find the kill off of the Matari ability onto Snack, but like you said, Roy Hee has got that V1, has not opted to use it just yet, will use it just now. Ivan in the meantime has gone down. A second Viper ultimate comes through, and JL's TXA, despite being the second Viper to ult, was able to block LOS on the ultimate, so manages to survive for the V1 to come through from his end, and they turn onto BBE and win out in terms of longer-term sustain.
Han has nothing to live for here. He F2s right back into the thick of the action. JL finding 5 eliminations to the board, and finding TXJ here with that purple armor means that he has enough survivability to go ahead and go straight up north. TWSS Tofu is getting chased down throughout this higher side of the with the graveyard, and it might be his own sake. His F2's invested. His combo breaker for Hottie is gone. There is nothing going to keep him survivability. Look at the staggers. Look at the control. The succession of damage. Oh my goodness. Tofu goes down. This is kill elimination 6 right now, and JL has nearly 30k gold on hand.
They've almost got another Viper ultimate. TXJ just used his, and he's almost got another Viper ultimate. We have to talk about the fact that he was able to dodge that first Viper ultimate.
That part.
Normally when 2 Vipers ult, whoever is the Viper that ults first gets the better of the Viper who ults second, because that CC snaps the other Viper out of their ultimate. It cancels it fully, and you lose all of your rage. However, TXJ was able to position perfectly that he was able to block out the Viper ultimate coming through from Roy Hee, but wasn't too far removed from the fight that he's still able to find his CC.
Moved left, moved right, and ran around the rocks, and he got himself into the kills. This is going to give JL enough boost right here for 6 eliminations, but we're switching to YZG. They make their way towards Eventai Temple, and seeing 5-2-1 here, you see the crossbow bolts. It's an armor check situation. We're seeing how much gear do you have. They are still going to take this fight, 61%, but the F2 comes out from 17S, ensuring that the team can look to try to get some sustain if they get the force focus. YZG, 17S has that Moonbane on standby, tried to look for the proc.
Of it, though.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for them to just really push it in.
Yeah, this is really risky, though, because they're not the only team with a Moonbane. OUG also have a Moonbane, and OUG, I believe, just picked up a bounty. So they're going to be looking to instigate a fight in a matter of moments, and only one team can have a Moonbane active at the same time. We're going to see the initiation come on through. The Moonbane does come out. They've been able to lock down 5-2-1's Pampy, but the Takeda, with the Furon shoves, is trying to disengage this fight so that 5-2-1 can kite over towards the Forbidden Seal out of the Moonbane. The Tumult ultimate was not in play in time, so Akame is not going to be able to have his, as Pampy is taking a lot of pressure with the Moonbane still on the side edges of where this Takeda is playing.
Now the horizontals come out, the parries are in, and now Pampy looks to get QGG. The Moonbane blast denies all that pressure. Pampy is going to get caught with that one hit and looks for that double dash. He's got the fist blades, he's got the movement, the schmovement, but nothing is going to hit harder than the fist blades R&B. Pampy gets a solo. That's 1,000 heal just like that. And finding this fight turnaround, especially with the Moonbane in the presence of a Forbidden Seal all at once, gives 5-2-1 that nice mental push for them to go ahead and get those eliminations.
Really smart stuff coming through from 5-2-1. Sandsiphon is one of the strongest compositions in terms of neutral fighting when the ultimates are removed. Xiphon, on the other hand, relies on the heavy burst damage window that comes with that Xi V2, as well as the ability for the Matari to reset the F ability with her ultimate, so denying the Xiphon composition access to both of those, plus the Siren not being able to utilize the stun duration of the V1, meant that in comparison, Sandsiphon had both aggressive potential with the Temi Wisp to shut you down, as well as that Takeda punishing the focus throws with the F1, while still having all of the defensive capabilities to live through the damage that Xiphon could do with the Kurumi F3, as JL going to be going aggressively up against Alliance. This time around, TXJ has to just full kite out the V1, and they actually utilize the Wuchen teleport to reposition before coming back into the fight to set TXJ up for a Viper ultimate of his own.
Now Yuma going to be having a chance to get one Vitality heal off, but TXJ has it in the bag. F3 knockback goes straight to Scarab's position. I love to see it. TXJ gets caught by the F3 from the Viper as well himself. And the Test Enchant is good. Alliance now forced in scene using their ultimate, D-Enchant. This enchant is good and all, but guess what? VVV has his ultimate back up again, and TXJ has his ultimate still on standby.
Yeah, but Alliance are out of that. You can see grapple distance and speed coming in absolutely clutch, but One Fang trying to play a little bit far forward and deal enough damage that Alliance are held back, having to peel for that Viper. They are going to be able to kite over towards the Forbidden Seal. They knew that TXJ and VVV were both coming into this fight with ultimate still in play, and they take us into a neutral fight with the Tessa utilizing their combo breaker early. TXJ still trying to find this skirmish, but the Tessa on the outsides of the Forbidden Seal throws in the ultimate and looks to try and shut these players down.
Hold checks might be coming through here, but there's going to be one release to two. TXJ finds elimination against Yuma. It's going to be the F3 or F1 coming in from Wuchen. Given the sustain, given the chase down, but revenge, he's scare rushing. Blue focus is good. Uppercut. Ooh, we're looking for the R&B release just like that with a 2-1-1, but VVV comes with the snag. This is giving JL 9 eliminations, folks, and this is before first Ramyang. They don't need to take Ramyang. This comp usually isn't selected for do it, but if they find NY7 for double-digit 10, there it is, getting the 10th kill into this round.
Max distance parry on the Fan R&B. There's a couple of ways that you can play into that Fan 1v1. You either parry the return comeback, or you max distance and you step into the window of range that you can get that parry set up. And JL opts for the latter and makes it look oh so clean. Is OUG going to be looking to enter into this realm of Yang? They have that Valda, they have that Tianhai. They've been taking things a little bit slower. We know that they have a Moonbane in play. I believe that actually is their Moonbane currently in play to block off some of the map's distance, as they want to be able to go into this realm of Yang and pick up that loot scaling to set their Tianhai up to have the maximum amount of damage, so that just 3 cycles of the Valda Spears can confirm the kills.
Yeah, well, he's Haven being where they were just at, had a lot of loot to offer for them, so so hopefully to see if they have anything of earning this, because this Realm Yang is going to get contested 100%. Bowda is holding on this corner here, having the high ground, having focus slide, Juggernaut on Bowda U. That's a dangerous combination.
I don't think there's going to be a full fight though, because both of these teams are running the Tianhai.
Yeah.
Both of them know that they want the other team ideally to get all the way to the end game, because the more Tianhais that are in end game, the more distracted the teams are going to be in the area. And if one team is running from one monk, you can actually utilize them burning their stamina to dodge one monk's grabs to just grab into your own.
Yeah. And that's where you see also into the builds and seeing the energy just to get the wave roll to avoid as many chances of the grabs as possible. The King reposition, grapple to the sky. My man's doing some work out here. King looking for the drop down for the blue. The cannon shots might come through. There is a release for the drop down. Not going to happen, not just yet. But I think if the King forces F now and looks at horizontal release, he could find a chance in proccing the material. And this is a perfect situation for OUG.
Yeah, the King's gonna go for that Tianhai V2 coming on through. Matari ultimate still in play for SYN. They take cover behind that pillar so they don't get grabbed out by this monk. Oh no! The scale rush from Loves. He swapped over to that pole sword, gets grabbed out into the ranged repeating crossbow fire, and he is going to go down to the slam. No Valda V2 needed. In fact, Jinyu is still holding on to his ultimate as he finds another grab, this time onto CVV. He's going to be able to live long enough. The Kurumi tether with the damage reduction comes on through, but there's the Valda Spear to set up even more damage, and without that tether, the 4-second snap duration had already worn out. No 70% damage reduction here. It's 100% full damage, and it's 100% a clean sweep for OUG, who are just going to kite this fight out as long as possible so they can have max duration of the buff.
Yep, taking into the other fight though, we're going to see Wolves taking a huge pressure off their shoulders as they are getting 1 kill, 2 kills, and maybe even up to 3, having down Bowda. This is a cool surprise. This is them using the chances of the F1 for the Valda, and now packing it in with a gold weapon and finding a Cav Bloom with gold dual halberds. Give me a crafting hammer. We're going in.
That's crazy RNG. Cavalry Bloom is so strong. We're going to be seeing as well an immediate fight of them up against 5-2-1. Valda F1 comes on through. Wolves taking cover behind it. Pampy gets aggressive with that Takeda. He's getting pressured though by the Hardy ultimate, who's making sure he's not in position to set his players up with fear and shoves into follow-throughs. And immediately we can see Pampy's ultimate fully mitigated off of just this pressure from the Hardy ultimate. The Valda ultimate and the Tianhai are still going to have their burst duration cycles. And 5-2-1's Akami is forced into holding the Temi ultimate to have to play reactionary.
The full commitment coming in here from Wolves though, from the drop downs, are looking to try to get as many kills as possible in a short amount of time, popping ults and making sure they can go crazy with it. But Pampy has his F1, still has a chance. We see some little rollouts out there in the sidelines, and they are gone for a little bit of seconds here because we still have the Chaos.
The slap!
That's a slap coming through in the mid side because the F1 is active. Now it's done. Pampy gets tapped. Dodge pair coming through for the R&B. That's it. Pampy goes down for millions, is consumed. SYN are still in the outskirts needing those soul blooms very badly so, but the problem is now Temi Circle is blocking the route. But Sakame goes down, and seeing how the ultimate's done for the Cicada, or for the Temul, I should say, it is now up to seeing SYN turn this fight around, hopefully in their favor.
Oh, Yin gets spotted. The slap sets ZK up to come through with those first blades. Nexium with the drop down charged R&B is going to be able to find the connection as well, and all of that stamina was just burnt out from 5-2-1, who had to avoid and went directly into the first blade follow through. Horizontal comes on out from Loves with that pulse sword, but XEM is still an absolute menace with the RMB on this fan. Matari ultimate comes out, just trying to reposition, and Wolves held on to the Valda V2 to get the full lockdown up against SYN. Kurumi does still have one of the recasts on this ultimate, but XEM now with a late Tianhai transformation is able to find one grab immediately and another off of 2 spear connections before ZK's ultimate runs out, finds the reverb into a second double grab, and that is going to be SYN losing all of their players. XEM, what an absolute masterclass on the Transformer with the F1 Valda managing to secure the next CC, a grab into the flop state, into the RMB focus hit of the longsword, and that is Wolves getting an easy team wipe.
That could have been better for the situation for Wolves. We're straight into the Sigma Mine action though. We are seeing Bauda putting out the work as Yaron is getting melted beyond belief, having the jump backs looking to deform, but he had no armor to begin with, so this was an emergency ultimate that had to be necessary. There it goes towards YZG, and then with 17S just going in the backline, F2 is up, but the ultimate is down. 470 more percentage points for that rage bar. All you need to do is a little bit of damage. You know, F2 comes out in this scenario, but with 13 kill eliminations, JL taking the stead into the lead, and as YZG just backs off straight towards the Crow's Nest region, they're going to be making sure they can force the fight in their home turf.
Yeah, Bauda's peak with the Valda F2 is going to be able to actually slow YZG's disengagement, which allows JL to close up the distance and looking for this third party. Peak does have the Valda ultimate, he's going to invest it, but you can see that JL have all of their ultimates intact and are more than ready to just take full advantage of the situation that has landed on their doorstep. 17S coming under a lot of pressure, tries to back on off to the outskirts with the R&B movement on that pulse sword as TXJ holds court on the outskirts, has the Viper V1, doesn't need to use it. They're just putting enough pressure onto the teams around them, trying to get a feel for the situation in terms of the ultimates. Matari ultimate actually got forced. TXJ utilizing that Viper ultimate to fully force the Matari into kiting into the storm damage, and they're going to actually chase onto them, keeping them in the zone for as long as possible so that the Wuchen teleport can actually let them get ahead of the rest of the teams. But one thing, a little bit of a miscalculation, goes down.
Maybe a chance for TXJ to salvage the situation, but it's looking a little bit close. He needs to get uppercut. There is the lockdown in the corner. There is a blue focus, and that might be a hold check through the Tessa enchant. Unfortunate zone tick damage. Musket shot confirms the kill as BBE is picking up a +1, and Y7 taking the enchant inside the zone. The Wuchen Port to keep him going through in the matchup. The F1 shield walls from Wuchen keeps the disengagement clean for them. Now, for JL, still in the zone, One Fang getting res, getting those vitality heals. Roaming 2 isn't effective for the players to make their way to reposition towards this, but JL losing out TXJ as a result.
They might pick him up?
Maybe. I don't know how far deep that zone is.
BBE can see him. That's the problem.
Oh, they're looking at him.
Yeah, BBE is looking at that body. They've seen that the sword is still on the can, which means that TXJ has not opted to bleed out, and they're just gonna zone keep. That's so unfortunate for JL. They had 13 kills and they have to give their Viper up.
Yeah. If there is any Spirals that they notice, they could try to find their way through. One Fang, though, and the zone take damage is going crazy. Weakness escalation is at an all-time high. Spearwell, though, is in this vicinity. As you can see, Alliance and 521 are trying to contest this. This is going to force out Snack's ultimate and the Tianhai in the background. We saw that. But now we have a Romy Yang fight. OUG up against Wolves in this scenario.
Yeah, Wolves not yet having that Tianhai ultimate. It will be in play in a matter of moments. Valder ultimate is going to come into play most likely first of all, as XEM is able to put enough pressure onto OUG's the King, forcing the Tianhai, has the pillars to hide behind, making sure that he can get his later transformation to come on through. ZK just barely manages to make it behind that pillar in time to stop the grab from coming on out, and XEM now is actually trying to just body block the King for a little bit to stop his players from getting grabbed on up. One is gonna get scooped, and we can see immediately the Valda with the spear looks for the stagger lockdown onto that Tianhai. Now that they've been able to live out the duration of the King's ultimate, XEM, who ulted second, is free to hold position on top of this pillar and utilize the full threat of the grabs to force the spacing of OUG, as ZK with a late Valder ultimate is also going to be able to outsustain OUG.
Now Wolves looking pretty healthy for a second round Yang victory, and this is going to be where OUG looks to try to kite through as the King gets a reset. I can't believe the F1 got R&B released. There it is. King goes down. ZK makes the definition of insanity. It can be repeated, and the cycle is there. The destruction. Xingyu is trying to hide out here, but the crazy thing is F1 having such a low cooldown. ZK has it right back up, and he's spamming it out here, but SS goes through. If he can try to 1v2 the situation, it all comes down to whether or not he can either predict a hold check or instant release, and they weren't predicting that one. Holding to see the R&Bs. There's the 1-2s, looking for the R&B release. He gets one kill elimination. He's going back into the turnaround. A little bit of seconds here for the F1 to come back up. He looks for the F1 again. Ooh, we're looking for an ACCA in the background. SS with that gold Hong sword. That's a lot of scale damage here. R&B is parried. That's unfortunate. There's going to be an extension. Nope. Just a straight hit off the jump horizontal. And whether or not ZK looks to use a longsword, that longsword beam comes out. 5 seconds on the clock. No parry with the F1. There it is. Comes out. He turned it around and keeps the game going for Wolves.
Oh my goodness, so much to analyze. OUG had a Aurora burst, and he was utilizing that to force Wolves to have to plank against the focus to counteract the silence effect before it could come through. So he cancelled the Aurora Burst into the anticipation parry, but the F1 with the lower base cooldown comes on through. What a play from Wolves to swap to the longsword and connect as OUG's player tried to back on off, knowing that the F1 would be coming through, knowing he didn't want to get caught up in the close and personal because he would have been hit by the CC.
It's actually insane. And also that Jade that picked up a for ZK is a Phoenix Blast, so it's a Victor Champion reward for him. And this is going to be dangerous for anyone up against this comp. Now, there in the distance, TWSS are opting towards the Immortal Temple. They're skating around here and just trying to see with that Mystic Might, which is going to expire in just a couple of seconds. We'll just try to find out if any sort of hot, anyone that lost from Yang is in the vicinity. But for TWSS, they are just trying to go ahead and make it happen for this round. I mean, listen, they got 6 kills eliminations so far, best so far so yet, and this is within the first 3 rounds. But with OUG on the outskirts, they have to decide if they have 8 kills, if they can go in to try to find any players, will they be able to find them out soon enough?
Meanwhile, we've got outside Celestra Bida going head-to-head against TWSS Snack. Purple armor, blue dual blades, comes on through with the cavalry bloom. He reveals that he's got it in the back pocket, and immediately we can see Bida just fully repositioning. He's trying to set it up unnoticed so he can come through and clip one of these players into the scoop before they can find the parry on it. As Cavalry Bloom, when you know that it's going to be equipped, it's much easier to be able to parry when you're anticipating it, as opposed to suddenly when you're careened into it halfway through as the fight's already started. As OUG, with that Yang depletion, potentially taking a fight up against BBE, but we just saw a flash of YZG off in the distance with that Syra variant of the Xiphon composition. Is OUG going to have to be very careful about which team they want to try and turn onto to cleanse this Yang depletion, as the Tianhai and Valda are an all-in composition. You commit the Valda ultimate, you commit the Tianhai ultimate, and that is great in terms of burst damage duration, but it's absolutely awful in terms of third-party survivability.
Yeah, and taking it into the Jade Pond is one of those final spots going through here. If anyone can come down on top, I think, I mean, OUG has a good amount of scaling for armor, for mitigation, but the problem, and even with the HP that the King has on the board, all it comes down to is how Celestra is going to fare in their favor up against JL. JL being the Viper Witch and Tesla comp and having enough terrain to kind of space out. OUG decides to just wait this one through. They got 2 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock. They are still looking to try to just space through. And if they can find a team that just seems to be on the outskirts of it all, this all comes down towards a quick succession. We saw that in round 1, how fast BBE were able to delete one player off the field, and it being the Maldo. Now it's up to the King to see what the initiation there is going to be the chance for the R&B release. But of course, blue focuses left and right. Double parry coming through. We have a gold weapon on standby, and now the King, can he go for the ult? And he will activate it.
Oh, huge play from Jinny to be able to give his Tianhai with the F ability, the chance of going for that transformation. Both of the Tianhais going to be going for the ultimate. The King actually not able to complete the stagger slam because Snack was able to punch him out of being able to commit the punch. And now he's going lower and lower and lower. The Valda spit connects onto him. He's got to use one of the jumps to put himself into the space to T-transform. And he gets caught by Dofu coming on out from TWSS. Snack now low out of that ultimate is going to be vulnerable, has to try and back on off as OUG without that Tianhai, without the Valda, probably going to be losing that Hardy as SS forced into utilizing that combat breaker, trying to back on off as BBE just fully turning in onto him. Forbidden Seal has come into play, TWSS kited on over to it, but outside of it, we can see BBE still having an impact and finding all of the kills onto OUG.
The C teams are doing good work this round. I would have to be honest, BBE putting it throughout this duration. 6 eliminations so far. But of course, Wolves saw the Forbidden Seal. They are approaching to the scene, them being at 12 kill eliminations, gold doublets, gold armors across the entirety of their kit. Their selection right now is just make sure and just trying to pick off one player one at a time if they can. Considering how much this Forbidden Seal area takes into effect, they have to look around the rocks and making sure that no one has a position to look and flank behind them. But for XEM right now, looks up really quickly and just tries to see whether or not NiHQ or if ZK can just try to find a target to lock down, because there are a lot of players in Jade Pond for them to just find one out.
So many of these players trying to take cover outside of that Forbidden Seal is stacking them up in positions that we would normally see when we're down to the last couple of zones. And it does look like no one really wants to try and commit into a fight, understanding that Wolves showing up to the mix with that Draco Storm are going to have an innate advantage against everybody else. And it's forcing these teams' hands in terms of these overall positions. XCM showcasing that Cavalry Bloom, TWSS very quickly pushing Wolves farther and further away and actually leading them to directly contest onto 5-2-1. We saw just that, ZK coming in through with a early Valda F1, just trying to catch some CC onto these players of 5-2-1 as XCM gets a scout to see whether or not they can take a fight cleanly or if they're going to be interrupted with that third party, because that is the constant question in the back of their heads. When all of these players are as close as they are, if you start taking a fight and you all in with the Valda with the Tien Hai, you're very big. That Tien Hai, that Varsha state, very easy to see from a further distance. Plus, we know that a lot of these teams have things like the repeater crossbow and the bow, as well as the musket in the back pocket. So if you go for a commitment with the Tien Hai ultimate, you're opening yourself up for damage, not against just the team that you're fighting in the front line, but all of the ranged weaponry from all of the teams around you.
And even Team Wolves has a rejuvenation technique. 2 of their players having group heal on the standby. And for Team Wolves to have that onto 2 of the ground units makes it a lot more easier for them to kind of keep themselves in the fight. This 80% Moonbane, though, is going to create some spotting for the players and seeing who is trying to get out of the zone. For this, JL having an approach near to Alliance. If Alliance tries to see it to their right, they would notice the players, but they are just waiting as long as it possibly can because they see MVP taking themselves down with the Kurumi ultimate being invested, but not being able to see the Batari goes through. YG17S finding that bow shot off of LTZ as well into the background. Now BBE, they got themselves cornered off here. Fat Milk lost a lot of his health, but there's going to be that group heal reveal coming out for BBE as well. So it's up to the Viper Wuchen Tessa teams to try to contest every single one of these players, as well as we'll see in Tien Hai's left and right.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Mystic Might for the next Spirit Well buff. Wolves already in position to try and snap it up as quickly as it possibly occurs. This time, though, we do have Viper teams still alive, so the potential of these players committing those ultimates late on to the Spirit Well contest, especially now that one of the changes made to the Spirit Well is that the teams in the surrounding area can actually see the capture process. Knowing the progress bar, the state of it is going to make it harder for Wolves to be able to hold that position, especially since BBE immediately actually going to be going for that contest. They saw the Tien Hai, they get their Tester into position so that Wolves couldn't go for the Varsha transformation and immediately assume the position and stop any team in the area from just grabbing it with a contest, as you want to utilize the Tien Hai transformation to iframe through the Tesla-Teva connection.
Now, I've seen that Alliance is just trying to hold down the Spirit Well and no one wants to contest them, even though it's a blue armor and they're V1 Vipering the whole area. No one is going to be able to take this chance, but once it clears out, full refresh on the Rage Bar. Gold armor, purple armor now swapped over to the Revenge as it comes out towards the gear. This team is really looking like a rainbow set for the armor right now, and now it's going to be down to them utilizing that Mystic Might, not only for the mitigation, just for the vision. If they can find anyone who's on the outskirts, especially if a team starts taking the fight against their own, and then they find that teammate, that's going to be a perfect situation, because you can see right now JL is taking the fight with the V1 Viper and going straight into the action, but there's not going to be a stun for them to capitalize on, so it's only going to be used to space out.
Actually, I think it was utilized to keep TXJ alive. He's already half health. Had to just burn through the V1 with the damage reduction attached to it. TWSS is going to get attached onto by that Tessa. Teva, does he iframe through? Yes, he does. 3-second enchantment window shut down and a grab picked up. He finds one onto XCM, doesn't manage to find the slam. The F1 from the Tien Hai comes on through. Snack puts himself up onto the high ground, but this is the problem. One lone Tien Hai transformation is a huge target to everyone in this lobby. Wolves waited for the attention to turn onto another Tien Hai before taking full advantage of all of the chaos. XCM with the second transformation finds 2 grabs, one of them onto BBE's Fat Milk, another pickup onto Alliance's Yuma. However, the Wuchen teleport denies the double grab, even though he finds one onto BBE's Ivan. They'll be able to find the kill onto BBE's player, but the Wuchen teleport meant that the rest of them lived.
The Wiz throw was not good enough to catch him, and XCM finds that Soul Bloom, finds the reset. NY7 from Alliance taking the V1 into their own hands to try to catch one stun, and doesn't get it successfully. successfully and spaced it out. There's going to be a kill for YZG off against Alliance's Yumon, and now it's going to be a chance to see the Syra ultimate from 17S, hoping to kind of catch a dazzle off any partaking, disengaging opponents. But if 17S's ult ends, the lobby can try to focus this team comp down. There is going to be possibly elimination though for them. Find the rotation up against BBE, getting a fully eliminated into this game so far. Now it's up to whether or not they can get the kill for the Kablan in the flop state. That's the elimination. Now it's up to the final 2 minutes of whether or not Snack can get out of here to try to keep it going through. Has ultimate in just 78%, but no, he F1's in the zone and he is locked away.
Gets interrupted by ZK with the jump LMB on that pole sword as well. Wolves just trying to buy the rage for XEM to come through with that next form of the V2. ZK does have the Valder ultimate. The legendary armor is going to make sure that he can try and live long enough without having to burn through it. We've got 1 minute 57 seconds left on the board. Neither of these Valders wanting to commit the V2 because they understand they're probably not going to be able to rebuild that ultimate if they have to use it early. Wolves still finding the kill. The Hardy ultimate clearing the way, making sure that they can keep these players close to the edges of that zone, burning through their stamina, having to tap dodge out of the Hardy's connection. XEM goes for the transformation, was able to come on through with 1v2. Doesn't have the transformation to iframe. The test is done, so has to go through the immediate slam down onto 521's Fambi before the 3 second stun can interrupt him out of that grab, so went for the preemptive heal. He's trying to find another one. He's getting fried though by these players from Alliance's side. Finds a grab onto 521's Yin, which is going to be enough to give him a little bit of sustain, but he will go down. Had to burn so much of his ultimate jumping out of that damage that he gets stunned out by the Viper ultimate. Alliance's NY7 going through into that storm damage, keeping himself max distance away from the Tessa Teva stun coming on through. We've got 8 players left, 53 seconds. Who is going to be able to win the heal-off situation? Because Wolves still, no, they go out.
Yep.
Valda gets found out. They don't have the V2 to go for the health bar reset, and it's going to be a Viper Tessa Wu Chen team instead.
Now Polaris looking to get caught with the R&B from the fan, and there's a Tessa enchant. The F3 is avoided due to the teleporter, but this enchant 3 seconds of free fall position. Polaris emergency ult for the V2 has enough time to kind of sustain out. I'm not even sure whether or not he can try to throw a spear here. If he can, it would be a miracle. Hold check comes out, parry comes in, and there's BB over TXJ with that sap and gets to sustain. Polaris 100-0, and TXJ with the final ultimate trying to catch anyone in the sky, and it looks like it's Akame. Drop down blue focus. There's a Tessa enchant denies all of that pressure that he was trying to create in the final moments. JL, 19 eliminations and taking first place again.
The back-to-back.
So back.
We said it, we wanted to see the contest on the Valders, on the Tianhai. We wanted to see the Viper Tessa Wu Chen teams putting themselves into position for that Spirit Well so that the Tianhai doesn't get to set up first and use the threat of that ultimate to stop these teams from contesting.
It was crazy though, the fact that once we saw ZK kind of get his Valda ult ready to go, once he's knocked out of the zone, he has no comp breaker to reposition midair to activate ult, and that was the bane of his existence, just that final moment, and Wolves did phenomenal that round.
Yeah, they did really, really good. The grabs coming through from XEM, and unfortunately, it's just not enough. Like, if that Valda had maybe been able to find the ultimate, but you saw even, I believe it was TWSS, they had their Valda in play, their hand got forced, the Tessa goes for that ultimate, and the Valda knows that she's not going to be able to live if she gets hit with the base health bar into that 3 second stagger window. She's going to go down. So she utilizes the cast of the ultimate not to iframe the Teva snap, but to extend the health bar so that when the 3 second enchantment window comes through, there's a possibility she has the health bar to be able to sustain and tank the hits that come out subsequently. Doesn't quite happen. The fan is just so incredibly quick at being able to cut your health bar down that that 3 second enchantment window is more than enough to be able to burn through that Valda health bar. And I mean, I'm really happy that we got to see these teams adjust into the Valda Tianhai, because this has been something that we didn't see in MVPL the entire season. We didn't see it in any of the qualifiers either, for the CM mainland qualifiers when these teams were getting to grips with their composition. When the Tianhai and Valda was in play and they were able to make it all the way to that end game, they walked away uncontested. We knew who was going to be able to MVP because they would have those ultimates, because they would be able to win the heal-off situation while still having all of the burst damage. But the Tessas and the Vipers, they held their own, and it wasn't just one team. That's the crucial aspect of things. JL innately understood how to go up against the Volta, how to go up against the Tianhai, but remember, they weren't the team that contested the Spirit well. It wasn't them, it was other Viper, Tessa, Wuchen teams coming through with that instead.
It made things a lot more dangerous for the players, especially coming up for that final moment of just deciding who is what and where and why, right? Usually you would see the skills to be thrown out between everybody, but if someone repositions, taking that into account, if you're not keeping track of it, even if they're in their peripheral vision, you would notice that that position that they take could set them up for that realization that, oh, they got their skill up again. Oh, they got their ultimate back again. Just like how we saw Alliance kite through as NY7 was using V1, then TXJ can just like kite through and say, hey, I'm here too, and then it repossesses that damage spike that they had lost early on. Now, of course, having JL to take that final zone, taking out every single one of those key competitors, especially coming out from the Romiangs, they're hoping to see those guys with the buffs and still taking those fights. It will be something for them to keep in mind about. Of course, taking this consideration, 3 different MVPs for 3 different comps, this is a good balance, right? Yeah. We like seeing that, especially considering that Syra did some good work first round, but we saw the Tianhai Volta comp come out, and now the Viper with Tessa on a daytime map. It's good to go. 26.8 points though. JL earning the highest point so far in one game with 19 kills. CD Wolves though having 19.5 in second place. TWSS with 13 points in third place. 9.5 for 521. YCG with 9 as well as with BBE. OEG with 8.5. 3.5 for Alliance. Aries taking in 3 points that round. MVP with 1.5 as well as with Team Bauda. And SYN from Team Synergy having 1 point earned. And these players coming in from JL, man, they're kind of killing it, coming through 10 eliminations for PvP as he's snagging that. You normally see that coming from Viper as a yoink and the F3 comes out, but with 21k damage, doing the most DPS in the overall grand scheme of things.
This is going to be a major confidence boost as well for JL. The fact that they had to make it through the CN mainland qualifiers, they didn't automatically qualify for J-Cup, as well as the fact that they weren't able to win an MVP for bi-weekly finals either in the summer season. That's got to have been working against the confidence, understanding that they have 2 defending world champions. They should be one of, if not the strongest team in the CN region, and they still have to prove themselves against some of the top teams as well. As we can have a look and see how all of these teams have been faring, not just the CN teams, but also the foreigners, as unfortunately for Synergy, Aries, and MVP, it's been going a little bit rough. However, JL with the back-to-back MVPs showcasing why TXJ, VVV, and One Thing are looked up to, especially with the communication. You really can see the synergy in the Volta and Tianhai composition that TXJ has been able to build even on that Hardy, going for the ultimate, managing to just contain a lot of that early pressure so that Tianhai and Volta can utilize their ultimates when they want to, as opposed to being forced into burning them because their health bars continue to spiral down.
Yeah, and seeing the J selection as well coming through for the HP in majority and just trying to keep that going. A lot of chances of catching burn ticks. We've seen it from Richard Gale, we've seen it from Blistering Edge, and multitudes of that type of passive tick damages really comes at a cost when you don't have the time to do so. With that, we got some clips and highlights brought to you guys by Thunder Robot Born for Gaming, and this was that start off fight between Ghost Town as it came through with mayhem and JL cleaning up the shop.
Yeah, this was TXJ able to come through with that massive, you can see it, just the Viper ultimate popping on off, setting up that immediate follow through with VVV having swatched over to the musket to be able to deal the damage necessary to pick up that kill. They understood they wouldn't have the timing off of the CEC to close up the distance, so they were ready and raring to go with the follow through before coming in and just cleaving through the 2 other teams that had been competing. Here's the Forbidden Seal fight coming on out. F1 from that test doing a very good job of just making sure that VVV is able to back on off. Outside of the Forbidden Seal comes through with the Tesla ultimate, because if you throw it on the outside of the Forbidden Seal, it still gets to CC the players in the inside of it.
Yeah, and taking that into account is the tactitious effort that this team has done through so far. So again, and there's the Tesla ultimate and the Soul Bloom pickup for the 30% rage over time. And now comes down towards the point. VVV takes the chase into his own hands and looks for the parry, confirms a sap hit. That was Wolves 9 HQ. As a result, he even slaps and just makes sure to pick up the Soul Bloom right into the face of danger. Goes straight into the spotlight for another Tesla enchant. And even though the highlight of Polaris activating the V2 was in play, he had a fan, he was looking for the range blue focus even after this champ, but the parry was on standby from this team as it comes from the background from TXJ. He even having a Sap Jade, even the sustain being as strong as it is, was just not enough for Volta to stay alive throughout that moment.
Yeah, hyper awareness as well in terms of JL. You can see the camera angles that they're looking at, always looking above because they understand that the players who are going to actually be the threat for them walking with the kill score multiplier are going to be above their heads. If there's a Valda still alive, the strategy is going to be playing with the grapples, just continuously staring off of the low ground to come through with the V2 late on in the situation, or you're worried about a player coming through and dropping down with a focus hit, so they're always checking above them, around them, to make sure that they have a full 360 awareness of all of their surroundings, as it is going to be VVV coming on through 10 kills with the Tessa, majorly impactful Tessa ultimate, setting in motion JL to come on through with the capitalization, as we can have a look at the Soul Jades, because there's no legendaries, is the thing. There's no Aurora Burst, there's no Merciless Havoc, there's no Dreadful Whale. It's just really clean understanding of base mechanics and game sense and awareness.
Yeah, Sapjay working out in his favor as well, just to try to catch a parries and a sustain. Picking up Kablo most likely from one of the bodies, just to deny it from the potential from another opponent. And especially if he's building up those attack Jays with blue rarity, he just has them on standby for a quick swap and just to replace the slot itself for the Jade and for it to get picked up. And his teammates were actually just doing work themselves and utilizing their own Jades, especially TXJ having the Sap Jade. And it comes down towards seeing about the choices to be made. But we got an interview coming up for a second, guys, as well as a question for you guys in the Twitch chat. Of course, if everything comes out here, which hero did Ares Yishao use in Game 3? Is it A, Takeda, B, Tumulch, C, Syra, or D, Zai G? It's going to be for you guys in the Twitch chat. Make sure you guys have the accounts binded through, as well as having the chances of typing in that chat. The moment that 3, 2, 1 goes down, have your NARAKA ID ready to go. Be ready for the Whisper, because it'll be more than likely that you will be able to get that choice of the Peerless Treasure Choice gift and making sure you can get the Brocades, the Lotus, or even the Immortal Treasure for your goodies. So don't miss out. Pay attention in the chat and make sure you guys are good to go from that point on. But with that being said, for the question itself, it's interesting how we have a chance of seeing this question specifically from Team Ares, as Yishao is going to be going through and just, you know, giving us a little bit of a chance for the insight. As we dance going through for the Takeda, the Tumulch, and Syra and Zaiji, the focus on the pressure is seeing Team Ares perform out here. A team from NA region taking the stead and hoping to force out a point in terms of the MVPL stage, Moxie.
Oh. Speaking about Team Ares, we're going to be able to talk to one of their players just now. We're going to be joined by Yishao, because we have a lot of questions to be asking, especially in terms of the compositions, and Syra, because we're getting to see her for the first time on the international stage. Yishao, thank you so much for joining us. So first of all, we have to get things started. Syra has come on through. She's been incredibly impactful in solos, but also definitely felt in terms of trues. In your personal opinion, in terms of the scaling against Karumi, Zipping, and Syra, do you think she's stronger than the current supports or a little bit weaker?
I think it's not about stronger. They are playing different roles. Like Kurumi is more defensive, but the new hero is more like second Tumulch. It's like second Sandman. Is more like attack or get control. But if for defensive, it's not Kurumi. It's more most of the team is playing this hero as a weak team, like the weak side. They want to give Kurumi the hero point, give a more stronger combo, like Zai or that's depend on team. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, taking into consideration, you guys got some points going through 4 eliminations and an off-drop win inside of the Midoriya map, or rather, I should say the Holoroth map against SYN. How you guys feel about that drop going through in your favor?
I can tell, but the map is doesn't really tell the map, because the map is some heroes in maps have some advanced, but it just very little.
So coming from the NA region, we've heard from the teams from the SEA region that their region and the MPPL teams fight massively different. How does it feel having to come through on this international stage and getting to interact with all of the different regions' playstyles?
the NBPL region is really strong. But like for 3v3, I can tell the NBPL is same as the any region, but in NBPL is not just strong as that, but in the different way, like the final round, like the shot, the 3v3 is I can tell, but we are really hard to fight with NBPL. That's we are learning, yeah.
Nice. I mean, one thing to see that we've been seeing is the selection of skills being changed throughout all of the heroes, you know. You think there's still time for these skills to be, you know, switched around between comps, such as with Valda, how we saw between the Tianhai and the Valda being combined between both skill sets?
The skill set is good, I think, the Valda and the Tianhai. But for my team, like our team in NA is playing like Tamok and Killing, but these two is not strong. It's not strong in this match, so it's really bad for us.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Yizhao. It has been an absolute pleasure. All of the best to you and your team for the second half of the day, but the second half of the day will continue right after this short break.
是的，可能 BB 要成为最大的获利者。
Đến Thượng Hải sắp 1 năm rồi. Bọn mình đã tiến bộ rất là nhiều ở BBL. Chia cấp năm nay, bọn mình sẽ giành được thành tích cao hơn.
既然已经来到这里，我们只想不留遗憾。
我们的目标不仅仅是打进决赛。
我们会尽全力展现我们的所有。
2024年是属于成都积极的一年。今年一整年，我们没有输过，没有队伍做到过全年大满贯的壮举。但是现在，我们要登峰造极。
第一时间被逼出来的接近比，
大地，你已经把对方追过去了，
终于到你了，
再抓一个。
吃了一脚，大再传好像是把大哥直接秒掉了，
把司机秒了，而且这一个翻摔加上之闪，成都狼队被淘汰了。震刀，处决，战绩走完，B线抓到。
我们曾经在世界赛上证明过自己，今年的目标也是如此。季姐，黄金纪录的美梦该醒了。
Round 1, Lady Go！
一个圈儿，一个人儿，啥呀？一个人下面一个大。这个
这干嘛
？2个圈，3个圈，3个圈，希腊。
啊？
答对了，没有难度，兄弟。
Round 2。
这是什么？
这是山吗？
鸟，这哈，
这是啥呀？
是个飞哈迪，兄弟。
鸟、鸡，跟鸟有关系吗？
有一点，有一点。
那不就是大鸟吗？
金乌是吗？不是金乌。下面这个是个什么东西？这是个山吗？
个建筑。
这是个建筑，是一宝藏。
对了，我先。
这是不是个鸟是呗呀
？Round 3。
啥玩意儿？
一个西瓜分2半，你一半，他一半。
你不要紧。
对了，
你干嘛？
不是，他还没画完呢。
Round 4。
常见，获得。
你们别乱猜啊！你们别乱猜，你
什么东西啊？
承认。承认。
听提示。
武器。承认。不是无伤锁。
这是武器吗
？3个匕首。
武器。
这是不是一个皮肤呀？
画出来，让你写的吗？画。啊？
这啥呀？常见。2是啥呀
？C2，双戟、双刀、太刀、横刀。
哦，我还再画一个。
哦，你再画。啊。
怒火为刃。
这肯定是怒火为刃。啊。然后他拿着这个，这是啥呀？这爆炸头是啥呀？这爆炸头是火的。是吗？爆炸头。我不能说呀，我不能说呀，很明显了。
爆炸头是什么？
双能新太刀啊。
太霜。
对了。那我说的没问题啊。
你要说双刀，咱们再说。你要说太霜，你要说
太。
是吧？是吧？很惊讶。又爆炸头。这还在我而且说的
愤怒的表情。
哦，这也是爆炸头，
你真的很喜欢爆炸头。这是发型。
我还挺夸这个，一个天天笑脸，一个天天你。哎，这是我有啊？哎，那是我呀。一个我，一个我。对了。
为什么？
你喜欢天天骂人啊？
我没有，不是，
是他很开朗，就是笑着玩。
这是我骂他才笑。我怎么也不能承认我自己骂人。
这说明什么？你对自己的定位不够清晰。主要他今天没戴眼镜，知道吗？
没事。
他要是戴眼镜过来，我一下就猜这儿了。我很有创意吗？画的，不是很天马行空吗？
我爆炸头吗？
嗯。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I am Raven PLZ, and I'm joined by my brother, Duncan Donuts. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Game 3, a lot of new comps, Duncan.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the one thing I wanted this year. New compositions. You gotta say, every single year at J-Cup, we always get a curveball from everyone, but this year, way more spicy than I've ever seen it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hey, we said it, I said it, and I think if you were watching yesterday, you could probably guess that Syra was going to be making an appearance, and I certainly was on that bus. I was very adamant that she would be rather good going into J-Cup. As were you, of course. You said, yeah, it's most likely they're going to buff Syra as we go to J-Cup. And guess what? She's here, and she's doing a lot of work. We've been watching. Raven and I have been watching in the stands, taking a look at taking it all in. And the Syra, Zai, Matari composition. What do you think of that? Give me the breakdown.
I mean, I've been watching Bauta during the scrims absolutely destroy everyone, even getting as much as 30 points with that compositions. At first, everyone was throwing it in position 3 everywhere. In Siphon, with Attack on Titan, and now she's finally found a place with the Siphon composition. She's actually playing like, I would say, a very, very offensive zipping. you're able to lead with your ultimate, but unlike before, where Kurumi would lead with armor surge, you keep your team very healed, you have this option of just blowing up someone out of nowhere, and we've been seeing it non-stop. I still think it's a little bit gimmicky right now. No one really knows how to deal with it, so moving forward, if you have to go first, you're kind of the testing guinea pig. You don't know what to expect, and you're seeing Alliance. They've had a great year the entire time. They've been spectacular at their off-spawn, at their mid-game, and they are known for fighting and taking the fight to everyone, but they're struggling against the new Syra meta.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I personally think that Syra is certainly going to be an ever-present character during J-Cup, unless something changes, which is doubtful. But here we are, we're going to be jumping in to the hero picks very, very soon. First round selection, we have TWSS OUG CD Wolves Alliance. Second round, Ares BBE 521JL. And third, Bowder YZG SYN and MVP. And of course, we're going to be going over to Holoroth Dusk. So we're going to be getting all of those fireflies on the map, allowing for, well, it's we allowing for all of those timing attacks early, as we've discussed in the past. You know how we've talked about how the tendencies of Firefly maps have actually shifted quite a bit as time's gone on, as NARAKA has developed and evolved. A lot has changed, but here we are. Let's take a look at these compositions. Raven, what are we looking at?
Wow, we're actually seeing the Syra variation for Siphon. I've been really curious to see this one. This is one of the few times I'm personally get to see Wolves running it. I'd heard they're running it in scrims, or heard they had a ton of success. I've only really seen Syra played well with Zai and Matai, and we're seeing a ton of teams opening up with it. Now, something that's very curious, Duncan, that I've noticed is that none of the teams have really chosen which is the strongest comp in this current meta. It was already a little bit chaotic going into J-Cup, and now with Syra being discovered of how powerful she is in these different positions, everyone is scrambling. Now, I personally still think that Monk, Hadi, Valda definitely gives every other composition a run for its money. It definitely requires a little bit more coordination than everything else, but I've always said that Monk kind of gets rid of the jank out there, and this J-Cup is going to be filled with a lot of jank.
Yeah, and Monk, I believe, is actually probably, I think it's the only thing that can CC the Syra. I think it's actually the only thing that you can grab Syra during her ultimate. But other than that, she is essentially untouchable in a lot of ways. Obviously, you can Tessa charm her with the ultimate out of that, but there are only a few things that truly disrupt her pressure. And let's take a look. We're going to be jumping in, and the final team is locking in here, are going for a Valda, Tianhai, Hardy composition, which we saw before leading up to J-Cup quite a lot of, at least in the last few weeks, as Kylin has now disappeared, faded into the background. The compositions had to be adjusted. Even though Hardy did receive nerfs, he's still present on the scene. And another thing that we were seeing a slight variation of it. Tianhai, Hardy, Zai, I believe, wasn't it?
Oh, and then variant Zai.
Was it Feria Zai?
Yes. WBG was running it on Morris. It had a ton of success. It was doing really well, going Spirit well. The new variation with Valda allows them to go Yang, and it's really brought back Monk to these endgames. The entire year, we haven't seen those stacked Monk endgames like we have in the past for NARAKA trios. Finally, we're getting the 4 monks for these endgames, and we are always getting there when it comes to these things. Another thing that's really great is that with the new rule set, everyone is trying to master endgame before.
Yeah.
NARAKA kind of turned to a point with all the additions of new rules, the Yang, and the transition of points, that it was very, very kill heavy, and most teams didn't really mind getting 3rd or 4th because of the placement multiplier. But now going into Worlds, you're seeing a really, really big evolution of how these teams win these endgames. And now with this 2024 variation of Transformers, I mean, Valda's pretty much a Transformer, let's be honest.
Yeah, kind of.
And Hadi's just flying Yushan. The one thing that I'm curious about is whether or not Viper is going to make another appearance. We saw FPX running Silence Viper, and one thing that all these comps kind of lack is a Viper counter. Now, Syra does have Matari paired with it, so we'll have to see how the meta develops. Everyone, like I was saying, you're just guinea pigs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But before that, which of the following teams will score the highest in this match is the question of this game. Or if they score the same, who will rank higher overall? Is it A, 5-2-1, or B, BBE? Make sure to get your answers in where you can, as the game is about to be kicking off. You want to be locked in that seat with those snacks, with those drinks, ready to take it all in as we are here. Very excited to get on to Holleroth. But taking a look at these drops, there aren't all that... There's quite a few groupings that sort of spread around the map. Not too much, sort of, not too many teams opting to go for a very safe drop. Everyone is still relatively close to each other, as we're going to be jumping over to Metab. But Wolves and TWSS very, very close to each other. Wolves immediately looking to contest this bottom room, the giant room at the bottom of Metab, where if you're not careful, you can certainly fall victim to a lot of drop-down situations, as I believe TWSS is about to try and do. Here we are, Doofuds looking to find that optimal entry point. Here we are with the F2, or the F2 on the Syra into the F3 with that Viper, but Doofuds immediately getting it forced out of the fight, immediately taking so much damage, and now XCM turning around, catching him with that jump horizontal to just finish him off, but it does get equalized. 2 versus 2. The Tessa ultimate is going to come out now. XCM immediately able to go for the cleanse. Polaris does try and stop him, but not able to do so in time. ZK does get charmed now, but the F2 coming out from the Syra, able to protect the Tomok from getting followed up on this Tessa charm.
Yeah, Wolves trying to space them out. XCM has done a really, really good job of hawking on the outside, looking for the flank plays, but TWSS doing a wonderful job of bringing it back to the 2v2, and they are fighting back. Temiol is going to go down, and it looks like we're going to get a run back. Polaris is going to get surrounded right now. Nice cancel coming out. Not going to get eaten by the Prairie, but the F1 from Takeda coming in big, slowing it down with the slam, and it looks like Wolves is going to start cleaning this up, claiming Metab. And Duncan, like every single year, it's pretty wild to me that these teams have literally still been landing in the same spot over and over. Even when IDC was here last year, the same team was landing Metab. Now moving over to Tang. Kuzo representing NA. What can the NA boys do? Miss You tethered up, fighting against 5-2-1. And I was talking with Miss You about what this team name means, and it just means something very oogly, Duncan. All they do is fight. God of War, they literally just fight. They don't go yang. All they do is look for frags and go for fights. But speaking of frags, we got BBE's Roy Hee showing up. Can he have that same glory we've known him for?
Perhaps he does have that Tianhai ultimate available, ready to go, but he's opting not to use it just yet. Now trying to find the optimal timing. He does avoid the Valda Spear, and a Valda Spear coming in to respond. Roy Hee able to capitalize fully with that vertical focus on the spear, and now opting to go for that Vajra State, that ultimate, popping that grab, catching one of these players, catching the Tessa, but not able to get the full follow-up. Unfortunately, the combo breaker does come out. Roy does look for the chase down. He's trying to jump past them. Come back here, buddy. I'm gonna throw some hands. MVP looking to try and disengage and get away from this situation. Roy continuously throwing out grabs. He does find one more. Hong sends him backwards in the opposite direction to try and allow for his team to follow up effectively, but it looks as though it might be turning onto them. BBE, oh my goodness, that is rough. BBE, Roy Hee does go down, stuck on the buttery rocks, not able to get out of line of sight from that Viper ultimate. But the MVP team are not done just yet, immediately looking to re-engage onto a different team, going for that F3, but immediately choosing to dip out, using that Wuchen port to get to safety.
Yeah, Sin is going to be showing up with the third party, and this is the downside of being Monk. You got to chase down these teams. He does, Mind has a decent terrain working with him. Going to get the scoop up, the frag onto Wuchen. Wait, the F is going to save him down to his last hit. It looks like he can do the noble sacrifice, let his team get out of here. fight another fight, but Sin with the nice third party, they're going to be climbing out of that 12th place at 6.5. It's always good to get it going, especially when you have a Monk on your team. Getting that loot early on, very, very important in order to scale out. But it looks like BBE able to get that nice reset. No ultimates yet online, but no grapples off spawn. The pain of no grapples. I'm curious to see what BBE's talents are looking like and how these new compositions are going to be showing up with the talents. A lot of things have changed, Duncan. 2024, this full year of NARAKA, I'm loving that we are reinventing all the wheels.
Yeah, absolutely. But something that hasn't been reinvented, the podium strategy, the salvation podium, the puzzle. Jinyu, along with the rest of his team on OUG, have gone to secure that legendary weapon as soon as they can. It looks as though they also were in a fight to try and contest it, as they have accumulated 4 eliminations so far. They come away victorious, and they've got their hands on that legendary longsword, which is going to be doing a lot for this team composition. Whether or not you put it on the Syra or the Zai, it is certainly going to be very effective, as both of their ultimates scale very well off of weapon rarity. But here we are taking a look at Alliance, looking for the rotation out of Plumed Castle, and just they are kind of close to a... Oh no, it appears as though they were in soul form. I don't believe that they can see into the soul form, but perhaps they're just going for this rotation, looking for this loot. It's a pretty solid spot, as you can rotate around. There's lots of fireflies there as well, and you're able to get your ultimates back online. But as we've talked about in the past, Raven, you know, we see these timing attacks happen early on around the firefly spawn locations, but as that fades out, as we move forwards into the game, it does start to calm down somewhat, as teams aren't always fully aware of the ult situations on different teams, and they're a little bit hesitant to fully engage perhaps. And also we're seeing quite a few scaling compositions, you know, as you talked about the Tianhai. He does do much better with when he's got the good stuff. He's got that loot to play around with as he scales off of it. But speaking of scaling, we've got Takeda, and with that V3, he certainly scales extremely well, as we've talked about in the past privately. You know, like the Takeda, he needs to be looking to scale. And do you want to talk a little bit more about that and how impactful it really is in this kind of environment?
Yeah, for 2 years, Siphon, or the Takeda compositions, have been the most dominant on Holoroth. The wide open areas allow you to really control the pacing in that middle and end game. But one weakness was finally discovered, that before that first Shang, before he hits a really powerful spike, he is a little bit vulnerable because his ultimate scales off the weapon rarities from his team and himself. He needs a lot of investment to really get going. Purple ultimate is good, but it's not even as close to as good as when his ultimate turns gold, but it does require a ton of investment. That's where really Xiphon came in, that Zai, Matari, Zipping, and later Kurumi came in, and now with Syra, I'm really curious to see how this Jacob is going to evolve this meta, now that there is a very, very offensive support on the field, especially now with Monk coming back. For the longest time, there has been a drought of Monks on Holoroth. We haven't seen the Monk dominance on Holoroth forever, and what better day to see JL coming in with this modern 2024 Transformers. Now I gotta say, out of all the teams I've seen running this, it's TXJ. He's known as a general in CN, as a tactician. Everyone samples from his tactics, and everything I've seen from the scrims and the games leading up to this, JL has been absolutely crushing with this composition, so I cannot wait to see them go in. But I gotta say, I'm really excited to see a fight between JL and Bauda. Now, going into the finals, a lot of the new generation, the new era coming in, Alliance, Wolves challenging the old guard, JL, former champions, GG dominating this whole year. We are going to see JL versus Wolves, both titans of the lobby. This is going to be a great fight, Duncan.
It absolutely is, but I would like to note that Wolves is not in advantage, I would say, as all of JL has managed to get their hands on purple armor, but we're diving right in. One Feng is trying to drop down from the skies with these purple halberds, looking to find some kind of opening, but Wolves has responded immediately to this aggression by utilizing that Syra ultimate very, very early on. but One Feng opting to go into that Vajra state, gets the grab onto the Takeda. No full follow-up here. Oh, but he's able to get the re-grab out of nowhere into a double grab, into the slam, and NHQ goes down without even using his ultimate, saving his ultimate, unfortunately not able to get it out. And One Feng has just fully exploded this fight with this Tianhai, with this Vajra. What a huge and explosive Yang here, but we're heading on over to Ares going up against YZG. Kuzo doing so much work with this Zai ultimate here. Kuzo, the ultimate does expire now. Looking to try and go for this jump parry, trying to find it, not able to do so. Kuzo now popping that F2, looking to catch this stagger, trying to tap dodge roll away, but he gets caught. The damage reduction is going to save him for the moment, but he's hot on his heels. QGG does not want to let him go. The counter grapple, the peel coming in from the Karumi. The half charge comes through. Kuzo's found a heal. He's looking to try and get the scale rush, does find one, and now the 3 versus 1 situation. Ares is going to clutch up.
Ares taking the first. Yang for this map for NA. Yishao, miss you. Kuzo, showing they're fighting. They told me they weren't going Yang. They lied to me. We're in there. We're fighting. We're getting oogly. And they're not even running the Syra version. They're sticking to their guns. They're going to stick to what they know. Coming out, they are going to be running into wolves. Both Yang winning teams going at it. Kuzo's going to be opening up with the F3. Diving in. Takeda ult is going to be already popped. Nice stagger onto Kuzo. They're consolidating right on top of him. He's taking a ton of damage. Kurumi ult is going to be forced down. Temi ult is going to come out in response. Kuzo getting staggered back to back, pushed into the wall. Matari ult is up, but Kuzo is going to use his F to disengage for a second. ZK has to be really careful. He's down to no armor. Yishao doing a great job of returning the momentum back to Ares, but Kuzo stuck in the air. The pressure from Cyber is too much, and ZK is going to confirm the kill. XCM's just coming out with the beams. What can they do? Yishao desperately trying to peel for his teammates, but he can't do it. He will fall.
Damn, that is very unfortunate for Ares. Having come out of the realm of Yang with that Vermilion Burst Might, they certainly would have hoped to try and get a little bit more value out of this buff, out of that Yang win. But still, you know, you've got that loot. It is still a win under their belt. Thankfully for that team, they were able to cleanse those Yang depletions very, very quickly and not have to suffer the desperation of trying to find a fight to potentially third party or just take the straight 3v3. But speaking of straight 3v3s, we have JL looking to engage onto Bowder here. The Viper ultimate coming out now for Bowder's U, but it's going to get armored through by the ult activation of One Feng. But 5-1 are in the mix. Yin in that Valda ultimate is going to get grabbed into the slam, but he does have that Valda shield on the V2. He's going to be able to survive a lot of this damage, not taking all that much. One Feng now, his ultimate is going to be expiring very, very soon. Perhaps he'll be able to get one more slam, but it doesn't look like it. He's looking to try and find the double grab. He does get the grab. Yin is going to take quite a lot of damage here. One Feng immediately getting peeled for as he comes out of that Vajra state. His teammates all around him, but the bonk from the spear comes through. The Zai third party from NY7. It's all going crazy. It's getting oogly, Raven. What is going on?
All right, JL had to get out of there. They had 10 seconds left on their buff. Good calculated move to take their loss, to get those kills and back out because Alliance was coming in hot. YZG, 1 minute 45 seconds. They have Yang depletion. They need to find a kill right now. Kurumiel's going to be ready to be invested in. Takeda has his ult up. He needs value off of this. He only has 2 shoves left. OUG hawking on the outside, icing off this ultimate. The King spacing out perfectly. YZG realizing their tough predicament. All they have is their Temi ult. They need to catch someone overextending, leading into them. They're backing up, spacing out, seeing if they can find the teams that use most of the ultimates. They are going to dive onto the Alliance. Not able to connect on anyone. The box is just offering so much cover. Calvary Blue is going to be coming out for CXZ, but he's not able to connect though. Everyone's kiting out of here. OUG's on the outside. This is 3v3, not giving them the best look, and it looks like Alliance NY7 is going to fall to Shinyu. YZG really needs to get in there. Takeda having a tough time, is going to get Tesla ultimate, surrounded by OUG, collapsing on him. Last hit, not able to get any kills, is going to fall, and now OUG is coming in for the cleanup.
That is heartbreaking for YZG. They've definitely not had the day that they would hope for so far, but OUG, on the other hand, definitely doing a very solid job so far today. MVP looking for that drop down, but unfortunately just not really finding anything. The Matari ultimate does come through along with the Wuchen ultimate beforehand. MVP, they go for this aggressive drop-down play, but unfortunately it does not fully pay off. And now immediately heading on over to that Fox Alter, the no-ult zone, to deter any players who might try and push them and get aggressive. But Alliance immediately, they're staying outside of the circle, they're staying outside of the zone. The parry does come through. Bao does trying to dip back into the no-ult zone, and they are going to be somewhat safe due to that Wu Chen F, giving them that wind wall, cutting off any ranged projectiles coming their way, and not getting into the thick of it, and not going too far. You know, you don't want to get too oogly, especially considering that the Realm of Yang is going to be popping up now. A lot of these Viper teams lurking around, trying to see if they can find something, anything, just a player lacking or lagging behind, not with his teammates. But no, they're not able to find anything just yet. Ares lurking on the entrance, well aware that there are Viper teams in the vicinity that could look to jump in at any moment.
Yeah, Viper teams, I was curious to see how the CN teams would treat even the foreign teams when it came to the Attack on Titan compositions. A lot of the times, it doesn't really make sense to invest your ultimates as these hit and run compositions. All that's going to happen is you're going to trade out Wu Chen ports and make yourself vulnerable to getting committed to one of these compositions. So nice job on Bauda to Bob weaving out to see if anyone's weak, but it looks like they dial back. They don't really all in that situation, but we are going to get NA versus JL. Ares, Yishao, miss you. Can they do it against the GOATs, the reigning champions, now in JL? Fong has been impressing me today. Normally, Fong, usually the weak link of JL, but he's been getting the double grabs today. Looking for the Skywatch opener, chasing down Miss You. Miss You going to respond with the ultimate, diving in with the F3, but Fong is trying to delay his ultimate for as long as possible. Now, Hadi ult's going to be going in. TXJ looking to get a stagger for his teammate. Look, with the bubble from Valda, he is going to get one. Miss You going to get grabbed. Crossbow's going to be coming out. Re-grab coming out from the spear. Yishao, though, has the tether on, has to F3 this, but a lot of damage is coming down. He tries to put the Krumi circle down. He does move it. Miss You getting saved back to back. He's going for a ride though, and he's not tall enough, Duncan. He will fall. He will fall indeed, and so will this Vajra coming out of that ultimate now, but being met with the Zai ultimate here. But that, Raven, I'm not sure if you caught it in that character selection, but that is F1 Valda immediately stopping that pressure from the Zai ultimate. That a focus slide over there. He's just crouch hopping back to back, the little bunny hops. Kuzo has nowhere to go. He can't do anything, and JL are going to take them down. The smiles on their faces. VVV certainly having a good time with that focus slide, with the jumping light attacks on that spear. But JL, they're certainly very happy, not only because of the goofy Jades, but they are going to be very happy picking up that Draco Storm, as well as the golden armor, the golden weaponry. You know, that is excellent for this team, and for this team composition as well, as we talked about it earlier. The scaling, it does so much, and I imagine with this buff, they're definitely going to be looking to find a team to engage upon, a team without buff preferably, as if you fight another team who has the same buff as you, it's like you're fighting with no buff at all. You want to be looking to try and find a team or just some players on their own that have that and make use of that huge advantage that you have. But speaking of players on their own, we've got QGG lurking, hiding in that corner, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible, and we'll have to wait and see if he is successful. Ares now, off the back of that Realm of Yang, going to be looking to try and find a team, preferably not the Draco Storm team, Raven. Yeah, Draco Storm in the modern meta right now. They buffed the duration. We're seeing it in these endgames, and it basically makes a durable team like Transformers unkillable. I'm really questioning why Ares would go into second Yang. You see that Monk is banned out. You know it's this map. They got their win earlier, but second Yang, is such a big gamble when you have so many strong players in the lobby. Now we're going to get a rematch, JL versus Aries. Can we get the salty run back going? Draco Storm, a big hill to overcome. Kuzo with the velocity, looking for the focus attack. He is going to get messed up, but Yishao again with a well-placed Kurumi circle, picking up his team, leading with this Kurumi circle, but the disengage from JL, nullifying all of that pressure, and they are back like sharks, surrounding Aries again, looking for the opener. TXJ switching sides with the jab and putting it in the back of Kuzo. Kuzo popping the Zai ultimate. It's on the back of him right now. VV does have the ball to hold press. Kuzo's doing a great job of covering Miss You and his team. They do get the disengage, but again, JL just biding their time, hawking the position. They don't want to get lobby. They see the other teams closing in, but with 2 minutes and 55 seconds, Aries has to make a move here, Duncan.
They certainly do. They are desperate. The desperation is kicking in. That is usually what happens with these Yang depletion situations. Kuzo currently linked up, currently tethered by that Kurumi, eating quite a lot of damage. The damage reduction coming in clutch. He may have been a lot lower if he hadn't had that, but he's still so low HP, and he will finally go down. Yishao trying to disengage, trying to find his way out of the situation, but it's not going to be easy. JL are hot on his heels, and it is over for him. Yishao does get taken down, and Aries are fully eliminated from the lobby, unfortunately. JL, they're certainly in the driver's seat of this lobby, of this series so far today. Taking a look at the scoreboard overall, 75 total points, 23 points over OUG, who's also been doing extremely well. Top 3 teams currently with 9 eliminations. Wolves on 41.5 in total. Bowder with 5 current kills, 36.9. BBE unfortunately fully eliminated, 5-1 on 30 total, 5 kills in the game. TWSS 2 kills but eliminated, unfortunately, 24.5. YZG surprisingly not in that top 6 bracket, don't you think? As for those of you at home who aren't sure who YZG are, this is KLA rebranded. And speaking of, we're taking a look at them right here. QGG, he did manage to find that resurrection onto a teammate, 17S, but now is just being vultured by the Viper composition with nowhere to go.
My guy, Bowda, you putting the knife in his back, picking up another kill. Bowda up to 6 kills this game, 37.9. Wolves at 9 kills though, 41.5. Same with OUG, same with JL, just massive points by the Juggernauts. This lobby is heavily stacked on the top side. Now this is what I was saying. Every single time I've seen JL on this composition, they have won the lobby in scrims. They absolutely crush when they get here, and they're like a boa constrictor, just squeezing out all the kills of the lobby. We saw Aries fall. It's just, on this world stage, the fighting capability is just not enough. You need to have a little bit more. After 4 years of watching trios, the game has evolved so much that we're squeezing water out of rocks at this point, trying to squeeze optimizations out. We do have Syra in the mix. It is still really strange to me to see Bowda's U onto Viper instead of Wuchen. Like, over here in NA, we always known him for being the goated Wuchen, but it just seems that Yu is goated on every position he plays.
He's just the goat on everything. Unfortunately for OUG, they are getting picked apart in this spot. Wolves just snapping at their heels do manage to take them down. Wolves, NHQ current kill leader, going all the way up to 11 eliminations so far. They are not trying to slow down here, but JL in the background currently have been securing this Spirit Well. Another thing to note that it is yet another Draco Storm. So they're about to run this lobby, this buff. It is just so unbelievably good, especially after the buffs. Even before the buffs, it was still pretty solid, but now that it also gives you that rage back that the other buffs used to give you, and Draco Storm didn't, it's even better, and a huge power spike, especially at this point in the game. Wolves having taken a little bit of aggression, taking a little bit of damage from one of these teams, potentially JL looking to get aggressive with this buff, and HQ having utilized that ultimate, trying to disengage with these fist blades, trying to find his way out of here. XEM does have that ultimate available, NHQ taking a lot of damage. It looks as though XEM XCM is trying to clear a path for them, trying to find an avenue of escape, but it's not looking too good for them. XCM desperately schmoving, dashing all around, trying to find something. He finds a kill on the King. OUG biting it biting a bit too much of this snack that is the Wolves. XCM now out of that ultimate, does have the F2, but no Dazzle coming through, is going to be able to make it out for just a moment, but immediately chased down by JL and hounded by this monster team with the Draco Storm.
Yeah, JL just has so much range pressure for everyone. The Cannon, the classic Monk and Cannon, pressuring the rest of Lada. You see Fong leading the charge, choking out all these teams, trying to rotate in. And this is the strength of Draco Storm in these end games. That AoE damage just allows you to safely pressure everyone. The amount of healing is absolutely ridiculous on the Draco Storm. I've only seen a couple of teams ever really die with Draco Storm. That's how much healing it actually gives. OUG lost his King, lost their Matari. They're going to try to salvage their situation. 18 people left alive as we're closing in. We do have the 80% Moonbane and the Spirit Wall coming out. Everyone's just trying to dodge JL right now. You see that everyone just kind of scatter when they see that Monk coming through. One Fong is going to be popping his ultimate and is going to claim the Spirit Wall. And this is just so oppressive from this composition. Like, what can you do? If you go in there, the Monk's already ulted, so if you get staggered by anything, the Vol is going to immediately ult, and even if you chase them down, they still have the option of TXJ on the Hottie to get out, and if you don't do anything, they're going to come after you afterwards with their range pressure, with the amount of range shades that they have. All you can do is hope to put another team in between you and JL, this juggernaut.
Yeah, absolutely. Bowder looks as though they've utilized this Viper ultimate to try and fend off the aggression. You desperately trying to disengage, and it looks as though 521 Yin may have sniped away this kill onto ZK, who was being aggressed on by JL. And One Feng now going to go back over to that armor that he left behind, the armor swap just in case. But now that the initial aggression that they wanted to go for is over, they're going to go over and grab that legendary armor, as it does scale his health while he's in his ultimate state. Sin licking their wounds in the background, healing up. JL still getting aggressive. TXJ on that Hardy ultimate does find yet another elimination. MVP Shi Yun does go down, but he does have teammates in the vicinity, along with a Wu Chen, I believe, perhaps, who might be able to save the day. Oh no, they do go down. It just updated. They did get eliminated, and it looks as though Bowder's U is going to follow suit. JL, can anyone stop them in this lobby? We have a few teams left alive. OUG with 2 members, Bowder with 2, 521. Oh no, Bowder with 1. Sorry, 521 with 3. Alliance with 1 Zai, and Sin with 3-man strong. The same composition, however, they are certainly not in the same boat when it comes to loot and all of these resources that they have at their disposal.
It's impressive that 521 actually is keeping pace with the other teams. They did play all of NBPL this year. They've had mixed results. They started in the league very, very hot, doing really, really well, getting in the top 5 multiple times, but they slowed down leading into this J-Cup. I'm happy to see that they're in form going through this group stage. It looks like they're going to be hitting a nice mark in order to qualify. I imagine you're probably going to need at least 35 to 40 points to feel comfortable for one day. There's still 3 days to go. First day is in the books. Going into this last bit, though, it's going to be 521 versus JL, but JL is stacked to the moon. They have everything you could possibly want. Gold armor, multiple gold weapons, every single range shades. They don't even have to commit if they don't want to. They just have to sit back, shoot their range over and over and over. I imagine One Fang is going to have 1 billion damage at the end of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. OUGSS now falling down in front of One Fang into the clutches of JL. The Fang. He does manage to make it out alive for the moment. Pampy does eat the brunt of this Marshall Will form hook. just silencing him effectively and making it impossible to do anything about this aggression, about this damage coming in. No ultimate from him, unfortunately. TWSS, having been pressured, has now utilized that Syra ultimate, the cube coming out for JL, keeping them healthy, keeping them in the skies all around, making them extremely hard to hold down by any of these teams, but they're fighting each other. Sin is on the other side, not full HP. The Heartstopper kick is going to come through onto Mines, but is the follow-up going to come through? No, it is not. The cube comes out. They go to the skies. They do have ultimates available. Sin dropping down with the jabbing is looking to hide behind these bubbles. Mines has utilized that Tianhai ultimate. He's trying to get grabs. He's trying to find anything. One Fang does get pushed into the zone. VVV does get grabbed. The 90-degree out of nowhere, back of his head. He gets the slam into the zone, but VVV very healthy still with that Valda ultimate. One Fang does take quite a bit of damage. He is below that 50% HP mark, and he may go down if he doesn't opt to G-transform soon. He does come out of that ultimate 1 HP, but he has all of that armor to work with on top of it. The cube comes out in the end, keeping him alive, Raven. This could go either way.
Nice job from THJ to bail out One Fang with the cube standing at the top. We have 8 players left alive. Sin's doing a good job of fighting against this super stack of JL. The bubbles are going down. VVV though with the erudition swinging, flying through. The center is just lava. JL is going to be cleaning this up. Akame going to get staggered and cleaned up. Last one left alive. VVV still has his ultimate, still has 1 billion health. OUG's Shinyu, but wait a second. I spoke too soon. 521 Jin coming out of nowhere, saving his ult. He is going to get parried by VVV. Dragon Slayer's going to come out, and they're going to deny JL the MVP. We got a 2-way tie.
Well, they do deny that first place, but JL certainly, the number of kills they had, they will pop it off. Unfortunately, no kill multiplier. That denial definitely is substantial. When you have, the more kills you have, the more points you're going to get from a kill multiplier, and unfortunately they're not able to get their hands on it. But JL are looking very strong on this first day of J-Cup group stage trios. And do you reckon this could be a little hint to how the tournament is going to go in the future? Or perhaps, you know, I mean, we've talked about JL quite a lot in the past. They start very strong, especially within a 6-game series or an 8-game potential match point situation. They start very strong, but then they sort of taper off a little bit. They slow down. Perhaps they've solved this, because this is game number 4. This is middle of the day. This is not typically the game where JL pops off. But who knows, we'll have to wait and see. But congratulations to them for securing yet another MVP. Another MVP under the belt. What point threshold are they going to be at now? Because they were at 75 halfway through that game, Raven.
They are known, like you were saying, Duncan, for absolutely decimating during the group stage. But like you were saying, for some reason when they get the finals, they run out of steam. Now, in this lobby, we do not have the end game GOATS GG. JL, though, really known for innovation, really known for their strong neutral play. We see on the back of BBB that wombo combo with the Monk, with the Valda, the regrab. And something subtle that happens as well is the positionings of the monks. Monks have 2 jumps now, so you're able to jump on the other monk, spear him with Valda, jump him with another monk. You saw One Fang and VVV just absolutely brutalizing the other team's monks. Even in the 1 HP situation, you think you're going to get the kill onto the monk coming out, but no, THJ is there bailing them out.
Yeah, he certainly is in that. I think it's just we see so much synergy within this composition, making it so hard for anyone to hold them down. But here we are yet again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. It is time for Ultimate Treasures. If you want to get your hands on a Peerless Treasure Choice gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which region does Team MVP represent? Is it A, CN, B, SEA, C, NA, or DAS? And make sure to get your answers in the chat if you want to have a chance of getting your hands on these goodies, and to keep an eye on the chat and your whisper box in case you are the lucky winner. But back to NARAKA, Raven. We are looking at a very dominant top end of the leaderboard currently. You know, JL doing an extremely good job of just running the lobby. We saw the Draco Storm after Draco Storm after Draco Storm, making it really hard for them to fumble the bag. You know what? How do you lose that?
Well, it's not exactly the White Tigers buff where we were just ending the lobby entirely, but we're seeing that traditional trios play coming back, that old school Monk with the cannon, funneling that double grab over and over. And I would say this 2024, we finally reached the final form of Wombo, and JL is at the top with 21 kills at 23.5. OUG with 13 kills at 15. CD's Wolves at 12 kills, 12.5, 5-1. Showing up big for technically the foreign scene at 9 kills, 11.5. Bauda a little bit slower on this map, but they were on the Viper composition. I still feel like the footing of Viper is yet to be discovered of when and where she should be played. I saw a little bit of counterplay in the early game where how does Monk Valda Hadi really deal with the Viper? Now, we haven't seen Silence Viper in a long time. Last year, she came out of nowhere. Everyone started playing her. Like second day, they realized she was very, very good combined with Tessa. Will we see her again? Or will this new Transformer, this 2024 Transformer, not have an answer to it? I'm so curious to see how Monk is going to go against Syro. Now, the overall leaderboards, Duncan, it's looking a little spicy because we do, for the first time, see 2 CN teams in the bottom 6.
We do indeed, but unfortunately we do have the SEA, the NA, and AS holding that bottom spot for the moment, but it is just the beginning. But on the other side of it all, JL at 89 total points. That's quite a lot of points. OUG coming in second with 57.5, CD Wolves with 44.5, Bauda 38.4, 521 on 36, and BBE on 32. But yeah, as you said, the SEA regions popping off. They're doing a really good job, and it's great to see the talent from these other regions, the wild cards, perform so well in this environment. Obviously, they have a little bit more experience as they've been playing in. They're pretty close, you know. It's not like EU and NA coming over. It's not the same. You know, they've definitely got a bit more under their belt, but definitely really nice to see. But JL, man, JL. They come in with into this J Cup and they're trying to send a message. But here we are. We're taking a look at some highlights sponsored by Thunder Robot. Take it away, Raven. What are we looking at?
Oh my god, JL, one of the things I noticed about JL this season, VVV being a lot more vocal. When we're watching from TXJ's perspective, he switched over to position 2. He's actually known for his monster Monk play, but he doesn't need to do that for his team. All these guys very, very talented. You see the double crab coming out from One Fong. You're seeing that Wombo combo coming out. And TXJ, he is just a flanking demon now. He's always looking for the scale, always looking for the flank, and still has eyes on the back of his head, able to get that parry. BBB yelling, screaming. He wants that two-piece. He wants that back-to-back. Jabbing on TXJ now, looking for the flank, and their positioning is impeccable. You just always see TXJ with vision of the entire fight, the cleanup with the Draco Storm. When you get to this point in the game, I always say, you're not going to always have the best game, but when you get there, you need to capitalize on it. You're seeing JL, once they get here, once they get the gold armors, it is a done deal. They play very, very conservatively, be able to wipe out areas, and they go to this end game looking to close it out. You don't see that overcommitment, and you see how important that Spirit Well is. They're running out with 5 ultimates every single time. TXJ taking to the skies. You see the BBB bubble coming out. My man just loves running that off meta ability. TXJ doing a good job sitting right on the end of the zone, making sure to set up the cube so he can get his Transformers to go to that heal off. Now holding the center. He will get parried with the Vajra, but he's going to come down and still keep looking for the hits. He doesn't need to get the last hits. It's all about the heal offs in this situation. Dodging the Zai. Now I'm going to get the flank. VVV with the combo. Jabbing's going to come in. Double strobe loop and grab. TXJ making it look easy.
Now, I do want to talk to you a little bit about this. The F1 bubble from Valda. It's pretty ugly. You know, we've definitely seen him, VVV, or JL, they're innovators, but do you think this innovation is actually worthwhile? But we'll get to that in a moment. Taking a look quickly at the stats, VVV, the MVP for his team, the second one so far, 27,000 damage, 10 kills, rocking Heartstopper Kick, Focus Slide, Advanced Heal, Slow Shot, Vajra's Grip, and Erudition and Spear Storm. Look at that spear damage, 16.6 thousand damage, only 4k on the musket. Damage without weapon, my guy was slapping. He was slapping people around. 3.2 thousand. But yeah, what do you think of the F1? Because for those of you at home who aren't aware, Valda received reworks earlier on in the year, and they changed her abilities around. So now F1, it does still have that singular bubble that you throw out, and it does stagger for quite a while, but it also has the F2 active incorporated into it. But we'll get to that in a moment. Here we are yet again with that Discord QR code if you want to stay up to date with all things NARAKA in the coming days, in the coming series with Jacob, and you want to participate in the events as well. Make sure to scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen and get involved, and you can get your hands on some cheeky goodies, can't you, Raven?
I mean, the goodies is definitely a cherry on top, but being able to get featured on the stream. This is the first year that they've actually done something like this. I think it's a great addition to get your name out there, get who you're supporting out there. But again, the drops. Now, you gotta pay attention to the tech. You gotta make sure that you're watching for 2 hours for the pre-finals for logo and the emote. Make sure you're tuning in for the grand finals 2 hours in. But every single day, as long as you're watching, you're gonna have a chance at the Peerless Treasure Choice gift. And then also the skin for grand finals. It's really important to pay attention to the free stuff. I have someone who does it for me at home, but the free stuff is going to be falling for Jacob this year.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you miss out on getting those rewards, on those prizes in the Discord, you can certainly still get your hands on some goodies on those drops. But back to what we were talking about, Raven. F1 Valda, what do you think? Do you think it's viable? Because when you hold it down, you can throw out that F2 with all the bubbles that now stagger people out of gold focus.
Well, I gotta say, Duncan, every time I've asked VVV directly in TXJ, they've always just said, it's because you can win neutral. Now, if you can win neutral, you can be like VVV, but if you cannot do that, I would say the principle really lies in, instead of going for parries, instead of going for focus attacks, he takes the role of creating space for his team, like a really, really good position one, and he's using it with that giant bubble. He's positioning well, but you also have, on the back of TXJ, always creating those flank opportunities, so you have this two-way punch always coming at you. I really think it only works for JL. You would have to really, really invest into your fighting, into your Yang, in order to get value out of it. Rather, using the F3, using the combo break, you're still going to be able to accomplish the same goal, but you're not going to be as vulnerable and going in. And the biggest cardinal sin of trios is buy game, running in, dying for free.
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to go in there, and when you don't have that combo break, I just can't go out there and suggest it. Not everyone's VVV.
No, yeah, definitely not, as they have been proving that quite well today so far. But yeah, I don't know. There was a little something that was quite interesting as we were watching that Realm of Yang, and we saw the Zai look to focus down the Tianhai as he came out of Ultimate, and the Valda was able to throw that bubble directly at the Zai, because she's quite stationary when she goes for that empowered attack, and immediately pull her out of that gold focus state, and allow for the Tianhai to disengage safely. And I think, you know, it might be a little bit more optimal than we think. You know, you might be able to manage it, but it's definitely not going to be easy. But here we are taking a look at some of these glyph pages of wolves. An interesting, a few Christmas trees, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But what do you think? Is this out of the box, or is this sort of in line with what we've seen before?
Well, I would say the stamina really, really changed. The new glyph system changed trios forever. For the longest time, for 2 years, we were running around with 2 dodges. We had no cover.
Yeah.
It was a lot of overholding, a lot of camping with parry, but now you're seeing a lot heavier dueling capability. We're seeing the rise of stellar 1v2 situations because everyone runs a ton of stamina. We're not seeing that old school run a lot of discount, playing this macro game. They did fully revamp the buying system, throwing everything on its head. But we've had most of the year to digest it, to play things differently, and now you're seeing the cutting edge of it. I would say that most teams are very, very comfortable with this. Now you're seeing a lot more calculated choices of what you invest money into. Before it was just Moonbane. Before it was just gambling for Jades, but now you can go in, scout out which Jades are available, and plan out exactly how you want to invest. There's almost like a NARAKA 401k. You want to go in there, you want to figure out where you're going to be putting your money, who's leading the charge with the money, and now you also get more money as you get kills throughout the match. So now the level of detail, I would say, in the modern 2024 NARAKA is so much that it's almost mandatory that you have someone as a coach to go over these details.
Yeah, absolutely. I do definitely agree. I was actually talking to Hypercube's Chili, one of the players coming over from EU prior to this, and he told me, you know, it would have been really good to potentially get a coach to come with us to China, as they can just simply do so much for you. You know, the phasing, match point, the hero points, so many different strategy situations. The macro aspect of the game has deepened considerably. And when I say macro, for those of you who are at home who don't know what I mean, macro is, you know, those big picture like questions, you know, those situations. You know, you're not talking about the dodges and the sort of the mechanics necessarily. You're talking about what time during the game do we want to be in this position, what pathing are we going to choose from the moment we spawn until, you know, a certain point in the game. And that's what I mean when I say macro. Micro is the opposite, you know, your dodges, the mechanics, those little split-second decisions that you make in a fight. So it's definitely deepened considerably now that we have so much more in the shop. As you were talking about, you can plan out so much more, and I really like that for NARAKA. I really like that idea, as it definitely, for newer players as well, who do get a chance to play Immortal War, they understand the game in a slightly different way that isn't always obvious. You know, the idea of scaling and the idea of getting to a certain point, getting these resources under your belt so that you can have the best chance at taking the dub and winning it for yourself and potentially your team.
Yeah, I would say there's a little bit of PvE in NARAKA, you know?
Yeah,
there's a little bit of going out, getting that good loot. When you see that gold weapon, that gold armor. Now in Immortal War, it's a lot harder to get these things. You do have to find kills for this. But like you were saying, Duncan, there is that element to the game that I would say is overlooked a lot of times. At this level, with all these teams scouring the map, all the foreign teams who are checking in to this hotel, this pro league hotel essentially, you got neighbors coming in, and it's very obvious who your neighbors are. A lot of these teams have been landing in the same position for 2 or 3 years at this point. These guys know to the actual second when teams are rotating out of their position. So like you were saying, you were talking to Chili, a lot of these teams, it's to the point where you need to map out exactly how teams and when teams are going to play certain compositions, because not everything can beat everything in trios. You want to find those early kills when you're running Viper. On Monk, you want to find a safe location in order to scale up. Same thing with Takeda. On Zai and Matara, you want to find the Vipers, and with this phase selection, it becomes extremely complicated if you're the sole thinker of the team. Now, a lot of people go in, they say they're playing by feel. No one is thinking, and for the first time, I love to hear it. KFL Ryoman, he told me he ran in here. He's normally just known for fragging, but he actually has to think on this world stage, and this is something very strange. For this map, we're seeing Vipers coming out from 521 and BBE, and JL running a crazy Yushan composition. You're going to be able to fight back against that Viper. You need to have counterplay against Viper, against Temi, and Monk. That is the key to NARAKA trios. If you have an answer to those 3 compositions, you can actually kill something in the lobby. So we'll have to see how this map is going to be playing out. But still, Duncan, every single time we look at every single phase, leading up into Worlds, it was a little bit hectic, but there was some similarities to what people thought was the best comp for first pick, for second pick, for third pick. There's a little bit different between certain maps, but this year, this J-Cup, it's all over the place, and we are going to get a Viper lobby. And when you get that Viper lobby, I don't see an endgame going to be happening this time.
No, not at all. And these Sand Siphon compositions being picked up towards the end are going to have a very tough time scaling up and getting that legendary ultimate status for the Takeda that we talked about earlier. It's not going to be easy. But yeah, JL, what is this that you've cooked? Have they cooked, Raven? The Matari Yueshan, what was it, Feria?
Feria?
What is that? That's an interesting variation on the old composition that we used to see quite a lot of, the Yueshan Feria Hardy that we saw quite a lot of, that was very prevalent early in the year. It's which sort of fell off. It stopped being as worthwhile, but now we're seeing a certain variation come back. Definitely an interesting one, and I am certainly excited to see how well it will perform in general, but also in this lobby, because they have the double counter to Viper.
Yeah, that. I mean,
even the triple, if you count Feria going into the mech, theoretically, you can counter Viper with everything.
I mean, they're cooking right now. They're in the kitchen. They're preparing the vegetables for these Vipers. It's gonna be tough for the Vipers going through this, but the tough part of Viper compositions is that there are so many of them hit and running coming out, and you still have Syra running around. The all-in capabilities of Syra is extremely impressive. Now, old school Cannonball, Feria has always played as a pseudo supporting it. You're able to rotate the mech, you're able to keep your team alive. It will be very, very tough on the outside to survive the hit and run coming out from all these Vipers, but inside Yang, who can really challenge them? Now, we saw a little bit of mix-up. We saw a little bit of tricky play. Now, normally, Viper almost never goes to the Yang. She sits on the outside during the early game. That F3 is a giant nuke. It's really, really strong out spawn. And in the mid-game, it's just a grieving composition. You see teams camping out stores, camping out realm entrances, camping out the spirit well, waiting for those Yang depletion situations. It's not really known for going into Yang. But so we'll have to see how JL plays this out. I'm very curious to see how it's going to do versus the old school Siphon composition and the new school Syro compositions that will be going in the Yang this map.
Yeah, absolutely. But before that, here's the next question for this game. Will the top points scored in a single match reach 25 or more? Simple yes or no. A for yes and B for no. Make sure to get your answer in going into this game. We're about to load in for our game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. And interestingly, Alliance and their strategy that we've talked about, just fight. Just get all the kills. That's all you need to do. They are in the middle of nowhere. They are as far away from the action as possible, and perhaps they're going to be adjusting their strategy moving forwards. But here we are, jumping right on in. OUG up against MVP. The overhold coming through from the King does go for the cancel instead, looking to find a little bit of loot to grab before he continues to fight. But oh my goodness, Mines just gets absolutely obliterated, blended in the cross-up. Oh my goodness, he does. That's painful right there. But you know what else is painful? Hong eating that Viper F there, does lose a lot of their HP. Love's also going down now. The King, he's back. He's looted up a little bit. The Tessa ultimate is going to charm him, but he's not in immediate danger for the moment. He's on the front foot, having gotten these Fireflies for the Tumult for his team, and they are certainly in the driver's seat. Hong is going to go down. OUG already on 4 eliminations, I believe. CD Wolves now looking to get into the party. Hey, what's going on over here? You know, let's gate crash this.
Oh, I mean, OUG, Wolves showing up to the last second. OUG was able to get all the Fireflies, but the Krumi ults are going to be traded out. XCM, though, with the Syra offensive support coming in with the beams, cooking up SS, just stuck in the wall, stuck in the mud. Takeda ult's going to be coming out, trying to peel for his team. The King jumping to the plate, stepping in front of everyone, but XCM just walks past him, staying on top of SS. Army's going to be coming out. Nice Stagger, stuck in the wall, smashing him over and over. We're just bonking him with sending the RMBs. XCM is not going to stop, though. We're letting every blue fly, and Wolves with that nice timing, finding OUG, investing the ultimates, getting a nice white armor and weapon off spawn, but it's not going to matter. They didn't end the fight fast enough. Wolves is going to find a nice timing attack and get that third party.
Indeed. And now, it looks as though YZG is looting up in this money spot. The money spot that if you don't know about yet, you should certainly put this in one of your rotations, as it is very nice to get your hands on all of these Dark Tide coins. But one thing to note, every single team that went down in this early game, bar one, being OUG, was the Viper composition. OUG ended up going down at the end there in that third party from Wolves, but every single other team that went down was a Viper comp, not able to utilize that early game pressure from the Viper F if they do opt to go for that F3 or potentially even the F2. You know, the F2 with that silence is still extremely impactful. Interesting to note, but we'll have to wait and see if they can try and find their footing in this lobby and try and find those assassination opportunities later on in the game. But for the moment, YZG looking to scrap it out in Celestra. 17S trying to find this team that has just teleported away. BBE are running for the hills, running immediately over to this no ult zone and these fireflies that are situated in this spot. Royhihi eating the brunt of the damage from the Zai ultimate, the no ult zone coming out. 17S lurking on the outside, trying to find a way in, sending out that F2, sending out so much damage onto Royhihi, trying desperately to disengage, and now the Moonbane coming through. 17S able to just put front foot forward and continue going a million miles an hour. No worries, the Moonbane will cover any mistake, no worries at all it seems. The Viper ult comes out, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Raven. Maybe the heal does come through, but they're still in the Moonbane.
Nice job to keep Warhees left alive, but since he's been coming in with a third party, well now YZG, known for their Moonbane strategies. They love scaling up, they love buying that Moonbane and finding these attacks. Now even when they lose neutral, it's not gonna matter. The Moonbane is gonna bail them out. The no ult zone does not matter. 17S is going to fall. They are gonna find a rest. They do have the backup rest. And with that Moonbane, with the Syra, Matari, Zai, they will pick up these kills. We're at 6 kills already. Just this is what I was saying, Duncan. As a coach, one of the most important things is playing the right composition on the right map to counter what you think the opponents are going to do. And they have one of the best compositions to go against these Vipers. Now, will we see JL's variation? The overkill? Maybe too much of a good thing is too much, but going into Yang, I'm still waiting to see that clash. Now, Alliance, like you were saying, they landed safe. Their strategy in general is to play very, very fast. They do not really care about endgame. They try to find kills early and middle, and their Viper comp is only second to GG's. They are absolutely devastating on the composition. So I'm very curious to see if they can play this slow, methodical play, because Siphon is really known for capitalizing on the endgame. And like you were saying before, a lot has changed this year on this typical Firefly map. We've seen a lot of Vipers, but going into Worlds, the last 3 or 4 months of NARAKA trios, most people use Firefly maps to actually play slow. They use the Fireflies as a deterrent to secure loot. They don't really use Moonbanes to attack people. They don't really use Fireflies to attack people. Instead, they make sure that they always have ult as they transition to the middle game so they can guarantee Yang.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at that team just now, not looking all that looted up. Unfortunately, they're hiding. They are trying not to be noticed, as is probably a good idea. On the other hand, though, Bowder looking rather scaled up now. Doesn't have that legendary ultimate just yet, but they are certainly on their way to it. CD Wolves, NHQ with that purple armor. Also in a similar situation when it comes to his ultimate status, but not legendary just yet. 1 purple armor, 2 blues, just looting up on this outside. They are very happy to do so, especially considering that they've already managed to secure 3 eliminations. That is a solid number to start off a game, as they are, as you said, you know, the composition that looks to scale up and focus on those end games and dominate in the end game situation. But you know, on the other hand, let's take a look at the Viper teams. The Viper team compositions, unfortunately just haven't found their footing so far. It doesn't look as though any of them have really gotten more than a couple. They've definitely gotten a couple, so we'll have to wait and see for the moment. Sin being at one of those Viper compositions, lurking at the south of Celestra, getting closer and closer to YZG. I believe Sin may simply be trying to get as much money as they possibly can so they can potentially buy a purple weapon moving forward into this game. 17S does get caught, grappled on the shop here, may be forced to use that ultimate. The ultimate does come through now, the F2 as well. They might be able to find the dazzle here, immediately getting turned on. Loves does have to disengage, but 17S gets stopped in his tracks by that Tessa ultimate. Mines now biting off a little bit more than he can chew. He does tap dodge roll away, able to disengage, but 17S is looking to follow this up. Loves is now under fire yet again, but the ultimate has now expired, and the Wuchen teleport takes them to safety.
Yeah, YZG jumping in, and this is how crazy Cybra is in trios. See, you get the lead with that support ult and cause so much pressure with no danger, like the stagger combos that you can do out there, plus the backup of the heal, all of the buffs to Cybra, definitely putting her in a really, really good spot so that teams moved away from their previous strategies. Now, Sin's going to be backing up into the no ultimate zone, but we're going to go over to the north. Bauda trying to set up for this first Yang. I'm really excited to see you on Takeda go against all these new compositions inside Yang. Give me the Bauda versus JL. We are going to get Alliance. Now, Alliance, will they be able to bring this tournament back? They are really, really slow right now. Starting off the day pretty slow. We're on game 5. They can still bring this back. We'll have to see. NY7 has always been impressive on his position 1. Now diving in position 1, going against the enemy Takeda. The King gonna pop the F1. He's gonna get lifted. Ooh. Welcome to trios. We're getting staggered back to back. What can he do? He needs to pop that Takeda off, but he's gonna re-staggered on wake up. Temiol's gonna be invested. Finally popping the Temiol, but Kurumiel's gonna be picking him up. Kurumiel's gonna be matching, brawling it out right now. Takeda shoves are coming out back to back. We still got 3 in the tank. NY7 looking for the closeout onto the King, keeping up the pressure. Staying on the outside, looking for the next shove, looking for the stagger. He is going to find the second shove, keeping everyone staggered on OUG. NY7 smothering OUG. OUG's doing a really, really good job, though, of stabilizing. Can they bring this back, though, Duncan?
It might be a bit rough, considering that OUGSS has now gotten down to very, very dangerous HP levels. The critical health situation. He does manage to make it out of danger for a moment. But the parry comes through from OUG. They might be able to turn this around. NY7 is trying to do anything he can, but Alliance Revenge does still go down. He does equalize the fight, though. 2 versus 2 into the 2 versus 1. And Alliance, it just exploded in a matter of seconds. It looked as though it could go for a little longer, but no, the parries, all of this damage forced up against the wall. Alliance are going to be able to take this realm of Yang, now going up to 6 eliminations. Perhaps this was the strategy they needed, Raven, as we talked about it earlier on. You know, they land, you know, somewhere a bit isolated. They get all of this loot, as we could see as well, leading into that Yang. They were stacked. All of those Soul Jades, everything they could possibly want. Triple purple armor, exactly where you want to be as a Takeda team composition going into the realm of Yang. But here we are, Ares in the opposite situation, not able to find all that much loot off of their rebirth, having lost it, or perhaps not having, likely having lost it. Only found a couple white armors, some blue weaponry, and his teammates nowhere to be found. They are close by. They might be able to resurrect him if he does go down, but Kuzo desperately trying to buy as much time as possible, trying to disengage, but not able to do so, unfortunately, and Bauda finally take him down.
Yeah, they run into one of the most skilled teams in the lobby. Bauda's going to be able to clean up Ares easily with those white armor. You super stacked up, has the gold dual blades. You already know we're running dual blades. We probably got Cavalry Blue in the pocket. Now going over to Sunwing to the north, TWSS, 2 minutes 35 seconds. Can we get a Yang cured? They are going to go to Spirit Well, pick up another purple armor on their way to finding another team in the south. Alliance versus Wolves. Alliance did win the Remember. They have a buff here, buff on buff action. Temiol's going to be coming out. Takeda still holding his own, but Alliance, 2 ults are out. NY7, can he have the same success? Can he walk down Wolves? Wolves are doing a good job of keeping up the pressure. NY7 needs to go back into Gloomy Server, get healed up, picking up his health. But the Cyber ult is out. He is getting beamed. Can Takeda overcome this Syra oppression. NY7 just getting staggered over and over. He does find a good shove. He has 2 more shoves in the tank. Gold shoves going out, controlling the fight. He's doing his best right now, but Wolves is closing the distance. Revenge dipping down, but OUG he's showing up with Yang Depletion. The King coming through with the Takeda ult of himself, shoving everyone looking for the flank. Coming in, Yoma trying to back up, but the team is going to get parried, slowed down for a second, but he's diving back in there, Duncan.
Oh my goodness. Oh, what is going on? Looks as though TWSS does go down in the back, but the King, he's not looking to take his foot off that gas pedal. Yuma, he's fending him off, the focus slide coming through. I believe that they may have been able to fully cleanse that Yang Depletion for these 2 players. They have indeed. The King and Rico are going to be Yang Depletion free. Unfortunately, they did lose SS in during that engagement, but you know, they got a couple kills. They may be able to buy him back sooner rather than later. We'll have to see if they manage to secure that rebirth charm. TWSS, on the other hand, they've been looking for players. They've been looking for teams, but they've missed all of the action, and I believe they may end up going down to this Yang Depletion, as I don't see a single player in the vicinity. However, that being said, they do have a decent amount of money in the bank, and they may be able to put it all onto one of these players, let themselves die to a poison mushroom, as we're seeing right now. Polaris is going to go down. However, OUG's Rico is in the vicinity, and he was looking to come over here and use the shot for himself to try and buy back his teammate.
Oh my goodness, OUG is about to be gifted with the Yang Depletion. All the King has to do is get these last hits going down. Kurumi Circle is going to be going down. Poison Mushroom coming down. Everyone's poisoned inside zone. Both these teams just looking to res the situation. Unlucky for TWSS. They do go all the way out to get that money, but OUG is not able to coordinate and follow up on that. It looks like TWSS is going to get that res, but over to JL. Yang Depletion on them, 20 seconds left on Wonfang. He is in Yushan all. He needs to find a kill on MVP, but all these trees providing a ton of cover against the poor Yushan. Trees, the ultimate counter versus Yueshan. Sad Yueshan just chasing him down. 5 seconds left. All he can do is swing his axe for fun because he is going to fall. MVP Shiyun is going to find the kill. Shiyun, MVP up to 3 kills now, climbing up to 18. As long as they get up to the 30-35 kills by the end of the day, they're going to feel comfy going into their game 2. Polaris getting the King into the grapple combo, welcoming the King to the 1v1. The King away from solos, running in to TWSS. Polaris rezzing his teammates. Polaris is competing in trios and solos.
Yeah, he is. He is one of the few this year that is competing in both game modes, and he's certainly doing a good job of it so far, performing it reasonably well in both so far. As we've only had, this is only the 2nd day of Jacob, ladies and gentlemen, but we're jumping into this Rumble Yang. Bao does you. He is immediately met with a considerable amount of damage, having grappled up to the sky onto that wall. He does have that golden armor and those golden dual halberds, but is he going to be able to actually use them if he gets locked up and taken down? But no, the Kurumi Circle is going to come down, allowing him to heal just a little bit, but the follow-up comes through. The last second ultimate to keep him alive, healing up just a little bit. The focus slide, just an absolute menace in this situation, desperately trying to make it back to the Kurumi Circle. He does indeed make it. The scale rush into parry, but he has Mortal Defiance in the back pocket. He's still going. Yuma eats the brunt of a little bit of focus slide action there. Everyone's got focus slide, Raven. This is crazy. Revenge gets caught mid-air by the R&B focus attack into the jump R&B, and Bowder turn it around and take them down. Good Lord, Raven, what was that?
You can't take down you. My man is clutch. One of the goats on the Takeda. 5-2-1's Pampy, though, on the outside, going to be popping that Viper ultimate, scaring away the competition. Now, are they going to be able to claim this Spirit? Well, Pampy has to be careful right now. Why? ZG is going to be showing a CXD coming in, diving in, but diving into a Viper, always very, very dicey, even though she's at 1 HP. If she lands, I believe she is on silence. it's going to be a bad time for your team. You can turn that around with one decent silence. And as I was saying, that YZG is going to lose their Syra. They are backing up to Wolves with that Draco Storm. Takeda also is going to be invested. Triple charge being powered up by ZK, but he's not going to need it. They're going to find that nice third party onto 5-2-1 Pampy.
They are indeed the optimal third-party situation. Wolves taking full advantage of these teams fighting it out in this area. 5-2-1 Yin just getting obliterated up against that rock. Unfortunately, not able to survive. There was very little chance he was making it out alive. The Wolves hounding him, the scent of blood in the air, drawing them to the area, able to take full advantage of this Draco Storm. Now heading on over to MVP. Ooh, a beautiful parry from Hong, and then it cancels the sap to avoid that F2 from the Zai. Dufud's now in ultimate with blue armor, trying to make something happen. Another F2 coming through. Do they have the ability, the counter? They do indeed. The counter to the Viper ultimate does come through, but they are immediately met by the hands of Alliance, teleporting right into them with that Wu Chen, but the no ult zone is going to come through, denying that Takeda ultimate utilization here. NY7 trying to keep up with them. MVP Shiyun with that Aurora Burst, trying to deter the push from NY7, but he's not backing down just yet, trying to find the opening on to Hong. Hong now being knocked back, taking quite a bit of damage. Does everyone have Focus Slide, Raven? I feel like I've seen about 12 players with Focus Slide this game. NY7 getting slide uppercutted out of the air. Unfortunately, Shiyun was not fast enough to secure that R&B focus follow-up, and Alliance are going back, licking their wounds and looting up before they continue this aggression.
Sliding, vibing with the Focus Slide. I mean, there's some questionable weapons I've seen with the
Focus Slide, the dual halbers.
I mean, Focus Slide, dual halberd, crouching horizontals is kind of sus G, but just because of that Focus Slide, you was able to survive inside Realm of Yang. We are going to get Alliance tracking down TWSS on this cliffside, going back into the no ult zone, but NY7 super aggressive. He doesn't have ult to his name, doesn't need it. F1's going to come down with the slam. This coming out with the Cloud Weaver, looking for the flank. Revenge not able to get it. F3 going to be invested by Revenge, but NY7 right on the outside, really dicey. They are going to pop the Takeda ult, but the no ult zone perfectly coming down. NY7 with the good timing is going to take down TWSS Polaris, and now Snack is going to fall. Last player alive, Zai in an unwinnable situation, gonna get juggled 100-0. Alliance just walking them down, choking them out, not letting them get away, and just absolutely obliterating them on the opposite side. YZG cleaning up the solo. The solos and duos are all falling out. Viper map, Duncan. I didn't imagine this going a very stacked endgame, but Wolves in a prime position to close this out. Are they going to be able to weather the storm against the remaining Vipers and Syras? Will they focus out Wolves, or will they just try to keep their head above water, try to trade out and get a couple kills? But Wolves looking really good. They slowed it down.
Yeah.
And there's still a ton of NARAKA to be played. This is still game one. You don't want to throw out your last two games. And going back to the tried and true, there's a reason why Siphon dominated for 2 years. Every single time you think this comp is going to get pushed out, it still comes back as one of the staples. Reminds me really of having a good Monk player on your team. You got to have a good Takeda player on your team as well. Valda's you. Clutching it up. We saw him in the Realm of Yang. He was down to 1 HP, and this is why he's one of the GOATs. He finds those situations that are unwinnable and still finds a way to create opportunities for his team to win.
Absolutely. I think I did see it, but it didn't register with me that he had that Mortal Defiance in the back pocket, so he had that sort of safety net that it probably was a bit surprising to the enemy team that had him pretty low HP and just saw him not back down. You know, when you get someone relatively low, you inherently think that you're gonna be forcing out abilities. You're gonna try and get them. They're gonna try and heal up, but no, he was just all in. no care in the world, very happy to just keep going, and he just clutched up over and over and over again. And then when he finally did take fatal damage, he had Mortal Defiance. But here we are taking a look at this Spirit Well situation. Wolves, Alliance, who else here? YZG, so many players lurking around trying to assert dominance and to secure this spot for themselves, for their team, so that they can get their hands on this Draco Storm buff. We've had so much Draco Storm, Raven, it's insane. Everyone is trying their very best to hold onto this circle, but it is not being made easy whatsoever. NHQ currently sat in the middle, just sending out those focus attacks, constantly just active frames, making it very hard for anybody to find their way in, unless you got Focus Slide. It's
swerving in, getting, denying the charge up. We're only at a quarter right now. NHQ is going to fall to the F1, and Wolves is known for being really, really strong on these endgame Spirit Wells. Is Syra the new answer? Does she have enough sustain? F1's going to be coming out, and is she going to pick up this heal? But the range attacks from multiple teams just putting so much pressure in the 7. They're not able to keep out chain range to deny this range predator. A little bit of aura burst going to be coming in, but the zone's going to be pushing them out, and they're only at the halfway. Are they going to risk sitting here in zone, possibly getting held as they're going in? The Shadow Corruption is going out. The Temi ulti will be coming down. And HQ has to be very, very careful right now. Syra ulti's going to be invested to poke him up, but he is getting shoved over and over. Will he get into the zone? Barely makes it in. Gets the heal off from the shove, but Alliance, everyone's looking in right now. They are going to lose ZK to this. Was it worth it, though, Duncan?
It could be, but the thing is, NHQ, he survived, but he has no ultimate to play with, and he's now being forced to try and run away from Bowder, who are certainly looking to capitalize on this weakened NHQ, on these weakened Wolves, licking their wounds. Just, it's the separated from the pack. They are certainly weakest in this state, but it looks as though Bowder and YZG have thought, you know what, let's fight each other instead, and Bowder's you now losing a bit of HP. He doesn't have an ultimate available either. His teammates trying to cover for those ranged projectiles flying in and cutting them in their tracks. But they are still fading back, forced to use these ultimates as well. YZG hot on their heels, trying to find a way in, but the Moonbane is coming down now, Raven. This is a very dangerous spot to be in, as all of these players are backed into this corner. YZG trying to find that little clip onto you. The Kurumi circle being placed down now, trying to keep them topped up. CXZ now being pressured by you. The Golden Fist plays. He's trying to find an opener, trying to push him away. Does manage to deter him for the moment, but the Zaya ultimate now coming through. YZG, Bowder's you getting juggled by the Moonbane as well. The F3 all coming in at once, forced to use ultimate. The beams chasing him down, tracking him. The Soul Bloom's gonna keep him alive. The microwave, come back here, you demon. He's trying to get away. The tap dodge roll, the wave roll. He's still alive, Raven. He's the GOAT indeed.
He just always finds a way in these clutch situations to stay alive. The beam from the Syra, not enough to take down you, but the Moonbane, again, taking a chunk out of you. Bowder has to slow down the 80% Moonbane, dictating the pace of the lobby. Everyone's using the Moonbane to stay alive. Now we're going to get a giant cliffside endgame. Alliance already posted up at the Spirit Well. Can Bowder go and challenge it? Now they were the most scaled team right behind, I believe, Alliance. Wait, Alliance Revenge is already back up right now. Hold on a second. NY7's going to get the slam. Bowder's coming in, but they don't have full ultimates. They do get a Spirit Dragon Slayer in. NY7 letting them know we are going to hard commit to this. Whoever wins this Spirit Well, probably going to take this game. 12 people left alive. NY7, Takeda ult online, shoving everyone out of the way. No one has the position to take this down. It looks like you had to switch out of the blue armor, and NY7 poking around. He knows his ult's about to get a refresh. Going in onto Bowder's Temi. Yoran cannot get away. He is going to fall. A little bit of present as he follows again. That's Poison Splash coming in. Another unwinnable situation. Can he pull his team out of it again?
It may be Alliance NY7 now popping that Takeda ultimate, trying to chase down BLADEPOINT. It is not being made easy, but oh my goodness, a beautiful parry coming through for NY7. BLADEPOINT does manage to stop the damage initially, but then immediately followed up on by a player who was not staggered by the Takeda ultimate. And oh my goodness, he unfortunately, so many clutches, he does eventually go down. He is not unkillable. He's just, hey, anyone can fall eventually. It is just a matter of time. If you're coordinated enough, or if they make a mistake, he is still human after all. But here we are, the endgame situation. Alliance are looking to try and take this one home for themselves. Now up to 15 eliminations. The Viper ultimate is going to come through. They try and hide in the bush. Yuma, unfortunately not able to get crouched in that invisibility bush in time and does get staggered, does get stunned up, but it's not going to matter as NY7 is still chasing him down. Pampy does get eliminated, and now Wolves and I believe YZG lurking on top of this rock formation, waiting their turn to be just immediately aggressed on by Alliance. They are trying to stay inconspicuous, as I believe they don't have all of their teammates up and running. Wolves and YZG both missing a player from the team. 4 players up against Alliance, 3-man strong. NY7 trying to find the way in. He doesn't have ultimate available now, popping that F1 with these scale rushes. The fan going back and forth, trying to catch him. NHQ desperately trying to get off of these buttery rocks, but he's not able to do so. Picking up that Soul Bloom, NY7 is not slowing down.
Now, Alliance cleaning up the lobby, 17 kills. NY7 on the Takeda's back, going through, cleaning this up. They still have 3 ultimate stuff. They just want to make sure they clean up every single solo, but can CD Wolves, XCM find a little bit of pressure? It looks like the Cyrus are both lasering in the corner. It's not going to matter right now. He's trying to pick up a last hit. XCM wants to get this kill onto 17S, but CD Wolves, XCM not able to find it. NY7 is just too much of a menace on the low ground. Absolutely cleaning up. Everyone left up. 6 people left. 3 solos down. 70S is going to fall. NY7 on the Takeda looking for the XCM in midair. XCM desperately trying to get away. Doesn't want to give this last hit. His last hurrah. We don't want to give this up, but they unfortunately can't get away. NY7 is going to find it, and Alliance is back, Duncan.
Oh my goodness, they certainly are, Raven. And they weren't having the best day leading up to this point, but they have recovered. Perhaps it was just that adjustment that they needed to make. You know, usually we think, oh Alliance, they've said it themselves. We've talked about it. Just fight, bro. Just get eliminations. No problem. No strategy for endgame. We don't need it. But there they are. They land a bit safer. They get a few kills in that early to mid game, and they come away victorious. A huge game for Alliance. Props to them, especially considering the performance so far today. You know, not doing as well. Being able to show that mental fortitude and come back towards the end of the day is certainly needs to be rewarded with some praise.
Yeah, that just goes to show their work this year definitely paid off. They kept hammering at this, they kept at it, they never checked out, and they still find a way to bring their entire day back with one massive game. And this is one of the big threats of these pro teams. They're so solid with their fundamentals that even when they're having a bad day, their average day is still really high. You can't count them out. Those MVP rounds are worth so much points. It's like I was saying, Duncan, when you get the loot, when you get the fights that you want off spawn, do you capitalize and do you close it out? We saw OUG fall in that end game. They're a little bit greedy on the spirit wall. Everyone's fighting for that spirit wall. OUG was the most scaled team in the lobby, and they lose with their Syra. And I think this kind of exposes one of the weaknesses of Syra, is that is she that much better than Kurumi. She doesn't provide as much sustain. She provides a lot of offensive capability. Maybe she's a little bit better on the Zai composition.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about it quite a bit. I did have quite a long conversation with Chili earlier. I was talking about Syra with him, and he asked me, what do you think is the best composition with Syra? And I thought, it's kind of hard to say, especially since we haven't seen too much of her in this on the stage and in this environment. The most competitive area to be playing any composition at all. And I couldn't really come to too much of a conclusion. But before we talk more on that, it is time yet again for Answer for Treasures, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on a Peerless Treasure Choice gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. What edition is the 2024 J Cup? Is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? Make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat sharpish, and to keep an eye on the chat as well, because you don't want to be that guy who won it all, who won that Peerless Treasure Choice gift and went off to get a snack. Don't be that guy. But back to what we were talking about, Raven.
Speaking of that guy, I cannot believe that you were talking to Chili and he asked you the silent question and you didn't tell him Tarka. Why do you only...
I did tell him! I was going to get to it!
Okay, he did a classic Duncan. Yeah, the new character probably with Tarka in trio. So at the leaderboard, we're seeing Alliance dominating without that character. Tarka at 28 kills. Bowda's you leading the charge, not able to close out the end game, but clutching it up inside the Yangs, still dragging them to a decent place of 13.5. Wolves showing their consistency. Basically the new school GG at 12.5, YZG. It's still going to trip me up every single time I see those colors. I'm going to see KLA, but YZG, the new school, KLA at 12. Still dominating though, still at the top, still one of the Titans a lot up. OUG staying consistent, 8.5. TWSS, they did make that end game. They got those 8 points. I think slow and steady wins the race in this instance. Group play, top 12 teams are going to be going forward to finals. You don't need to burn out and risk everything. So that play style that Alliance is known for, dialing it back, they're finding a ton of success running that Siphon. And they do it on a day incredibly difficult. Tons of F3 Vipers running around, traditionally a really big counter to Siphon, and they find a way to capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it may have come down to simply just the rocky start in that game for those Viper comps. At the beginning, I pointed out how the Viper compositions had been the ones who'd been taken down in that off-spawn situation. Perhaps that was like one of the big reasons why they just weren't able to shut down those scaling compositions, the Sand Siphon, which relies so much on getting the loot that you need. But here we are taking a look at the overall standings so far for the day. JL still sitting atop the mountain, unfortunately not having the best Game 5. However, considering their performance in the games leading up to it, I think they're probably okay to have one not so good game on that interesting composition as well that we saw. Maybe
too much of a good thing.
Maybe back in the kitchen. Maybe needs a little salt and a little something to make it work on the big stage. But they still have a significant lead, so they're bound to be happy with themselves. But again, we have some highlights from that game brought to you by Thunder Robot. Take it away, Raven. Alliance rocking it in the sandy desert. Those pole swords going crazy.
Yeah, off spawn, they did dominate the South. Now, traditionally, this is where JL lands. Alliance able to find a nice little spot, fully south to the side, able to find a nice isolated fight off spawn, and we're seeing on the back of that focus slide, like you were saying, Duncan, focus slide.
He has had it.
Whole sword focus slide, still one of the staples in trios. Nice spacing out, coming out from Yuma, looking for that flank. Temmy's going to be dropping down, hitting him with the R&B. Last hit situation, Temmy on Temmy action, but the focus slide, winning that neutral, sliding by, and finding the kill. Now following in, going in with the flank again, just focus slide, so devastating and neutral, but everyone's down the last hit. It's very easy to throw that situation, but Alliance able to stitch it up, close it down. Still, Yang depletion, they don't win the second one. They had to find a way back into it. I believe this was TWSS. Now,
yes, it was.
Temmy, Yuma, really big for his team, finding these nice flanks, with the pulse sword, with the blistering. Nice overloading him out. Montage's able to dodge out of there, but he's keeping up the pressure. Nice job on the back foot of Takeda to set up his Temmie, but Temmie leading the charge right now. Lots of damage coming out from that blistering. Now closing out this end game, it was just all NY7 chasing everyone down, but all the damage coming out from this Temmie with blistering. Now the good part about this closeout for Alliance, they do manage to cinch up every single kill, even that last one. It's always a little bit of a troll that the last guy gets away. This is the cherry on top. They don't let him out. They're gonna get that last hit out. Where are you going? We're closing out this game. Nice 17 kill game plus the first place and that 1.2 multiplier. Huge in this current meta. When we go to heal-ups and we get ties so often, winning out that last little bit is massive.
Absolutely, absolutely massive. And speaking of massive, look at those damage numbers, Raven. Alliance NY7 putting up 36,000 damage, and 24,000 of which was done with the fan. 5.3 on the cannon, and then 2.7 with damage without a weapon. But taking a look at these Jade Stormstride, just a decent amount of damage reduction, a little bit of health, and then that Cyan Fang to throw out every so often, keeping him topped up as well. Now, the Cyan Fang giving you that little bit of healing on the 1-2-3 focus attack, a very solid setup, making it not, you want to be doing the damage, but you want to stay alive while you're doing it. You can't be position 1 if you're squishy and you just fall over. You need to be staying alive and facilitating the peel, facilitating the damage for your team to actually succeed in this environment with all of these Vipers. They're looking to assassinate you. As long as you can survive a bit longer, you might be able to survive, just like Bowders was able to demonstrate, able to survive so many 1 HP situations.
Yeah, that's Focus Slide, one of the strongest Jades in the game. It's the reason why it's only in trios. If that was still in solos, it's just absolutely menacing. And like you're saying, Duncan, when you're doing the damage, that's how you get kills. You can't get kills if you don't do damage. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We still have a little bit of some NARAKA.
是的，可能 BB 要成为最大的获利者。
Đến Thượng Hải sắp 1 năm rồi. Bọn mình đã tiến bộ rất là nhiều ở BBL. Chia cấp năm nay, bọn mình sẽ giành được thành tích cao hơn.
既然已经来到这里，我们只想不留遗憾。
我们的目标不仅仅是打进决赛。
我们会尽全力展现我们的所有。
2024年是属于成都积极的一年。今年一整年，我们没有输过，没有队伍做到过全年大满贯的壮举。但是现在，我们要登峰造极。
第一时间被逼出了 GGB。
大弟，你已经把对方追过去了。
抓到一个，
再抓一个。
吃了一脚。大再传好像是把大哥直接秒掉了。
把司机秒了，而且这一个翻摔带动日产成都老队被淘汰了。震刀，处决，战绩走完 ，B 线抓到。
B
我们曾经在世界赛上证明过自己，今年的目标也是如此。吉吉，黄金之路的美梦该醒了。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that skyline, the beautiful city of Shanghai that we are very lucky to be in. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the legendary Raven PLZ, having a great time in China and having a great time enjoying these games that these players have been putting on for us. A very exciting time to be a NARAKA enjoyer. But without further ado, we're going to be going into our 6th game relatively soon. We've got a little bit of time, It's a little bit. What do we think is going to be happening in game number 6? Obviously, this is still the group stage. You know, we're fighting to qualify for the finals. What do we think we're going to be seeing in this game number 6, Raven? What do you think we're going to see?
I think because of the playing field, the CN teams are realizing maybe we can't just go out and just roll all the competition. It's still very, very risky. And it looks like slow and steady is the way to go. Remember, we only have to get top 12. We don't need a win today. We're not even getting the points for pre-finals necessarily. We just have to get in that top 12 situation and playing those competitions. I think moving forward, everything we've seen so far is that Syra really slows down to the game, that you need to play more methodical. We haven't seen a ton of success with that old school F3V1 Viper. Now, the reason why F3V1 Viper came into the meta is because neutral was so heavy. You could play slow and steady. Everyone was so good at dodging that silence, so most teams just switched over to F3 and said, forget it. Let's use the V1 as a trade for abilities rather than going in for an execution. You hold on to it, it's your closer, you try to trade out abilities with your other 2 ultimates, and you get that guaranteed win versus a team support. That's why you see the evolution of these Syras. Before it was Syra, a lot of teams opened up with their Kurumi ultimate. You saw this evolution where support was going first, when traditionally it's always been a defensive ability. It was instead being used as offense since everyone was heavily playing neutral. Now, what is it going to be looking like moving forward? Worlds always changes a lot of teams. I still think slow and steady is the way to go for this group stage, especially with how hectic everything is. I think landing safe, getting that loot, playing for Yang or Spiritual, and still slowing down and trying to get that nice consistent 8 to 9 points is the way to go, just to make sure you make it to the main stage.
Yeah, I think I fully agree with you. You know, if you go too fast, too quickly, you might stumble, and it will certainly be rather disheartening on the first day of trios for Jacob. But here we are taking a look at the 2nd round selection. A little bit of Xiphon the Zai Siphon, a little bit of Hardy Val the Tianhai, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Nothing much has really been banned out so far, or not necessarily banned out, but had their hero points increased. Now, BBE looking to lock in that Matari Zai zipping. Ares opting to go for this Hardy Valda Tianhai composition that JL piloted so unbelievably well in that game number 4. 5-1 now opting to go for the same, and then JL are now going for another interesting composition, Raven, the Syra Feria Yueshan. Perhaps that's what they meant to pick last game instead of the Matari. You're misclick.
I mean, they've always done compositions based on hero points. Now, in an 8-game series, managing your hero points becomes super, super important, because there's no way to guarantee, depending on which phase you are, that you're going to get the comp that you like on the right map. I think that's what makes trios still very, very difficult. The phasing system doesn't let you just go to Holoroth and play Siphon. Doesn't let you just go to Morris and play your Viper composition. It just forces you into very very awkward positions that everyone has had to deepen their gameplay. For a long time, everyone was a specialist. Usually you saw 330, Sleepwalker, known for their monk play, even TXJ, the great Takeda's you coming in, showing everyone that Takeda is here to say if you don't have a good Takeda, how can you win in the modern day? But now there are too many characters, so many variables that everyone has to be very, very dynamic. Now initially we saw a lot of momentum coming up from Wolves and Alliance. They were very good to adapt to the rule changes this year. But now we're seeing a lot of the old guard coming up. We're seeing OUG, Bauda, JL, GG, KLA, or now YZG, still showing that consistency as they've adjusted to this new meta. But again, this Worlds, I imagine some teams are definitely testing this out to see and limit test what they can do. JL is already qualified at this point. They can play anything and pretty much coast, make it to the next round. Yeah. Now is the time to test out some new ideas, especially now that Syra's added to the board.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, yeah, it's like they have essentially qualified already. It's highly unlikely that they'd somehow manage not to qualify in their second day with what they've already managed to accomplish. And yeah, because of that, they may simply be looking to test out certain compositions and see how well they perform. But let's see how well you perform answering this question, ladies and gentlemen. Which of the following teams will rack up the most eliminations in this match? Or if they get the same number of eliminations, who will deal the most damage? Will it be A, Alliance, or B, Bauda? And make sure to get your answer in, as you know, you got to get in quick, as we're going to be jumping into this game very, very soon. Taking a look at some of these landing spots. JL landing very, very close to somebody right there. I couldn't read that, I couldn't see that logo, but we have a team landing in the middle of Imperium with OUG and 521 landing rather close together next to that sort of a very the three-storied building that's somewhat submerged, very difficult to maneuver around in. But we're heading on over to YZG up against Bauda, looking to contest this Red Soul Jade spawn here. This could be very, very spooky now for CXZ as well, considering that QGG has already been taken down. CXZ does get dazzled there, delaying the onslaught. Bauda's you now again in a 1 HP situation, does manage to make it out alive, at least for the moment. But the drop down focus attack immediately gets parried by CXZ, and this has turned all the way around, ladies and gentlemen. YZG, they're coming into this game ready to go, ready to get oogly and take this dub for themselves.
Nice counterlight reflexes coming from CXZ. That drop down focus attack from you is going to get parried off spawn. Now going over to the far south, JLTXG, BBB versus TWSS. Judas on the Zai coming in with the F3, looking for the stagger, gets Wonfang against the corner. Wonfang going to make it over the fence and break some ankles. Where did he go? TXJ is going to pop that ultimate, BBB down to a last hit point situation, but he is going to get picked up. The Syra healing balls coming out, picking him up. Now, but Wonfang is going to be followed up. TWSS turning this around. Syra not being as oppressive right now. TXJ is going to get parried on that double charge. R&B with the fist blades. TWSS coming off big, winning their off spawn versus JL. I don't know about this comp, Duncan. It's kind of sus G.
That was a little sus G, just a little bit. A little bit interesting. We'll have to talk more about it later on and see how well it does. For the moment, we're heading over to Alliance and 521 scrapping it out over here. NY7 taking the initiative, popping that Zai ultimate very early on and forcing 521 to try and disengage with this Hardy Cube. Yin finding himself a blue armor swap and now able to re-up his effective health and perhaps survive this onslaught, but it's not looking too good. The fire damage is going to tick him down, and he is going to be eliminated for now. Akame coming out of that winged form in that Hardy ultimate is getting immediately, oh my goodness, beautiful parry coming out from NY7. He is on a roll right now. Comes out the ult, immediate Trapdoor's roll, tries to get away, not able to do so unfortunately, but we're heading on over back to TWSS, who are not slowing down.
TWSS He's going to lose Judas, but Snack has loves against the ropes right now. Solberg's going to be backing out. Snack's going to get pressed against the wall, though. Staggered over and over. Snack trying to come back to his teammate. No one's left up for this poor Krumi. R&B double charge is going to be coming out, knocking his opponents away. He is going to be surrounded on left, right, slapped to death. No, not like this. Sin, Mines, and the crew able to find some success off spawn. The bottom half of the lobby getting some kills off spawn, and the top half of the lobby not winning off spawn for the third time. Are we going to get a nice closer for everyone? Remember, we're going 12 rounds. 6th round is technically the true halfway point. I know after a long, grueling day, this is when it matters the most. So you got to go and dig deep. Make sure that you finish strong in these situations. We're going to get Alliance popping the ultimates versus MVP.
Indeed, and not only the ultimates, but also the Moonbane is going to be coming out for MVP. Hong, having taken a lot of damage, is able to disengage for a moment with that F2, going to the skies and having that healing from the zipping ultimate, keeping him topped up and able to immediately jump back on in. But there's a ballista in play, but Hong does not care. He is right underneath the ballista, out of line of sight, out of mind. He's not going to be getting pressured by that, but Yuma is going to be doing that instead. The Matari ultimate in play. LTZ trying to get out of there. It is not going to be easy. He does manage to get enough rage to get that ultimate back up and running, but it's not going to save him. He is going to go down regardless, along with Shiyun, and I'm assuming Hong, as there is no chance he is making it out of that situation alive.
No, NY7 has always been so solid in that position 1. Every time we go to Alliance's perspective, we're always following him. He's always in the center of the action, and he's always doing his job so effectively. Now, OUG there's a Moonbane on. It looks like a signal in the sky has been set up. OUG, triggered by this, looking to third party, sees Alliance on the ground, SS on the Viper. Are we going to get a drop down from SS? They're setting up, they're stalking right now, looking to see, but on the outside, the ballista, it's a little bit sus, as Alliance almost intuitively sensing some danger is going to make their way safely to the center of the map. A lot of buildings here, going to be flying. Oh, I'm not the only one, Duncan. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. Just that angle, man. Sometimes it just sends you into the ground.
It sometimes does. Sometimes we all make the mistake and just goof it up a little bit. But regardless, they're still probably going to get where they want to go in the end. But we're taking a look at some of these teams just making the rotations, looting up, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, with some YZG, who has managed to, as we just saw, as they did just drop it, has secured the Red Soul Jade, the Vulpine Essence. If you don't know what this is, it's basically Mortal Defiance, juiced to the max. It's very juiced indeed. Mortal Defiance heals you a little bit of your HP, about 300-ish, whereas Vulpine Essence heals you a total of 1,000 HP. And not only that, but when it pops, it will give you a small amount of damage reduction, I believe 40% or so, for 4 seconds, making sure that if it does pop, you won't instantaneously get bursted down.
Yeah, very revealing that they're going to put it on CXZ, the Monk. A lot of the times in this composition, that Monk's ultimate is going to be forced out first. And as he's coming out of it, since he doesn't have a crewmate to help bail him out of sticky situations, of those range attacks, a lot of the times he's getting last hit coming out. But with that Jade, he becomes really, really sturdy. And the one weakness of the composition in that middle of the fight is closed up by the Vulpine. Now, off spawn, fighting for that Jade, it's definitely the strongest landing position. It's definitely the strongest item on the map to play for. So it does require a ton of risk going for it, but once you get it, that first Yang is cinched up. Now, we are going to have Lions rotating a little bit late. YZG rotating in here as well. They are going to be making their way to the sword. Moonbane on the realm of Yang, Duncan, setting up to safely go into Yang. That's one thing that's changed this year, is going into Yang is no longer free.
No, absolutely not. You got to be careful, because there are people waiting around every corner. And certainly condone the utilization of Moonbane in trios to secure this Yang. I'm still still a bit of a solo purist. No Moonbanes and solos. I don't believe we actually saw one yesterday, though.
No, they actually were. I was actually.
There were. I don't think I caught it. I must have missed it.
Moonbane. Yeah, they don't really highlight solos players using Moonbane, but they definitely do. And it is still optimal.
I mean, it makes sense, you know, obviously, with the Realm of Yang change in solos especially, you know, it's much harder to actually secure your entry now. But enough of solos, we're playing trios today, ladies and gentlemen, and we're jumping into this Realm of Yang with YZG and SYN about to go head-to-head. Mines grappling up to the top of the wall, trying to find a cheeky horizontal focus with that longsword, not able to get anything, unfortunately, swapping to that fan, immediately getting focused down by CXZ, utilizing that F1, the F2 comes through from the Syra as well. CXZ now taking the initiative and locking the try. Oh my goodness, the slam, the jump in, knocking both players up. Unfortunately, not able to get the grab. Is he going to be able to catch any of these players though, Raven, as they are making it extremely hard by hiding behind these pillars?
Yeah, nice job of attempting to slow down the pressure from CXZ. His team is trying to knock someone out, but nice grab out of midair. Mines is going to go flying right now. Are we going to get the regrab? Ball of Spear's going to be coming out. Stagger's going to get out. Takeda ult's going to be pressed, but CXZ doesn't have enough ult juice left. He is going to be dropping down. He does safely get out. Now, peeling for his teammate. 17S is down really, really low, down to a last focus attack situation, but CXZ has a little bit of trouble for himself. Cube is going to bail him out of the situation, coming from the top ropes, looking for the R&B flank, doesn't land the Dragon Slayer. Now, charging up again, looking for the flank one more time, but now TYB is aware of this Monk with the spear, looking for the flank. Still, one failing once, try again. He does find this Dragon Slayer. YZG with that first kill. Can they close out the 2v2 situation? Big Parry's gonna be coming out. Love stuck against the corner. They are gonna close it out. YZG with that Red Jade dominating. And are we gonna see another Monk team winning endgame? This was just so rare throughout the year.
It really was. I mean, we've just not really seen him all that much, but now coming in, well, I think the Kylin being phased out has certainly given rise to the Tianhai to come back on in. A vacuum has now been filled by the Monk, by the big dog, rolling in and asserting dominance alongside Hardy. But we'll see if it continues onwards. Something may come in that might be either better or simply just fully eliminates the Monk, but we will have to wait and see. For the moment, it is certainly looking extremely dominant, as you know, not only within this tournament, but before, at the end of Summer Split, we saw quite a few teams find a lot of success with this comp, especially JL, you know, they and GG and all these teams, you know, they don't get. I can't remember exactly whether or not it was JL. I believe it may have been, but they get to endgame. May have been GG actually. They get to endgame with, I think, 4 eliminations. And then they secure the Spirit Well, and then they come out of the end with something like 15 or 16 eliminations, just because they were able to play that endgame situation so unbelievably well, and because this comp facilitates that so well on top of that. But something to note, JL managed to win Yang with this interesting composition, Raven.
Well, I didn't see the highlights of this comp. Finally, they're getting success. Does it really counter the Valda Hadi Monk? Me and Triad were talking about this before, that I don't really see a weakness in that composition if you get into an isolated 3v3, especially inside Realm of Yang. JL's going to be jumping in onto Ivan's BBE from BBE. One Fang looking for the opener. He gets instead shredded instead, forced to use his Yushan ultimate. Absolutely mashed right now, but Ivan still has his F up after his ult. Is going to use it to disengage out of the situation, but the Yushan keeping up the pressure. Matari ult is going to be invested. BBE needs to find the skill dunker. They have a minute 45 seconds for their Yang depletion.
They certainly do. The desperation is kicking in. They need to find something. The Yueshan is doing an excellent job of peeling for his teammate, and Ivan just has nowhere to go. The General and the Microwave chasing him down, but the massive heal is going to be coming through, keeping him alive. thankfully for the moment, but TXJ is not going to let him go. Wonfeng putting the last nail in the coffin with that Farrier turret shot, and he does get taken down. BBE is going to be very tough to recover from this one, but they might be able to secure perhaps one Soul Bloom and stay alive, stay in the mix, but it doesn't look as though they've managed to do so just yet. Wolves coming in for this third-party situation. JL still strong. They've lost one man, but they're still looking to continue fighting. They have 20 seconds or so on their Vermilion Bird's Might. Oh my goodness, the huge Valder Spear coming out of nowhere. Fat Milk, he needs to find something. Another Valder Spear coming in. TXJ goes down, but does BBE find the Soul Bloom? I don't believe so. CD Wolves coming in and yoiking every single one of them with all the kills as well. 5-1 are coming into the mix now as well, Raven. This is just 6 teams fighting back to back to back.
Yeah, no old zone just attracts all the action right now.
Yeah.
5-1's Pambi on the mug, trying to secure the kill onto Roy He, but he makes it to the buildings, getting out of there. But Wolves are going to be diving in too. About 2 teams chasing poor Roy He, stuck in the middle. Shots going to be raining down, and it looks like Wolves NHQ is going to secure that kill. 5-2-1. Recognizing that the kill is down, we're going to be backing out of here, playing this nice and slow. There's so many Monk teams on the lobby. Wolves heating up, showing that consistency, showing that slow gameplay that GG is known for, and now Wolves is really known for. Now on the bottom side, Ares did have Yang depletion. I was worried about the boys from NA. Can they bring this back? They did get the cleanse on this Monk composition. We'll have to see whether or not they can stand toe-to-toe. Let's hope they don't go into the second realm of Yang, Duncan. I know they want to fight. They want to get Oogly in there. But this instance, we got CXZ with the red Jake.
So
they got full purple armor.
stacked.
They got the cannons. They got everything. We got Wolves on the outside with gold weapons. Possibly, I don't even think Wolves wants to go into the second realm max. Sometimes when you get this far ahead, kills are so hard to come by that it's not worth it to gamble every single realm of Yang.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Considering that there are only 20 players left in the lobby currently, you know, if you go in, you have to be extremely confident that you're going to come away victorious. And it looks as though Ares might be, you know, like putting the brakes on a little bit and going for the Spirit Well instead. I think that's definitely the safer option, the slightly more optimal choice in this spot here. As yeah, it's if you do come out of Realm of Yang with the Yang depletion, it's going to be extremely hard to recover. But look who's going in. YZG and JL, heavy hitters. They're ready to go, Raven. Let's go. Take it away.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to see JL's TXJ and the crew running this new composition, this new variation of Cannonball. TXJ staying in the sky, looking for his flanking play. So I'm going to drop down, get that nice RB out. Vault Bubble is going to be invested. Combo break is going down, but TXJ is going to get flanked himself, forcing out his combo go. He is going to pop the Siren Roll. Beams coming out, cooking up CXZ. CXZ is not going to pop the ultimate, but they are going to lose one of their players right now. A little bit of Baiga going down. We're saving our ult for NARAKA 2 right now. When we're getting juggled right now, the Syro Beam and the Stagger. We are going to pop that ultimate finally, but the Farrier ult coming up from VV in response. He is going to try to go out and demech him. He's not going to be able to though. CXZ double jumping up. He got to grab, wiggling out, but BBB, nice peel, mashing out of here. CXZ desperately trying to figure out a play right now, but BBB sitting in front of him with the Panda Mech, raining down fire. CXZ desperately looking for a play, wants to bring this back for his team. QGG on the hottie is going to be popping that ultimate. Can he find some type of recovery? JL's BBB spotting out the CXZ as he's coming out over. He's not going to be able to do anything. VVV is going to close this out, and JL coming out on top, but QGG has something else planned. He wants to go for the timeout. 44 seconds and a dream. Can we go with the full grief? The range attacks is coming out, though. He's getting beamed out of the air. Dodging, weaving, we're around the pillar. 34 seconds. Can my man stall this out? The ult has run out. Wait a second, we have a little bit left. We are going to get juggled. Nowhere left to go. The juggle's going to come out, and JL with this weird cannonball making it work.
That's looks pretty optimal to me. Definitely a little less sus G than the previous one, I have to say. The F2 F3 Yueshan, the F2 Feria, making it extra. Like, I mean, this is the kind of comp that you have to be so spot on with your synergy and your communication. But they are making it work and doing so in style. This game looks as though Wolves also have I'm not sure if they I think they managed to secure Realm of Yang for free without a fight, without contention, along with Ares actually opting to go for that Spirit Well as we saw before. They too have Draco Storm, but JL coming out of that Realm of Yang last, having fought for almost the entire duration, is going to have Draco Storm for the longest amount of time, but we'll have to see if they can make use of it, like Ares are attempting to do right now on screen. They're chasing down this poor player, this lonely player who is desperately trying to disengage. It's not being made easy whatsoever. NY7, the freight train that he was last game, unfortunately the tables have turned and he's now on the defensive, trying to make use of all of these windows, all of these high roofs, everything to disengage and not get taken down by Ares. But the third party's coming through from JL and it could go horribly wrong for Ares, Raven.
Oh, tough break for Ares. They finally get something going, get some momentum going, and unfortunately they're going to be running into the Draco Storm of JL. Monk ult is going to be coming out. VVV has his mech down, looked for the opener, but Yishao is doing his best to back off her down. He does get the D-mech though onto VVV. Wade pressure is going to be returning now. This is not the best terrain for that Monk, just windows, buildings, everything, plus the Draco Storm. Ares has to find a disengage right now, but JL trying to do. They're going to be walking down. Nice grab going to be coming out. Double grab not going out. One Fong able to dodge out, denying the double grab for a second. And Yishao is going to be demeching right now. Mishu has to bail his team out in order for them to survive. Draco Storm is super, super impressive. Yishao can't go anywhere. He's going to get silenced. And now on the outside, YZG is jumping in.
That was rough. The Feria F2 to pull him out of that stone form, he just couldn't move. It was he was just absolutely cooked. Tianhai coming out of Ultimate is always a very vulnerable monk. It's definitely the optimal target to go for in those kind of situations. You see him come out, you know that he's vulnerable, and they do so extremely well and execute it very effectively. YZG now looking to try and accomplish something similar onto JL, as they do have that Yang depletion. They're going to have to make something happen within the next 2.5 minutes, or they are going to go down to said Yang depletion. CXZ being pressured, being forced into a corner now, forced to use that Tianhai ultimate, that Vajra state. But as you said, all these windows, all these pillars, all of this making it extremely hard for him to find any value whatsoever. One thing, just peppering his toes with these range shots, with these melee attacks, making it hard for him to sort of stand still and not take all that much damage. JL still on the move, still fighting. TXJ jumping into that Feria mech now, looking for the reset, looking for that heal up, and they are very happy to do so as they're not in all that much danger just yet. However, as I say that, Alliance are lurking at the zone edge, and this might turn extremely wrong for JL as they come back into the zone.
Yeah, nice job recognizing the no ultimate zone coming in. JL, good presence of mind, but still Alliance is going to be holding them on the outside. And now in the scub situation, Alliance is turning their weakness to some success, waiting out JL. A little bit of an overextension coming out from JL, but like we were saying, limit testing that new composition. Do they really need to play endgame on it? We already saw them in Realm of Yang, and just getting a little bit oogly, a little bit of an overheat there, not able to survive. TXA does make his way to the center, but YZG, CXZ, not letting him get out of here. We've still got a minute left on our Yang depletion. We got to find this kill. Can TXA find the kite? Cyro's Gold F, just one of the best movements in the game currently, bringing that combo into sending you flying. Can they close it out onto TXJ? They do have 50 seconds. I don't know if they're going to be able to find him on this pillar left and right. He's not able to get the heal off. TXA going to be dropping down. Army's coming out. Can YZG chase him down? Trios players with their chase down, but on the top road. Wait a second. Alliance are in revenge. Alliance is not part of the team. They find the they find the kill. YZG is the one who needed that Yang depletion.
Yeah, they did. Everyone's just chasing him up and down the tower. It's like Ballista will do it. It just obliterates him right to the face, and YZG put in the most saddening positions that there can be in NARAKA, going down to Yang Depletion, running into the zone and accepting defeat. CXZ is just, he's very sad, Monk. Very sad indeed. He does go down to the zone, to the Yang Depletion. It is what it is. It happens. They did manage to recover their day so far. They weren't doing all that well. You know, they're still in the bottom 6, but they've recovered somewhat, going up to 38 points now, but fully eliminated in this lobby. We have 16 players left alive, Raven. Ares might be going down next. Kuzo, beautiful parry coming out there, utilizing that ult activation to armor through the first part of that focus attack, but unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's going to make all that much difference, as the amount of damage is simply too much, and that Valda shield can only keep you alive for so long. Wolves making their way back into the zone with that White Tiger's prowess. The buff that did so much for them early on in the year has now changed, but they're still very comfortable in this position, I would say.
Yeah, Wolves is showing that the slow playstyle is the way to go. Unfortunately for the NA boys, Ares, they had a lot of momentum right here. They just get third party by JL with the Draco Storm. That's the tough part of the just fighting playstyle. If you don't end fights really, really fast, the third party threat can come out of nowhere, and your game is ended when the strongest team in the lobby ends up finding you with Draco Storm, but OUG still in this. And I would say the cutoff point, looking at the average points during this game 6, 35 times 2, it's probably going to be around 65 to 70 in order to be in that top 12 position. So you want to feel very comfortable getting that 30 points, I would say, for that you can feel comfortable. But consistency in kills going into the second half, it's going to be tough for a lot of these teams. Now, every lobby has a weaker lobby that you end up being paired up. There are 3 groups. Not every lobby is as heavy hitting. Now the other lobbies are going to be stacking up, but this has to be one of the harder lobbies, with a lot the up and coming teams, Alliance and Wolves, doing so well. JL absolutely stomping at everyone, and surprisingly, like you were saying, the Suds G-Comp JL, they did show weakness or strength against the Monk Hadi Valda, the Transformer team actually falling to it. Will we see other teams pick that up? And just, I can only imagine being in this meta, just the brain melting of having to adjust at this point. After putting hundreds of hours into other compositions, other strategies, now you got to play Syra, a new character, plugging her into all the traditional ideas. But I was worried, is there no answer to Monk? Is it just going to be a dominant Monk Worlds? Now, with the light of JL showing that this can win, will teams actually be bold enough to try it out?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it plenty of times in the past. You know, JL have been the innovators, the ones leading the charge. You know, in meta and in innovation and all that sort of thing. And they've probably gotten very used to copying ideas and to try and take inspiration from them. So perhaps we will see that, but for the moment we're taking a look at OUG just fully engaging onto NHQ, who unfortunately just gets caught against the wall. His teammates nowhere to be found, and what has happened here? They were looking so strong and so dominant going into this endgame with that buff. They seemed very prepared, but unfortunately I don't think they stayed together. NHQ just gets pulled away for some reason and gets taken down here by the Viper, making it pretty tough to recover, but they may be able to do so. XEM in that Tian High ultimate is trying to facilitate this resurrection for his teammates, dropping that armor immediately as well. ZK, the communication between the team, you know, there it is, you know, drops the armor. If there was a team looking to drop down on this res, is able to immediately pick that up and potentially save him from the execution immediately off of that resurrection.
Nice shot by Wolves to recognize that no one really knows who that one of their teammates gets taken down. They get the buff and they get the res, and now with that momentum, OUG is gonna pay for taking down one of them. SS trying to roll out of it.
That was him.
He is gonna get absolutely deleted. The Valda chase down plus the blue buff. Nowhere left to go. We got the ESP. We see you through walls. JL on the other side. Bury up mech. engage. It looks like you got the rest, they got their teammates back up. We're gonna see a nice like Syra cannonball for this end game. What can you show us, JL? Now on the outside, TXJ moving over to that pole sword flanking role. Wolves though have the momentum, have the monk, and they are absolutely rolling through the lobby, picking off all the solos and duos. XEM with the cannon, trying to build up that ultimate, 84%. Once you have your ult up on your monk, you get back to that safety net, that the threat of the monk in this small area, and going into this last little bit, a little bit of a ledge here, but he's going to have free reign to find some double grabs here, Duncan.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if this zone is going to pull back in towards where we towards the perspective that we just had, which I believe it is, all that open space. If it had gone the other direction, then it would have been very bad for these Tianhais, but fortunately for them, they have free reign, free pickings of the grabs, and there it is, XEM getting the double slam, taking down Revenge and TXJ. It looks as though JL is falling apart at the seams now, perhaps, as they are going to have a tough time recovering now. NHQ at the bottom of XEM's feet with that Aurora burst, making it extremely hard for anyone to come on in and take him down or apply some pressure as he comes out of that ultimate state. XEM now picking up the second Soul Bloom as well. He's going to have that ultimate up and running very, very soon. 521 sitting at the edge of the zone, proccing that tuna instead of healing up. Very optimal min-maxing, able to get to that maximum HP point, and he is on that Valda. If he's able to stay alive as long as possible, he will be able to contest this heal-off situation, Raven, as this is going to go down to those last few moments.
Yeah, Wolves looking posh, looking very strong. No one's going to be able to take this away from them. They are just way too scaled. They got the monk. Now it's just all about getting all of those last hits. You don't want any of that food getting away from you. You want every last morsel, every kill for yourself going this last little bit. You just want to qualify off one game, go into that second day, try out things. XEM on the monk, looking for the grabs. Pampy weaving, shredding his legs right now. Can Pampy find a way to win this situation? He has a teammate left alive. XEM though, the double grabs coming out. Wait a minute, I spoke too soon. The Wolves is going to get speared, involved. The zone damage is so much. Pampy's able to delay his ultimate, but he is going to get jumped and staggered over and over. The zone damage is a little bit too much. He's going to fall, but Wolves has their Valda with her ultimate. That health pool is just too much. Plus the flamethrower. Wolves looking poised to take it all.
The Wolf Pack, they are absolutely gaming. I saw, I mean, there was a little bit of a fumble towards the end. They stumbled, they tripped up, but it wasn't fatal. They did manage to secure that Spirit Well and come back in and get that resurrection, securing that MVP. It was looking very close at the end there, but as we have talked about many times in these heal-off situations, with this new composition, you have multiple win conditions for that heal-off. Having multiple win conditions allows for these potential situations where if one of them, if your win condition in that end game falls, if they get focused down and you can't save them, you have another one ready to go in the back pocket, that safety net, and you know, it just becomes that secure end game situation that is so important nowadays, as the kill multiplier now no longer applies to any position except first at the very end of it all. So you gotta be getting your hands on those few extra points, as it can mean the difference between qualifying for the finals and going home early.
Yeah, looking at all the body language of these teams closing out that last round, you see Wolves' satisfaction on their face. But all year, Wolves just looks like they're enjoying the game. They're having a ton of success. Usually in endgame, they're able to close it out, and we see them firing on all cylinders, playing very, very consistent. Same thing with JL, running that weird composition, the new variation of Cannonball plus Syra. You see TXJ, normally you see behind those eyes just a million miles an hour, speeding through all the possible scenarios, but you see the satisfaction that he got his team through this today. They played really, really well. The top CN teams still showing that they will be dominating at this Worlds, but still newcomers, foreigners, 521, BBE, their time in China, their time in NBPL is paying off. They did manage to stay in the middle, so they are really, they positioned themselves really well for that second day. They're not going to have a ton of pressure. I would say they're keeping on pace, but on the bottom half of the lobby, unfortunately for NA and Sin, they got a lot working out for them going into their day 2, but still, under these rules, with the new Syra changes, I still think they can bring this back. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. There's still 6 more games for the rest of these teams, so we'll have to see.
Absolutely, we will have to wait and see, as a lot can change. You know, JL with this limit testing, with this, you know, like testing, they're cooking something up. You know, that. A little something extra, you know, they're cooking something, and you know, they are certainly the team to watch out for. They're definitely the experienced chefs, so we'll have to see if it does end up being that Monk sort of a J-Cup that you were talking about, or if not, as things can change like that, especially with Syra being brought into the mix. You know, she's just flipped everything on its head. You were talking about earlier how so much work, so much time had got into figuring out all of these different compositions, all of the protocols, all the lines, everything, you know, all of those situations, and now a lot of it has just gone out the window, or you've had to adapt it all to accommodate for this new variable being pushed into the meta.
Yeah, and this year, 4 years going into it, one of the biggest prize pools we've ever seen, 250 Gs for first place for trios. And because of the matchmaking system, the MVP system, there's so much extra money. Everyone is playing to win each round. It just brings so much more exciting gameplay. Looking at the final round scoreboard, Wolves at the top, 20.8. Alliance in second, showing up the last 2 games. They bring their whole day back with the last 2 games. JL with the new composition, a new Cannonball, 11.5. OUG still solid, always at the top, 10.5. Ares finally gets some momentum going. Unfortunately and unluckily, they run into a Draco Storm JL as they were winning their fight inside Blue Castle. Hopefully they keep playing that Monk composition. YZG at 7 kills, 521 BBE. Still around the same point, 7, 6.5, staying consistent. Sin finally getting some points on the board. Can they bring this back for their second half? We'll have to see. TWSS at 3, and looking at the final stats for Wolves, sharing across the board, consistent damage for everyone. But still, we saw some all day. We've seen from XCM's perspective, just really solid positioning, really good flanking positions, and creating tons of opportunity for his teams when they need him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nothing too crazy in terms of damage, but no need. You know, you get the kills, you're Gucci. But here we are. Sin at the bottom, unfortunately, has not managed to find their footing so far. It is what it is. You know, Ares in 11th as well. MVP, you know, just a little bit higher. TWSS, YZG, BBE. You know, the point difference between that 10-ish placement is not all that much between, you know, 6th even here. We've got SEA 521 on 48.5, and then it starts to ramp up a little bit faster. We have Bowder 52.9, Alliance 60, OUG 76.5, CD Wolves at 77.8, and then JL a little bit higher at 102. They faltered somewhat in game number 5, as you said, potentially limit testing. Game 6, they they added that bit of salt. They, you know, tasting. Yeah, it's very nice, and they come away with a decent game, but nothing in comparison to their previous games. Game 2, 3, and 4, getting over 20. Absolutely massive for them.
Yeah, JL's performance really sets the stage of what, even though GG was the creator of the Monk composition, JL has already created the counter. Now going back to the highlights, CD Wolves on the Monk, Balda, Hadi. We have we've seen them play this composition all day, and this is the Wombo, Duncan. This is the 2024 Wombo. Usually, everyone kind of scoffs at Wombo as just like kind of a cheese strategy, but now we're seeing it on the world stage. The Valda Monk is here to stay. It is here for this 2024 NARAKA J-Cup, and it's absolutely devastating. It combines the cube strategy with the Valda. Now we've seen two different variations of this.
We have,
one,
yeah, I was
about
to
that's
say.
more bursty, one that's a little bit more survivability. We'll have to see which one is more dominant. But this is the wonderful part of this modern NARAKA. Like, we're seeing so much different variation going into Worlds, and it's exciting to see creativity for once. Not the same comps over and over, not the same lifts over and over, a lot more expression. Looking at this game, Wolves, Flamethrower, and at this point, when you got Valda with gold armor, you got a Monk in gold armor, you're stuck in this division. All you're trying to do is survive to the very, very end, because it's inevitable that this team is going to pull that, especially this endgame area. This is just a Turkish team. Nowhere left to hide. You got a little bit of wall to go on, but there's really nowhere to hide from these double grabs. Wolves with the Flamethrower Valda, and you just know that one of these Transformers is going to get this health off. Oh, still, there's always that one person who sneaks their way, who gets in the air, stalls it down to the last couple seconds. Wolves recognizes, plays this super well. They hold their Valda all to the very last second. They guarantee this win. Flamethrower is going to come out, and Wolves making it look easy, looking clean.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fundamentals, nothing too fancy, nothing too out of the box. They just play their game, play to their win cons, and they come out victorious. Here we are taking a look at XEM with the not all that much damage. You know, with this sort of wombo strategy, you're taking people down very, you know, precisely and effectively. You know, if you get that wombo execution done properly, you're going to get that spear, you're going to get that re-grab, and you're going to be able to take them down without them being able to get as many resets, without them being able to get all that much healing from their teammates, from their potential supports that they have. And so, you know, they don't end up with all that much damage, but they certainly come away with quite a few points, quite a few kills at the end of it all. But we'll have to see. I'm interested to see if potentially Valda gets swapped out for Syra, but then again you'd lose the synergy, but then also you've got the potential other side of the Valda Wombo version with the V1, with the Wave, which we saw a few times earlier on in the day. I'm curious, yeah. As you said, you're curious as to what comes out on top. I too am rather interested because, you know, it's a bit of a, you know, I don't know about the Valda V1. I feel like the V1's a bit, because you're losing the win condition in the end game. You're losing that potential heal off win condition. So, is it really worth it? I'm not too sure. But anyway, we'll have to wait and see till later on in the week what is more prevalent. For the moment, we're going to be throwing over to a interview, and we'll be seeing you in a short moment.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have VVV from JO to our interview. So please hello to our audience first. 请小伟先跟我们大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是各位的小伟。
Okay, welcome. Incredible, more than 100 points in one day. How do you think about that? 那其实今天也是非常非常厉害啊，拿了一天当中拿了100多分，怎么看啊？
还是比较轻松的吧，我觉得把自己的都打好了。
Oh, I think it's really relaxed, and I think we do all well in the competition. Okay, well, we have to talk about Siren, this new hero this time, because, you know, after yesterday and today's game, we really have a deep impressions for that hero. How do you think about that? 那其实我们肯定是要去探讨一下希拉这个英雄了。那今天打下来也是打了希拉在这个3排比赛当中的第一天嘛，觉得怎么样？
我觉得这个英雄强度是有的，但目前我们还没有开发他的想法嘛，就可能决赛的时候可能会上一下。
Okay, so I think this hero is really strong, but we still have no idea like what combinations we should put her in. So we're still thinking. Okay, let's move on to our answer for Treasure, please. So this time our question is, which region does last game's MVP represent? 那这次我们的问题是最后一局的 MVP 是代表哪个赛区出战的呢？ A CN B S E A C A S D N A。A 是中国大陆赛区 ，B 是东南亚赛区 ，C 是亚服赛区 ，D 是北美赛区。So please count down time， 请乔伟给我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. What's the answer? 答案是什么
A.
Yes, the answer is A. So we're back to the game and we talk about Cyrus as well. Even you said you have no idea where to put her in the competitions, but for the last game we saw you use Yueshan and Feria to fit it. What's the idea for that combinations? 那其实虽然你说还没有什么想法哈，最后一把也是看到了你们去用这个英雄放在这个月山和神庙的这个组合里面，这个是什么样的想法？
因为我们没分了，主要是选了一个英雄出来。对，因为我们自己正常阵容是选迦南的，但是发现没分了，只能先强行套一个英雄进去。
Okay, because we don't have any hero points, so for basic we will choose Matari in that combinations, but because of the hero points we chose Cyrus instead. But you know, most of the team will put Cyrus into Matari and Zai's combinations. How do you think about that? 那其实更多的队伍会选择去把希拉放在这个技嘉阵容里面，为什么你们没有去就是考虑到这个阵容？
因为我们想的其实是常规赛嘛，然后而且我们主要是想练妙月这两个英雄，然后就随便套了一个进去。对。
So because I think for us, we think it's because of this is the group game, the regular game, and we want to practice more with Yueshan and Feria combinations, and so we put Cyrus into play with Yueshan and Feria. What about? Do you think maybe Cyrus can play with Monk or replace Valda? Maybe. 那有没有可能就是说可以把希拉跟大佛进行组合呀，或者说代替一下水娘的位置呢？有想过吗？
我觉得还是不行，因为还是要有个稳定抓嘛。其实水母就是自身存活太高了，而且能动刀子，它主要是能自己去打近战。对。
Okay. I think maybe not very good because we still need a hero who can make himself really arrive in the final circle because Valda have this kind of ability and he can her art can make herself live so long time in the final circle, and so I think Syra maybe can't replace Valda in that combinations, and we need a stable hero in the combo as well. Okay, so today is just the first day for our group game, and you have so nice performance. How do you think about all the group? 那其实今天也是第一天的比赛嘛，其实对于我们的分组有没有什么看法？就是这一次界杯小组赛的分组。
他们说我们 C 组其实算是难打的嘛，但是我们今天就拿了100多分，那证明我们 C 组非常简单。希望之后的中国队伍加油。
Okay, because a lot of people said Group C is a really hard group to fight, but after today's game, you guys can see we got more than 100 points. So I think for our group, for Group C, it's quite easy. I just hope all the team from CN regions can do really well in the group game. Okay, thank you. We come to our interview. Just good luck to you in the following games. 那也是谢谢小伟来到我们的赛后采访，祝所有的队伍在之后的比赛可以取得比较好的成绩，好吧 ？Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
BBB, the GOAT, just saying his group is easy. Everyone said my group is hard. Actually, it's very easy. And he hopes that everyone qualifies, makes it through. When you're the former champions and you're defending champs, the confidence is oozing. We're seeing BBB in form. He looks very, very composed, very, very comfortable. And like you were saying, Duggan, Syra, Valda, the new transformers, you need that transformation in order to win in those end games.
Yeah.
And JL, once you get ahead, you have the luxury of limit testing. They're just testing out things, seeing what goes well with others. Just one of the GOATs doing it well. But that's one of the privileges, one of the benefits of doing very, very well today is the luxury of trying out new things.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you haven't tried joining the NARAKA Discord, make sure to do so that you can keep up to date with all things Jacob, all things NARAKA, and be part of the community and also take part in the events that are going to be taking place over the next couple weeks. If you haven't, you can scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen to get right on in very, very quickly. And here are some of the rewards that you might be able to get for said events, the Honest Comment event, where we can have your comment chosen, read out live on broadcast by us, and we can share our thoughts and all that sort of stuff. So share your thoughts, and maybe you'll get your hands on some cheeky goodies. But if you aren't chosen, what are you going to get, Raven? You can get your hands on these, can't you?
Some free stuff, Duncan. As long as you're watching pre-finals for 2 hours or the grand finals, you have some exclusive free stuff this year. Even if you can't make the finals, that's fine. Just tune in every single day. You'll have a chance at winning the Peerless Treasure Choice gift. But if you do make that grand finals, Blue Lanterns Light free skins, Duncan. And if you're a collector out there, how I know some of you are, you want to show up for all of this possible free stuff. The devil's in the details. Make sure that you tune in for those 2 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And make sure to get your NARAKA account linked, because if you don't, you're not going to get anything. So make sure to get that account linked. Go into the top right, go to the drops and rewards on the drop down menu, and make sure that you're accumulating progress. Otherwise, you know, you've only been watching to enjoy the NARAKA, as a lot of people are, but you're missing out on those cheeky goodies that you get your hands on for free. But yeah, it was funny that we were both watching it, and we looked at each other. Yeah, limit testing. Yeah, they certainly were experimenting and trying to figure out what works best with Syra and see which compositions they can fit her in, but also practice their Yueshan Feria as a sort of duo and see what works with those two characters leading into the rest of the group stage and the pre-finals, and of course the grand finals later on in a few weeks. So there's a lot sort of up in the air right now. Things have not settled as of yet, as a lot of different things are being picked by teams that are trying to experiment, and some teams are picking certain things in phases that, you know, you wouldn't expect them to. The phasing has sort of been thrown for a loop to some extent. There's no established compositions that you want to be picking in certain ones. You know, it's all over the place right now. But do you reckon it's going to settle down before the end of group stage, or do you think it's going to get all the way to grand finals?
I think it's going to go all the way to grand finals, and Jacob is known for this. That's what makes it so exciting, and I think this actually gives a good opportunity for the foreign teams. The chaos, everyone is scrambling, and technically it's a copycat league. You just have to copy who is doing well at the time. So if you happen to scout out your opponents, this is one of the best times, because you don't really want to fight against CN teams who have been running Siphon 100 times over. Yeah. They've just run that so much, it's very, very hard to compete with them. Now that there's a new piece on the board, it's a chance for all these teams to shape up their game. Sid, 14.5, Aries at 21 points, MVP at 23, TWSS jumping up ahead at 35.5, 38 for YZG, BBE at 40.5. Now this is the first day for everyone, and it's unlucky for everyone else to start out the day, be the guinea pigs. 5-2-1, showing that consistency, showing that their time in CN mattered. 48.5, Bauda started the day very, very hot, a little bit iced off. They're gonna have to work out the kinks on some of the other compositions, but still solid for the first day. They're gonna feel comfortable going into the second day at 52.9. Alliance recovering their day, started out of the day on the opposite side, very, very slow, then heated up, ending at 60 points. OUG solid throughout the day. Consistency is key, 76.6. But JL absolutely dominating. Tomorrow though, Duncan, that is the day. The last day for A. We got the GOAT Mike in Group C. We got NA's GOAT, try hard. Can he recover this game? I know everyone's gonna be tuning in at home. Will Miss You, will Try Hard make it through? Will the EU boys make it through? Taki's going to be on the field. Everyone's saying that Group C isn't the strongest solo group, but I'd have to say, I don't think any group really has a freebie. There's only a limited amount of spots inside Yang, and for solos, it is so key to winning inside the realm of Yang. You're still going to have some of the best duelers on Earth inside the realm of Yang, so the foreigners are going to have their work cut out for them. Can they come through? First day, first game for Jacob was purely chaotic because of Syra. Yeah. Everyone's had a little bit of time to digest. What do you expect tomorrow, Duncan?
I mean, to be honest, I think considering Syra's dominance in the first day, I think we're likely going to see a lot of players scrambling to get their Syra games, get them on the days that they want, on the games that they want, and you know, alongside other Syra players as well. You know, maybe there'll be a triple Syra game. Unlikely. We did have it on day one, but now because players are going to be wanting to pick this, I don't think we'll get the triple Syra, but perhaps, you know, we'll see some players, you know, picking it at certain timings. Will we see Mike pick zipping at the very beginning? Who knows? Things might flip on their head for the second day, but that is going to be all we have time for, ladies and gentlemen, for the day. All of that trio action. Thank you so much for joining us. I've been Dunking Donuts. This is Raven PLZ, having a great time in China, and we will be seeing you tomorrow. Be sure to be there.
前